God dagen.
Ja, det var gutten.
Ja. Du var helt oppe og snusa på 74-75. Skal sikkert opp dit igjen etterpå.
I'm Alex Rodriguez,
And I'm Jason Kelly.
and we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melanie Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf,
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris,
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt,
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
and more. Stay tuned.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
You are watching Bloomberg Open Interest on this Monday morning, about 13 minutes into your trading day. And it is easy going for this equity market, despite the fact that we got letters to the EU and Mexico of higher tariffs, despite the fact of all the event risks from CPI tomorrow to bank earnings and continued discussions about those tariffs. S&P, NASDAQ, the future session down only 0.2%. And check out what's happening with the Russell. Small caps fighting back unchanged.
Men jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor gull kommer litt ned der da. Gull burde gå tak her nå.
Some of the analyst action that we are focusing on. First up, CrowdStrike. That gets a downgrade at Morgan Stanley. Concerns about valuation. The firm says it's still a compelling long-term story, but growth is well priced into the stock. Those shares down just below 2%. Next up, we have the personal styling company Stitch Fix. That gets an upgrade at William Blair. That's all thanks to the confidence in the CEO's turnaround strategy.
Jeg gjorde 100 poeng nå.
This morning. Finally wrapping things up with PayPal. That gets at Seaport Global. The company says that tariff-related
Gull burde gå egentlig ny topp i dag. Det er ingen grunn til det. At ikke det skal.
turned out better than expected. Shares move higher by 3.3%.
Det er litt aktivitet med Israel som går og sprer litt intriger i Syria. Og så er det Donald Trump som i clinch, både med de Epstein-greiene pluss disse tariffene på 30%. Men det er ingen grunn til at Gull ikke skal... Gull egentlig burde ha breakout i dag, egentlig. Sølv breaka ut, samme gjorde Bitcoin. Jeg tror Bitcoin kommer også til å falle, og markedet begynner å falle. En av de få grunnene til at krypto går så jævlig, for det er krypto week. Det er forventninger at det skal komme nye lovnader om nye regler på krypto coins denne uka her med The White House. Så hvis dere lurer på hvorfor krypto går, så er det kun det alene det går på. Nye lovendringer. Det er ingen som helt vet de endringene. Så jeg aner ikke. Men det er sikkert noe positivt nå, i og med at sønnene til Donald Trump har jo lastet opp med nye kryptoinvesteringer for 14 dager siden. Jeg tar litt mer gevinst nå, stakkaren her. Sånn. Sitter fortsatt short nå med halvannet. Jeg shortet 3 kontrakter, så det var litt tøff. Men sølv er på... Er det 14 års høy, eller? 15 års høy? På sølv?
Sølv?
Ja, sølv, ja.
Det er sølv cash. Det er all time high i 81.
Jo, men er det 15 års høy? Det er ikke bare all time high. Den har vært der oppe før, sånn.
Ja. Jo, det kan det være.
Ja.
Skal vi se, sist han var oppå der, var 2012.
Ja, det var det jeg mente. Jeg må bare gå og pisse. Jeg har kontroll! Ja,
just last week, it feels much longer already, but, Linda Yaccarino stepping back from X and leaving that company, the amount of sort of emphasis on advertising and trying to keep that company generating revenue. And meanwhile, I should also just, note that we at Bloomberg have reported just in the last, month or so that, XAI is burning through roughly $1 billion a month. And so, while Tesla investors, some of them are eager to get in on XAI, this is, by no means a company that's generating a lot of revenue and sort of covering its costs as it really tries to catch up in this AI space to the likes of OpenAI.
I mean, dare I ask, you would understand why XAI would have a linkage to Tesla in a lot of ways, but if you look at the valuation of SpaceX, for example, why wouldn't they also want a piece of that? Right? If you look at XAI also, do the financials suggest that Tesla shareholders would get a materially higher stock price because of such an investment based on where we are today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the investor, right? Where, I would say that you think about sort of holding companies and, the old school, like sort of GEs of the world have really fallen out of favor, right? Investors have wanted to sort of place specific bets on specific companies and make sort of cleaner plays. Musk is really sort of going, very emphatically in the sort of opposite direction of the rest of the world, where we've seen a lot of, breakups. But in his case, I think, the fact that he has been so successful in building these fast-growing companies and also in being, such a sort of, capital raiser, there's no sort of shortage or lack of interest in sort of getting behind this guy and backing him with more, billions of dollars. And I think, some Tesla investors absolutely see that as, as these other companies are generating, higher and higher, valuations in these private rounds, they want in on some of that appreciation.
Craig, excellent as always. Thank you so much for joining us. That is Bloomberg's Craig Trudell. Now, coming up, big shakeups in the consumer sectors, the very, very exciting world of Band-Aids to baloney. We'll give you a roundup. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Han smalt NASA-koppen med 100 poeng igjen, eller? Den er så ustabil, altså.
Ja. Du tok et shorten nu?
Ja, jeg skal ta den på nytt nå.
Ja, det kan du gjøre.
Det var skjedd her nå.
Ja, men ja. Først man skal ha litt videre.
Ja, den kan gå mer. Men jeg bare skjønner ikke hvorfor den skal gå så mye. Det er... alt av det store er ned. Tesla, Netflix, Nvidia er ned 1,2%, Microsoft er ned, Apple er ned, Amazon er så vidt til pluss. Det er jo liksom ingen av de store som er oppe her da. Gull bør få gå mye mer. Tanken min på gull nå er at jeg sitter lastet med gull som er faen. Jeg skal ta ut litt grann på copy på vei oppover, og så øke posisjonen mine. Men jeg skal ikke kjøpe her nå før jeg er litt mer opp. Da får jeg så jævlig dårlig snitt, for folk skjønner jo ingenting av som skjer her. Er det jævla lommert å se det, eller? Faen, hvor lommert det er. Oi.
Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on
Jeg står på Nasdaq nå på 7750. 2750.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. Let's get a check on what stocks are doing today because, of course, we have choppy trade underway. We have the S&P 500 still down about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 still down more than 0.1%. But the Russell is actually where you see some love today, which is a little surprising because even though you see the 2-year yield marginally lower, about 1 basis point, the 10-year yield is higher, about 4.4%. The dollar is rising just a little bit. We have some stocks with some interesting moves. Of course, we are watching crypto with Bitcoin passing that $120,000 mark. You have Coinbase up about 1.8% on the day. MicroStrategy, a little bit more of a levered play, as you know, up about 3.6%. Autodesk leaving its deal to...
Du merker at det er ikke så mye som skjer da. De fleste er jo på ferie, det er liksom ikke så mye som skjer nå.
Jeg tror det er en Team Monstier som er på ferie nå. Det gjengen der.
Team er jo på ferie hele tiden. Jeg tror faen meg han har vært i Tyrkia 4 ganger på et par måneder her nå. Nå er jeg 0 på shorten min på Nasdaq. Jeg må ha den under 25 for at det skal være noe, at det skal falle videre, tror jeg. Men jeg må si, Nasdaq har liksom ligget i en sånn range nå siste uka. Han liksom kommer under 700 og spretter opp igjen, under 700 spretter opp igjen. Nå er jeg penger opp forresten. Så det er liksom, det ser litt toppers ut altså. Men en ting jeg reagerte på, jeg står på en sånn analyse på E24. Der sa de at Nvidia hadde en PE på 30. Og når jeg ser på CNBC og når jeg ser på Bloomberg, så har Nvidia en PE på nesten 50. Så jeg skjønner ikke helt hvilke tall de går etter. Nå er jeg pluss på shorten, jeg holder den. Jeg bare holder den, ikke ta den. Nå kommer gull også litt opp her. Jeg bare henter meg noe mer drikke, ass.
That is starting to pull back. It's a consumer that's not picky, and we are simply victims to that environment.
Yeah, I think that's, goes without saying that these companies are going to blame the macro environment. But if you look at some of these individual brands, some are doing better than others. So you've got something like a Tylenol still, doing well. You've got something like Band-Aid that they're actually, innovating on making better Band-Aids, but then
How do you improve a Band-Aid? Pretty
That's
classic.
I talk to the Kenvue people and they'll go on about how they've been improving the Band-Aids and it seems to actually be working. But look at a company or a brand like Neutrogena, which is one of Kenvue's brands. They've completely lost the market there as other skincare products go in and take all of that market share from them inside the, CVS, Walgreens, pharmacies. So, there is work to be done there and, the activists have been in there. They seem to have a plan, and they seem to be executing it.
It's interesting. To your point on performance, Kenvue slumping along since spinning off, but relatively flat. Kraft Heinz, on the other hand, has had a very tough 3 years. It's down almost 30%. It's down about 10% this year alone. What would spinning off certain businesses. They want to spin off a large part of the grocery business we've reported, for example. How would that help them?
Yeah, with Kraft Heinz, we've got a bunch of businesses that, are going against the grain in terms of the trends. So you're looking at things like with food dyes and things like that. People are trying to get healthier. They're trying to get stuff that have less additives, less chemicals, that kind of thing. And so that's sort of where Kraft is looking at now.
Shelley, we thank you so much for joining us, of course, covering all things global business. That is Bloomberg's Shelley Banjo, and of course, a lot going on in terms of deals, M&A, activism, and changes at the very, very top. Now we're going to give you a look at what's ahead this week because it's a really busy week. We're going to get the latest inflation print, CPI data tomorrow, plus big bank earnings kicking off with JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup. And remember, the valuations have run up as of late as M&A has been coming back. Bank earnings continue Wednesday with Goldman and Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. On Thursday, we get more economic data with U.S. retail sales, and we also get a read on the media industry when we get earnings from Netflix. And Danny, have you been watching Netflix? Because there's a lot of great content on lately, but people have seemingly been too busy to keep an eye on it.
I would love to kick back and relax on the weekend and watch Netflix, but then we get letters sent to countries about tariffs, and that kind of ruins our viewing. But that's okay. Hopefully we'll get to that at some point. Shonali, quick check on stocks. Here's a good reason why you maybe should just be watching Netflix today and not doing a lot. Look at this equity market, Shonali. It is impervious to the latest machinations coming out of Washington, D.C., down just about 0.1% for the NASDAQ, and it is a Russell 2000s index that is moving higher.
So interesting. Russell moving higher on a day like today while the others are down. But I will say something interesting about all this is that Stuart Kaiser saying that investors are sneezing at a 0.5% move in the S&P 500. So maybe that 0.1% matters a little bit like today. Now, coming up in the next hour, Nancy Tengler shares her top 5 stocks for the second half of the year, plus Deep Isolation CEO on the nuclear power renaissance. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Åpner den her, eller? På E24 nå.
Nisso, ao começo, eu também não sabia o que fazer. Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
Mer tollkaos, mer helvete, bedre er det for oss. Med tanke på dollaren, med tanke på urolighetene, med tanke på alt. Vi burde gå på det.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everything's going to suffer.
Nisho tanya ki kon ahma ta chuara pa ngop ahma le pa manjang le nyai kon mama nya.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to the minute
Get geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Versace in Doha, Qatar, and this is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A heartbreaker in Fall River, Massachusetts, where 9 people died, about 30 were injured when fire tore through an assisted living facility.
Firefighters arrived at the Gabriel house just before 10 last night and found a chaotic scene. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
We had an unspeakable tragedy here in Fall River last night. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims.
About 50 firefighters responded to the facility. The police department says officers carried out about a dozen residents who couldn't walk. Some of those who died were in the building, others at the hospital. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
Sunday morning services at a Baptist church in Lexington, Kentucky turned deadly. Police say a man who'd shot and wounded a state trooper during a traffic stop went on to carjack a vehicle and drive it to the church, where he killed 2 women and wounded 2 men. Fayette County Coroner Gary Ginn.
The majority of the individuals that attend the church there are related biologically some way or another. If not, they've been friends for many, many years. So it's a very tight-knit group of people.
Police shot and killed the suspect. President Trump is scheduled to meet NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House this hour. Topping the agenda, new U.S. Patriot missile shipments that NATO will distribute to Ukraine to help fend off Russian airstrikes.
Irland, ja. Jeg bare sitter med venter på gul så går videre opp.
Pieces of very sophisticated military. They're going to pay us 100% for them.
Mr. Trump is facing calls from congressional Democrats and Republicans to support a bill that would sanction countries that continue to purchase oil from Moscow. Today, European Union ministers agreed to step up negotiations with the U.S. over President Trump's 30% tariff threats, which the EU's trade chief says could wreck transatlantic trade. Denmark's foreign minister, Lars Løkke Rasmussen.
We don't want any kind of trade war. It is in no one's interest. We want a fair deal. But, of course, if we are met with tariffs, which is unfair, we should be ready to countermeasure this.
They're celebrating Bastille Day in France, the storming of the prison that marked the beginning of the French Revolution. CBS's Elaine Cobb has details from Paris.
Parisians and tourists lined the Champs-Élysées. Others were still in bed after a night of dancing at fire stations around the country, another July 14th tradition. Tonight there will be fireworks at the Eiffel Tower and a drone light show.
Dow futures reversing. They're up 59 now. This is CBS News.
Jeg har vel ikke mer av det.
Dow actually down 50 now. One of the most populous countries in the world could be lowering the temperature soon. Here's CBS's Cami McCormick.
The government in India wants to require the lowest thermostat setting on all new air conditioners to be 68 degrees. It's part of an effort to save on electricity. India is dealing with increasingly hotter and longer summers. Current air conditioners can cool to as low as 62 degrees. India is one of the world's largest air conditioner markets. 1.4 billion people live in the country, and 10 to 15 million air conditioners are sold each year.
An alarming number of young kids, even babies, are swallowing popular nicotine pouches. New study in the journal Pediatrics shows calls to poison control centers skyrocketed 763% from 2020 to 2030. Those little pouches are stuffed with nicotine powder. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a death spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we are streaming live on YouTube as well. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney with you this morning in the Bloomberg Intelligence program. Coming up, we're going to check in with Chris Anstey, Bloomberg Senior Economics Editor, to get the latest on the tariffs. This August 1st date seems to be one that we should be paying attention to. Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist, Bitcoin. I'm talking let's call it $122,000 for Bitcoin. Let's get the latest call there from Mike McGlone. Christina Hooper, Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group. She's going to be in our studio, get her thoughts on these markets. And Allison Williams, we're going to be hearing a lot from Allison Williams over the next several days. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Banks Analyst. We got a lot of the banks kicking off earnings tomorrow, including JP Morgan, so we'll get a little preview there. So we got a lot coming up in the next couple of hours. Let's kick it all off with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. Here's what's going on. Stocks lower, Bitcoin, as you mentioned, closing in on 122. And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ivkr.com/around the clock. Equities lower right now with the S&P 500 index down 11, a drop of 0.2%. We've got the Dow down 0.1%, down 39, and Nasdaq down 28, a drop there of 0.1%. Stocks are falling as President Trump
It's everything's priced in.
threats against the European Union and Mexico. The 10-year 4.40% with the 2-year 3.87%. Spot gold little changed on the day, 33,054 on the precious metal. And West Texas Intermediate.
Det var fin, Håvard. Bare drit og spør, alt er prissted.
What a story there.
Alt er prissted.
1,708 right now on Bitcoin. 121,000 closing in on 122,000. More from our Michael McGlone coming up in a moment. We've got Bitcoin up now by 2.2%. Bottom line, Monday morning, tariffs front and center. Ahead of bank earnings tomorrow. Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer for Asset Management at PNC Bank.
Det som ikke har prisen, er den børskorreksjonen som kommer om ikke alt for lenge. Den kommer til å være stygg.
Price or earnings per share at an all-time high and valuations effectively back there too. So
Det er derfor sølv går til all-time high, gull går til all-time high, alt går til all-time high.
Really hard line in the sand. I think the market is going to struggle mightily.
Amanda Agati of PNC interviewed this morning on Surveillance. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Bank earnings tomorrow morning. JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Wells Fargo right out of the gate. JPM right now down 0.1%. Citigroup lower by 0.5%. Wells Fargo swinging between gains and losses up right now by under 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube here. As Charlie was just mentioning, a little bit of red on the screen here. Let's take a look at how some of the stocks are moving today. I'm Paul Sweeney, Lisa Mateo, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Isabel Lee. Isabel, what do you got?
Definitely Coinbase. Shares are edging higher by 2.5%. That's COIN. So we have Argus Research initiating coverage of the stock with a recommendation of buy and a $400 price target. So Coinbase is now close to 400. It's at 396. Oh, now it just hit 397. So definitely inching closer to that target. Argus said that over the past year, the shares have outperformed, and they note that majority of the outperformance has occurred post the passage of the Genius Act in June. So Argus also said that it's noteworthy because Coin is the first crypto native member to be included in the S&P. That happened back in May, and the stock has around 20 analysts buy, 16 hold, and 14 sell. Another thing, of course, Coinbase is influenced by Bitcoin, which is now around $121,000, which is a huge record. So now Strategy, MSTR, and Galaxy GLXY are also edging higher because as Bitcoin rises, so do crypto-linked stocks.
There they go, hand in hand. Let's move on to Autodesk. They're stepping back from an acquisition, is that right?
That's right, and shares are edging higher 4%, so investors are definitely liking that. Autodesk is ADSK, so they rose after reports that it's dropping its pursuit of PTC, which would have ranked it as one of the largest deals this year. So Autodesk is a software provider, and it decided to shelve the potential cash and stock deal for PTC. So Autodesk is bigger. It has a market cap of around $60 billion. PTC is a little smaller at around $23 billion. So in a regulatory filing Monday, Autodesk said it will remain focused on executing strategic priorities. It said it will allocate capital to organic investment, targeted and tuck-in acquisitions. Paul will know a lot of those. It didn't mention PTC, though, so that's what investors are implying.
K-View? What is that? That's the
K-View, it's the maker of Tylenol, Neutrogena, and Listerine. So they said that its CEO, Thibaut Mongon, will leave the company, and board of director Kirk Perry will take over as interim CEO. So they also said that they will continue an ongoing comprehensive review of strategic alternatives. So this is a consumer goods company. It really has faced a lot of pushback from activist investors. And for now, the company is really kind of heeding to that call. And you're right, they were spun off from Johnson & Johnson in 2023. So now Kenvue appears to be kicking off a number of changes to appease investors. And part of that is a new CEO search.
Johnson & Johnson, New Brunswick, New Jersey. We note that. All right, Isabel Lee, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News. Thank you so much for that. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Tariffs front and center again here. Really taking out all the oxygen out of the room. President Trump just upping the game yet again, singling out certain countries, certain regions of the world for tariffs. August 1 is a date that seems to be the drop-dead date. Let's get the latest reporting there. Chris Anstey, senior economics editor for Bloomberg News. Chris, where are we here? It seems like President Trump is not backing down. He's not chickening out. He's not caving in. What do we know?
Well, what we know is that uncertainty remains the watchword of the day. You just referred to August 1st as the drop-dead date. Well, we all thought July 9th was the drop-dead date. Right. We also were told by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent back in April that the April 2nd reciprocal tariff rates were going to be the ceiling for U.S. trade partners. But we've discovered that that's not the ceiling at all. Brazil now facing 50% tariffs, the European Union facing 30% tariffs, much higher than the 20% that were assigned on April 2nd. So we really have little visibility here as to where we're going to end up. What we do know is economists are saying that these latest broadsides and salvos by the president, threats of high tariff rates on a number of key trading partners mean that the effective tariff rate that we eventually end up with is going to be higher than what we thought, say, at the start of last week. But where exactly we end up remains a big question.
Well, Chris, EU President Ursula von der Leyen, right, speaking with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney today, will we see this coordinated response? I mean, what does this mean for the U.S.?
Yeah, that's very interesting. This seems to be the new dynamic at play, where a number of trading partners of the U.S. are kind of getting frustrated at the inability to close deals with Washington and are increasingly looking at cooperation between themselves in ways that we haven't seen before. You mentioned Canada and the European Union in talks about whether they want to either coordinate with regard to Washington or potentially deepen their own economic links. Also over the weekend, very interesting, after 10 years of talks between Indonesia, remember the world's fourth most populous nation, biggest Southeast Asian economy, 10 years of talks between Indonesia and the European Union, they have finally reached a strategic economic agreement. So these kind of, the pressure that Trump is putting on everybody else is encouraging them to talk together. Another one to keep an eye on is South Korea and Japan. They have had, ever since, Japan invaded Korea, in the early 1900s, those two neighbors have been at loggerheads. And what's very interesting to me is the new president of South Korea, President Lee, who was no big friend of Japan in the past, all of a sudden, met with Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan last month, is hoping for a visit there to Japan later this year. So all kinds of things are happening that might not otherwise have occurred because of the tariff salvos coming from Washington.
Chris, President Trump has not really concluded any major trade deals to date. Are some of our trading partners saying maybe we don't have to worry about this because we can just wait this guy out? I mean, how are they thinking about? We haven't gotten many deals done.
Yeah, that's a good point. Of course, we have the UK framework was one, and then some sort of a framework or truce at least with China. We keep on hearing from Trump's aides that a deal is close. We expect a deal to be reached with name that country. Very soon. India seemed likely, as recently as last week. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, in a televised interview this morning, was pressed on this and asked, Kevin, you keep on saying that deals are almost done, that the U.S. trade negotiating staff had never seen offers like have been the ones that have been made. And Hassett said, candidly, that at the final step, we present these these documents to the president, and it's his call. So and they don't get done. Again, we just don't know where we're heading here, and it's completely unpredictable.
Chris Anstey, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate the reporting as always. Chris Anstey, Senior Economics Editor for Bloomberg News, joining us there again. Tariffs front and center once again here on global trade. Again, August 1st seems to be a date in the Trump administration that they would like to see some things done. So we'll see if that date holds, but more uncertainty there. That'll be, I think, eclipsed a little bit starting tomorrow by earnings when we get some of the big banks starting to report earnings and maybe investors focus. We'll go back on the earnings out there. S&P 500 -4. Dow +6, NASDAQ +3. A whole lot of nothing going on out there. This is Bloomberg.
Ta og se på sølv, Håvard. Nvidia rettes opp nå nesten med 1%. Ned 0,48 nå.
Hvor skjermer du sitter opp? Hvor skjermer?
Hva da?
Skjermer dere ha?
Markets, headlines,
Fire.
and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are now fluctuating. We do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average in the green, advancing now by 24 points. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P little change, down 1 point at 62.58, drop of less than 0.1%. We've got the Dow up 24, as I mentioned, up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ in the green as well, up 16, a gain there.
Hello,
0.1%. All of this as President Trump escalates his tariff threats against the
Og det har jeg på
Union
Nasdaq.
and Mexico. And of course, bank earnings coming in tomorrow morning. Right now, we've got the 10-year 4.41%, the 2-year 3.88%. Gold down $8 the ounce, down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, just above $68 a barrel. Bitcoin, what a story there. 121,500 was
Hvor
flirting
langt
with
ned kan gold på grunn?
122,000.
Aner ikke. Det kommer litt an på hva som skjer med valutaen her også. Sikkert, det er bare gevinst. Jeg kjøper mer gull.
2%. So again, recapping, looking at a mixed market now with the Dow, NASDAQ, they are both higher. We've got the S&P 500 index trading down by 1 point. Word of a new destination for Southwest Airlines. Early next year, Southwest will be adding flights to St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands to its network. Service expected to begin in early 2026. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pella, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Tom from the Upper East Side writes in and says, what's going on with Bitcoin? As Charlie mentioned, 121,500. Let's get right to it. Mike McGlone, Senior Commodity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, down in the self-proclaimed crypto capital of the world, Miami Beach, Florida. Mike, what is going on with crypto? That was a heck of a weekend for Bitcoin.
Well, hello, Paul. I'm actually coming to you from that great state of Indiana today.
There we
doing my
go.
own crop tour, visiting
Farm country.
family. But what's happening? Yeah, there you go. What's happening? I used to own a farm right by here. What's happening in the Bitcoin is a pile-on trade, and in a good way, it's working. But remember, Bitcoin I view as it's a risk-on asset. Risks are on. The stock market's hitting record highs. Gold hit record highs in March, and Bitcoin's just taken off, and it's becoming, a lot of it is ETF inflows. But also you see what's happening with headlines. We have the Trump administration very favorable. We have the Bitcoin, the stablecoin bill. And the key thing I want to mention about stablecoins, I like to call them crypto dollars. This asset and this tokenization of dollars is one of the key things that got me really bullish in the space in the first time. But now the tokenization is bringing all assets on chain, which means things like Dogecoin.
Hvorfor Nasdaq går opp? Basically AI. Og så tror folk at Trump ikke kommer til å holde tariffkjøret sitt. De tror at han kommer til å backe unna.
I mean, it kicks off today. What exactly happens at Crypto Week? I'm sure there's a lot of crypto-related legislation going on. Can you break that down for us?
Jeg tror han må holde tariffen, ellers så blir han bare sett på som en jævla tulling. Jeg tror ikke han har noe valg. Jeg tror han må bare holde tariffen. Alt han sier er bare tull.
That was adopting the dollar of its layer, and all these dollars are going in treasuries. Now they figured it out. All this stable coins, this means investment in U.S. treasury. And at least our government's figured out. A lot of it.
Nå har jeg penger på både shorten min og på kjøpet mitt på gull.
What they say their assets rather than fractional reserves.
Jeg vil ikke selge gull, jeg skal bare akkumulere når det kommer ned.
This technology on a global basis is being adopted, and the dollar is the base layer. That means you can get dollars in transmission.
Så han trua med tariff nå i helgen, og så tror folk nå at han backer rundt. Derfor så går Nasdaq. Og så er det basically bare Nvidia som styrer showet.
But in this area, I call them crypto dollars. It's just, I think it's nice to see it's acknowledging this technology and how it's really beneficial for the U.S. because the whole world has been able to, and we don't see a lot of stable coins in euros, just put it that way. It's all.
Du kan se her.
Mike, you're out there in farm country, Indiana. Talk to us about corn, soybeans, wheat. What are you seeing from your farmer friends out there?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're very much bear markets. Corn and soybeans.
Da kan dere se at de 5 største selskapene vekter over halvparten av hele indeksen.
It first traded at price in 1974 when we had the great grain robbery. I'll touch that later. The peak last in 2022 was about 8. Major pressure, great conditions. More supply is a problem. Same with soybeans. The thing about soybeans is less supply from the U.S., but massive supply out of Brazil. And the key reason was that big pump in prices to 2022, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, incentivized more supply. It did the same thing in crude oil. So now we're in the downward trajectories. And the key thing is, where is that low price cure? Unless you get some kind of drop to get a spike, we just don't have to figure out how prices, how low they go before it shuts off that excess supply and really picks up demand.
All right, Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist, talking about Bitcoin and so much more. So let's turn to the markets now. So President Trump escalated his tariff threats against the European Union, Mexico. Traders gearing up for big bank earnings. How does this all affect the markets? Well, here to tell us more about it, Christina Hooper. She's Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group. Christina, thank you for joining us here in the studio. Lovely to have you. I want to point out stocks are starting to kind of register
the
tariff situation. We saw something a little bit different last week. Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, I think
that $4 pluss på gull
surprisingly, shall I say, naively optimistic when it comes to the tariff situation. I think there's not a recognition on the part of markets that even if we see cans continuing to be kicked down the road, its impact on business decisions.
Hvor fant den der? Den var dritbra da.
What we've seen historically and what we're seeing now is that it's having a chilling effect.
Den var genial da. Hvor fant du den, Håvard?
It hasn't necessarily showed up very much in the data yet, but it will. And I think we have to worry that there are going to continue to be threats made and perhaps at some point actually implemented.
Charlie from Brooklyn writes in and says he wants to hear your call on CPI tomorrow. What do you expect?
Well, we could certainly get a significantly higher number if we look at the Cleveland Fed nowcast. Core CPI is tracking at about 3% year over year. So we have to be concerned, and I think certainly it may not show up in this CPI report. We may not see it till next, but it will show up because tariffs are having an impact.
No, they definitely are. What about for earnings season, you know, of course, kicking up. But data from Bloomberg Intelligence, I wanted to point this out because they say Wall Street getting ready for the weakest earnings season since mid 2023. Do you agree? What's your outlook?
Yeah, absolutely. What we've seen is significant downward revisions to expectations for earnings this quarter. If we look back at March 31st, earnings growth was expected to be about 9% for the S&P 500. We're down slightly below 5% now. And I would imagine when all is said and done, it will actually be lower than that. So it is somewhat disappointing, but these are parts of the cracks I'm seeing appearing in the US economy. We can't apply so much pressure and expect it to remain as resilient.
Last quarter, during earnings period, it was just the beginning of all the tariff discussion, and companies, rightfully so, really didn't have any visibility. A lot of companies pulled their guidance. How do you think the guidance outlook will be this quarter? Do you think companies will have a little bit more confidence, or is it still too much unknown?
I think there's still too much unknown. It's going to be hard to provide much in the way of guidance. What they can, though, give us is a sense of where the consumer is now. For example, I'm thinking about the big banks and what we might hear this week. So I expect we'll hear that there's more pressure on at least some cohorts of consumers. We saw a few of the big banks quietly increase loan loss reserves. That was a surprise recently, and I think we're going to see more of that as well.
So you mentioned big banks. Mag 7 earnings kicks off next week, so we have that to follow. Do you think they're going to funnel as much cash into AI?
I would expect that we're going to continue to see a pretty significant stream of money going into AI. I think what we've heard resoundingly from most companies is that the risk of underinvesting is greater than the risk of overinvesting.
Where are we in terms of valuation here? We've had this sharp rebound coming off that sell-off we had earlier in the year from tariffs, yet I'm not seeing earnings necessarily going up. Do I need to really be concerned about valuation here?
Absolutely. Valuations are rarely predictive in the short term, but we have to keep our eye on them because at some point it does become the short term and we actually have an impact. And what we know is that
Hvor fant du det der chartet du, eller det der screeneren der, Håvard? Jeg finner det ikke innpå her. Må du logge deg inn?
That's what's likely to happen. There could be a number of triggers. We know stocks are vulnerable at these prices because they're priced at or near perfection, and a trigger could easily come from, for example, earnings disappointment, or in fact, we actually do get some significant tariffs.
30 poeng I pluss på
You
short.
talked about this a little bit when you were getting into earnings. You said about how companies are going to approach it. What kind of tone do you think the executives are going to set? Because a lot of people just waiting to see what those top leaders are going to say.
I think they're going to be cautious. I don't know if I can characterize it as cautiously optimistic. I think they're going to be cautious because there are so many unknowns, and we're clearly seeing some signs of weakness for U.S. consumers. I mean, if we just look at continuing jobless claims, they are at high 3-year highs, certainly nowhere near what we saw during the pandemic. But we have to be concerned with longer-term unemployment. One of the things Chair Powell has talked about repeatedly at different press conferences is how we're seeing a match between job creation and job losses. Both are on the low side. But if we see a situation where job losses pick up, and we already have a phenomenon where there are more and more long-term unemployed, people can't find jobs, I think that creates an environment in which we get closer to a possible recession.
30 seconds, what do we do in the bond market here? Do I take credit risk?
So I think investment grade credit risk is appropriate. I am concerned, though, that we are going to see more cracks. And in fact, I'm still a believer that there's a significant probability we go into recession this year. So I would be really careful, very discerning in the risk I take, and certainly would not be long duration.
All right, Christina Hooper, thank you so much. We appreciate it. As always, Christina Hooper, Chief Global Market Strategist for the Man Group, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Coming up, we're going to check in with Jen Bartasha. She's got Kraft Heinz maybe breaking up, and I said,
Nvidia begynner å falle, drar ned Nasdaq.
So then I go and I look at the 5-year performance, Kraft Heinz stock, compounded annual over the last 5 years, basically zero, nothing. Whereas the S&P's risen about 16% compounded over the last 5 years, and even the S&P Consumer Index is up 10%. So breaking up this company, maybe it makes sense, and at least my bankers and my lawyers will get paid here. So we're going to talk with Jen Bartashes coming up. Looking at the markets here, a little bit of red on this screen here as we get ready for earnings to kick off tomorrow. The S&P is off 13 points, the Dow's off 60, and NASDAQ is off 30. Bitcoin up 1.5%, $121,000 for Matt Miller out there. If he could just find the code to his Bitcoin account, then he'd be all set. The euro stronger, 117. I need parity for my trip to Italy in the fall. Can we get parity? Can somebody work on that for me? This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Empro, det ikke frykt i markedet, for det har ikke falt ordentlig på nesten 15 år. Det må det må noe til. Folk, det har jo ikke falt. Da man jo ikke redd. Det veldig enkelt, egentlig. Hvis du kan kjøpe noe hver eneste dag, kjøpe, og det ikke faller, så trenger du ikke ha frykt. De som har frykt i markedet nå institutionals. De tør ikke kjøpe. Sånn som Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. BlackRock solgte nesten alt eiendommene sine i fjor. Masse av det. I hele Asia. Warren Buffett har aldri hatt så stor kontantbeholdning som noensinne som han har nå. Alle største innsiderne selger nå. Nvidia har solgt masse, Amazon har solgt masse, Apple, alle de gutta har solgt masse hele året og hele fjor. De har kjøpt, nei, de har solgt. Alle de store har solgt. Bare retail som kjøper nå.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Choppy start to the new trading week, but the stock market is moving lower. S&P down 8, holding close to a
Retails har blitt kjempesvære nå, Empro. Det har aldri vært så mange på retail nå. Det er rekordvolum i år på retail.
Gains down 13 now, down by 0.1%. 10-year 4.43.
Og så har du CFD-er nå også som gjør at du får sånn rare bevegelser.
33.43 the ounce on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 68.18 a barrel, and Bitcoin just below $121,000 right now, 120,890 on Bitcoin. It is showing a gain now of 1.9%. Bottom line here, stocks lower as President Trump escalates his tariff threats against the European Union and Mexico. Christina Hooper is chief market strategist at Man Group. Moments ago, right here on Bloomberg Intelligence, she told us the markets have been acting, quote, naively optimistic.
I think there's not a recognition on the part of markets that even if we see cans continuing to be kicked down the road, it's impacting business decisions. In general, I think what we've seen historically and what we're seeing now is that it's having a chilling effect on business investment and hiring.
Christina Hooper of Man Group. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Intelligence Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Kenvue says CEO Thibaut Mongon will be leaving the company as it continues to revamp the maker of Tylenol, Neutrogena, and Listerine brands. Shares of Kenvue, they're gaining on that word, actually turning lower now. They have been higher earlier on. Right now, we've got Kenvue down by 0.7%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Paul Sweeney. Paul, so summer barbecue, you think hot dogs, right?
Love it.
Okay, what's your favorite? What's your go-to hot dog?
Oscar Mayer.
There
no
you
question.
go. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. See, I'm a Brooklyn girl. I go Nathan's. But
okay, that's good. That's
that
good.
all said, there is some big news when it comes to your barbecue. So a company may be splitting up. Sources saying Kraft Heinz could break itself up, spin off into this large part of the business, into this new entity. What is this all about? Let's bring in someone who knows about it. Jennifer Bartashis, she's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst, Retail Staples and Packaged Food. Jennifer, I know sources are saying a lot of things. What's the latest that you're hearing about this breakup?
Yeah, good morning. So this is an interesting breakup because it's 10 years after they merged together, and it seems that the main portions of that initial merger will go their separate ways. The way we look at it, it looks like there's a core group of what they consider their Taste Elevation platform, which is the sauces and the seasonings. Taste Elevation.
Oh, please. That's got McKinsey written all over it. Is that just spices and condiments?
That's spices and condiments,
there you go.
Yeah, exactly. And then they have, that's kind of been their growth area for the last couple of years. So we think that that's really going to be what will be the residual part of Heinz. And then it's undetermined yet exactly what will go into the rest of the business, but it'll be largely those grocery categories where they've invested a lot to try to revitalize brands, and it just hasn't worked in terms of really rejuvenating sales.
You know, when I think about brands in the shop, going to the supermarket, boy, those house brands, private label. Talk to us about the growth of private label in general. Boy, and if you're a brand like an Oscar Mayer or something that you spend gajillions of dollars over 100 years, it seems to kind of go by the wayside almost.
It's true. You've got a good point, Paul. Private label has been consistently growing and got a huge bump since the pandemic.
Yep.
And part of that is that the retailers have really invested in the quality and the differentiation of those private label brands. So where consumers now really consider them not just a replacement for national brands, but in some instances just regular brands of their own right. And so, Kraft Heinz actually had reduced some of its exposure to private label when they sold off the Planters business, when they sold off the cheese, like the shredded cheese business with Kraft. But the core grocery business, they do still have a lot of exposure to private label.
So is this a lot of competition from, let's say, startup food companies appealing to younger consumers? I mean, what kind of sparked this?
Well, there's really been a shift in the way consumers are looking at brands. And unless you own a long legacy brand that you can reinvent and really, drive interest from younger generations, it's really hard to keep that going. And so what we've seen is that they've done a good job with revitalizing things like Philly cream cheese. But despite a lot of investment, brands like Capri Sun, Oscar Mayer, Maxwell House, these brands just aren't resonating with younger consumers. And that means that the growth prospects for those brands are a lot lower. And that makes it hard to really bill yourself as a growth type oriented company.
So I know, as I think back to my M&A memory banks 10 years ago, Kraft and Heinz, Berkshire Hathaway had a big hand in putting these two companies together. And look now, they're still the largest shareholder with just under 28% of the stock. I assume Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett, has kind of signed off on this deal, or is open to it at least?
I would assume that they're open to it. Over time, Berkshire Hathaway has actually done quite well out of this deal, even though Kraft Heinz as an overall entity is probably disappointed in the overall analysis. But the merger was in 2015. It's been 10 years. The value of the deal at the time in 2015 was $45 billion. Today's market cap, it's $32 billion. So and yes, they've sold off a couple of brands, but it just hasn't materialized to be the type of growth that I think Berkshire Hathaway initially envisioned it would happen.
Jennifer, can you dig more into some of the advantages, but also the risks associated with breaking up the company?
Obviously some of the advantages, this seems very similar to what Kellogg did when they spun Kellanova and WK Kellogg out into two separate companies. They separated the growth prospects and then those from the slow growth areas. That's very similar to what Kraft Heinz seems to be doing. Obviously, if you can focus on growth areas, that gives you undivided attention to really expand and grow. That would be an advantage. I think one of the disadvantages, and this is something that's kind of a broader question to consider, is whether there's a cycle that's starting. Because we've seen companies like Kellanova split, we see Unilever spinning off their ice cream business, and those new entities are now being bought up by others. So you've got Mars acquiring Kellanova, you have Ferrero acquiring WK Kellogg, but those, in order to get regulatory approval, you have to have categories that aren't overlapping. And so you're seeing a new birth of new kind of conglomerates of dissimilar portfolios. And so it makes me wonder if we're setting up another cycle where in another 5 years, 10 years, we're going to see these companies that have been buying up the underperforming brands going through a similar type of activity.
What's driving all this? It doesn't feel like this M&A activity, whether you're buying or divesting, is out of position of strength. It always feels like, I don't know, I'm doing it because I don't have any growth and I got to do something. I got pressure from shareholders to do something, so I'm either buying or selling. Because your business doesn't have a lot of growth.
No, it's true, Paul. And I think one of the crises that we've sort of seen in packaged food, at least as the North American companies, is a lack of real true innovation. So what's happened is a lot of companies have fallen into this pattern of innovation being a new flavor or a new extension, a new size of the product. And that's not really what gets consumers excited. You need to bring new and different products to market. And that's an expensive endeavor. And companies have sort of shied away from that. And although they're trying to reinvigorate that innovation pipeline, we just haven't seen a lot of home runs coming out since the pandemic. And so, I think when you've got that backdrop, you have to evaluate your portfolio and say, how do we focus on the strengths that we have? And can someone else do better with the categories where we're not doing as well?
All right, Jen, thanks so much for joining us. Jen Bartasha, Senior Retail Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, Lisa, the key question, your Nathan's Hot Dogs, are you ketchup or mustard?
Oh, mustard with sauerkraut and red onions.
Okay, solid, solid.
There.
I'm a mustard person too, but if somebody put a hot dog with ketchup in front of me, I wouldn't not eat it.
Well, here's the thing. I just came back from Chicago, and they said if you put ketchup on your hot dog, no, that's
really?
A big no-no. They do not do that in Chicago.
In Chicago, okay, good to know. Yeah, I'm definitely a mustard person, but again, you throw a hot dog in front of me, with ketchup, I'll
You'll
probably
take
eat it as well. So there you go. S&P 500 down 11 points here today. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Paul Sweeney. Weight loss drugs, right? All the rage. I always want to know what is the latest with it. So here with that and much more is Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals. Sam, thank you for joining us this morning. Just want to ask, what is the latest? Because we hear so much about weight loss drugs and different companies. What's the latest you've been hearing so far?
Yeah, hi, Lisa. So in terms of what's happening in the market, we're still waiting to see whether the prescription counts for Novo Nordisk's US Wegovy numbers are up or not. They've been flat for pretty much most of this year in terms of the number of scripts that doctors are writing for their Wegovy. And the opposite is the case for Lilly Zepbound. It continues to keep going up. And it's a pretty interesting battle, which seems to be currently being won by Lilly, and time will tell. What is interesting is that my colleague Aude Gerspacher just finished a deep patent analysis for so that's right, exactly, Paul, for Wegovy. And I mean, the dates in terms of patent expiry, of course, they're important because that's when generics can come in and compete with you. Here we go from possibly, she says, 2031, 2032 in the US at least, to 2040. I mean, look, that's an amazing outcome. And she puts a decent probability on it in terms of the ways that they could protect it. So that could mean a lot for a product that could be selling $5 or $10 billion a year, right?
All right, we got to go to the elephant in the room here. I mean, Jesus, for our listeners on radio, Sam is in some kind of contraption. Like I'm guessing he fell off a bar stool and hurt his arm or shoulder here. What happened, Sam?
Yeah, it's that cheap drink you guys sell in the U.S. You know, it just doesn't work for me. What I need is classified growth red wines and white wines, right, Paul?
So what? I mean, I'm assuming there's something going on there. So, all right. So
it's a rotator cuff surgery. That's it.
Rotator cuff. He's not an athlete.
Popping a bottle of Bordeaux.
Yes, he was popping a bottle of
That's what
Bordeaux.
happened.
Threw out his shoulder, opening a bottle of Bordeaux. So, talk to us about what's the latest on the cancer field, Sam? I know you go to a lot of conferences and you're on top of the latest research. What should we as consumers and maybe even investors in healthcare stocks and biotechs, what should we be thinking about as the next frontier on the cancer front?
Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of conferences coming up very soon. So the Myeloma Conference, the International Myeloma Society in September, the World Lung Cancer Congress, then there's the big European Society for Medical Oncology Conference in October. During these, we're going to hear about whether there's going to be big step changes again in the treatment of some diseases, particularly lung cancer. So we got Summit Therapeutics with possibly some data coming up, maybe at the World Lung Cancer, we'll see, or at ESMO. And we've just done a survey of US physicians, which came back with very interesting comments, which you're going to write about tomorrow, about some other trials that are ongoing. So obviously I can't front run that. The data will be published tomorrow on the terminal. But there's stuff still happening in cancer where we're seeing potential for paradigm shift. And that's some of the things that we'll be referring to tomorrow. Of course, in the middle of all this, we have pharma companies continue looking for products to expand their pipelines through M&A.
Now, Sam, we've been talking a lot about tariffs lately. How is the biotech sector, even pharmaceuticals, if you can dig more into how they're being affected by tariffs?
Yeah, so that's one area. If you look at the performance of the pharma stocks relative to the rest of the market, I mean, Mag 7, I mean, I don't know where they're going, but Paul, I'm sure, knows more because of the background he has in analyzing tech. But they just keep going up. I mean, there's nowhere else for them to go. If you put them aside, okay, the S&P 500 maybe hasn't been as magical as when it includes the Mag 7, but pharma has been a little even less, a bit more lackluster, partly because of this continuing conversation about tariffs. That 200% is something that President Trump mentioned just very recently, although it's delayed till next year. You've got your most favored nation pricing that's coming up. You've got your possibility that the regulators...
Nvidia på det har jeg.
We don't know where the regulator is going at the minute, to be honest with you. Positive, negative, favorable, not favorable for the evolution of regulatory framework in the US.
Nvidia går på det
So
her.
there's a lot of questions, and I know this is Paul's favorite word, uncertainty, that still dogs the pharma sector.
Yep, that's certainly the case. And maybe, August 1 might be a date. We get some more clarity there. Sam Fazeli, Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's convalescing there in London in our London studios. But he makes it into the studio, folks, even with one arm in a sling. So we appreciate that. He's playing hurt out there for us. That's what happens when you get old, Lisa. Things happen. They just kind of go out.
Are we going to see you in a sling? Jeez,
I hope not. I hope not. Exactly. So Sam Fazeli there. So and M&A. You mentioned M&A. I'm just so far in the first quarter. This is according to Sam's notes. So far in the first half, $32 billion of M&A in pharma, 13 deals. Last year it was $16 billion for 16 deals. So dollar amounts certainly bigger this year. And we had the $10 billion deal for healthcare company Verona by Merck just last week. So again, I always joke that in my next life I'm coming back as a healthcare M&A banker because they get paid every year. It just, these companies, if they can't, it seems like if they can't come up with a drug, develop a drug in their own R&D labs, they just go out and buy the best promising prospect out there. And that's kind of how it works. So you get these biotech companies, if it hits, boom, it's a double, triple. If it misses, it goes to zero. It's such a tough business out there. That's why I think the hedge funds love the biotech business so much, because it is a hit or miss business. So we got all that coming. All right, let's take a look what's happening out there. For more conversations like that's not it. We can talk about the market coming up in just a moment. S&P 500 off 3.5 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a debt spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, coming up in this hour, we are waiting potential comments from President Trump. If he does issue those, we will bring them to you live. Courtney McBride, Bloomberg national security reporter, is going to report to us on President Trump is talking about a, quote, major Russian statement today. She'll have some preview of that. Michael McKee,
Nvidia er snart i grønt her.
Policy correspondent, talking about the trade situation out there. We look at a lot of countries talking about banding together to trade amongst themselves and maybe defend themselves against some of the U.S. trade practices are out there. We'll get the economic impact there. Walter Todd, President and Chief Investment Officer, Managing Director at Greenwood Capital. We'll get his thoughts on the markets here. Craig Trudell, Bloomberg Global Autos Editor, give us the latest on Tesla and Mr. Musk. Always in the news. But right now, let's kick it off. Charlie Pelham.
Very much, and here's what's going on. Right now, looking at a mixed market, we got NASDAQ higher. The Dow, the S&P, they are both in the red. Stocks are falling as President Trump escalates his tariff threats against the European and Mexico. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg Radio for the latest on any tariff developments. Here's where we stand. The S&P lower, little change right now, down by 1 point. The Dow is down 14, drop there of less than 0.1%. Choppy session, NASDAQ up 35 now, up by about 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 0.1%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.43%, the 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $10 the ounce, down 0.3%, 33.44 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, 68.07 a barrel, and Bitcoin at 121,000 right now. It is up by 1.6%. So tariffs front and center. As for the economic backdrop, Julie Beal is portfolio manager at Kayne Anderson Rudnick.
The U.S. economy is still the most dynamic. It has the most stability to it. It has the most innovation. Our universities are bar none the best in the world. There's so much in this market that is really attractive and creates everyone to want to stay in relations with. But I think there's also this recognition of diversification being good, not just for our portfolios, but for the rest of the world in terms of the stability of their trading partners.
Julie Beal of Kayne Anderson Rudnick. Bank stocks now higher after earlier losses. America's biggest banks heading into earnings season with tailwinds from trading. Benefit from market volatility and steady borrowing costs. J.P. Morgan Chase reporting tomorrow morning up by 0.2%. Citigroup little changed, up just under 0.1%. Wells Fargo up 0.3%. By the way, all three report tomorrow morning, and yes, Bloomberg Radio is going to be all over those numbers as they cross the tape. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Charlie's just reporting.
Nvidia jumpa opp 0,13, og da går Nasdaq videre. Jeg skal sjekke noe.
Lisa Mateo, and we're joined by Bloomberg's
Vi sjekker
Denisa Sekova. Denisa, what are you looking at today?
Everyone's talking about crypto, so let's look at the cryptocurrency exposed stocks. Of course, Coinbase, a major one, up about 2% year to date, and then 60% year to date. This is really one of the biggest winners. Bitcoin itself obviously is rallying past 120,000. It's up 30% year to date. And we're in Crypto Week. Recently, the Congressional Committee declared this week as Crypto Week. We have major legislation moving through the U.S. House of Representatives. It's coming at a time where we have a lot of institutional demands. We have retail demand. We have ETF flows going wild in that space, going back
Det Nvidia,
almost as
det
high as they
Nasdaq.
were in the beginning when
Samme
stocks were
grafen.
launched. And really everything is up. Riot Platforms, Mara, Circle. There are so many companies benefiting from that. There is stablecoin legislation going forward.
Det ganske sjukt.
So really, as markets are seeing mixed start of the week,
Det er Nasdaq, det er Nvidia.
Emerging as one of the winners here.
Boeing also got some good news from investigators. So is that helping shares at all?
Yeah, we're not seeing a big spike. In earlier trading was a little bit stronger, but Boeing indeed is up. The ticker is BA. It comes after a preliminary report of the Air India crash. And they found no evidence so far that would require them to take actions over Boeing 787 aircraft and the General Electric engines. General Electric is up on the news as well. The accident doesn't appear to have anything to do with the aircraft design, which is important for Boeing. Obviously, it had a very rough year last year. It was down 30%. There were investigations and there were a lot of issues with some of its aircraft. What we're seeing this year is the stock is up 30%. We're seeing a lot of optimism today. Citi boosted its target.
Det må vekte mer enn 13% av indeksen. Det kan ikke stemme der.
Production. So today, really good news for Boeing based on the investigations.
And a 52-week high for the stock. So it seems like it shed some of its concerns that a lot of investors had. And out of that Air India crash, I just kind of was looking at a lot of the news. It kind of looks like pilot error. I don't know. I mean, just because you have to physically flip those switches, and they don't make it easy to flip those switches either. So
Exactly. Yeah, it seems like the preliminary investigation finds that.
Faen, se Nvidia.
One more.
We have Best Buy down on the day. It's coming off a Piper Sandler down.
Den var ned 1% liksom.
Neutral. They say they don't see meaningful catalysts in the coming quarters when it comes to earnings growth. Obviously, that was a big beneficiary from the pandemic boom. A lot of people were splurging and buying so much, and it's definitely been a slowdown. The company is down 18% year to date. The company has been trying to reduce its exposure to China, but last earnings season, it reduced its sales and profit outlook. So it's definitely been one of those retail names where we see a lot of pressure. We saw Prime Day doing great.
Så kommer Nvidia litt ned, og så kommer Nasdaq ned.
Rising competition for Best Buy, and that's putting a lot of pressure there.
All right, Denitsa, thank you so much. We appreciate that, as always. Denitsa Sakova, she is a Bloomberg reporter for us in our studio here. Let's switch gears and get back down to Washington, D.C. Courtney McBride joins us here. She's a national security...
Mulig å ta litt gevinst på gull jeg nettopp kjøpte, bare er opp litt, tredje litt.
Major Russia statement
litt nå, går for momentum der.
Courtney McBride, national security reporter in D.C. joins us. Courtney, what do you expect to hear from President Trump today?
Well, I mean, it's anyone's guess. The president did say last night that he is planning to send more Patriot anti-missile batteries to Ukraine. He made clear that the U.S. wouldn't pay for those, but allies would do so. But, it remains to be seen exactly what he means about this major statement. He's going to be meeting imminently with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. And so, potentially we'll make alongside him. There is also Congress that would give the president a little bit more power, some discretion on additional sanctions on Russia. But it's really unclear exactly what this major announcement will entail.
So why the turnout? I mean, has the Trump administration kind of held back on providing weapons to Ukraine?
Well, I mean, the administration was, aside from a few pauses, the administration was continuing to deliver weapons to Ukraine that had been previously purchased by the Biden administration. So it was continuing to run down those supplies, but had not approved additional supplies for Ukraine. But the president has been very clear that he wants to help secure a lasting peace between Russia and Ukraine, and resisted a lot of additional pressure on Putin as he thought that.
Ser dere, jeg vet ikke om dere kan se det. Her kan dere se at Nasdaq, at Nvidia og Nasdaq er helt likt. Og så er Nvidia da 14% av Nasdaq. Altså det må være mye mer.
President Trump always prides himself, always has prided himself on deal making.
Altså den er helt identisk til Nasdaq.
With President Putin, where does that all stand? What do we hear from the White House?
Right. Well, you know, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is of course also serving as National Security Advisor, met with.
Jeg har sett det lenge, altså, men jeg har ikke tatt det sånn sidecharts som jeg gjør nå. Det her er Nvidia, det er Nasdaq.
Have had these conversations, and you know, President Trump has indicated that Russia is not willing to make the sort of concessions that he thinks are necessary to actually move forward toward peace, and so this is a way potentially to exert more pressure and more leverage on Russia to come to the table.
Courtney, I want to go back to something you were talking about earlier, tougher Russia sanctions bill. This was an interview with NBC where the president also says that he expects the Senate to pass those tougher sanctions on Russia, but it's sponsored by Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. So what is all of this together telling you?
Sure. Well, you know, Senator Graham's bill does have some waiver authority for the president. So the idea is to give President Trump, you know, the greatest possible latitude. But this would allow some, you know, more financial restrictions on Russia that ostensibly could bring Putin to the.
Det stemmer, Hans Imani. Det er bare støy. Du må bare, sånn er markedet om dagen.
Supporters of Ukraine think that the combination of additional weapons for Ukraine and additional sanctions.
Gull burde gå mye mer nå. Den var jo oppe på 75 i stad, da, før USA-åpning.
You know, call me a skeptic, but we've been putting sanctions on people for decades to seemingly little to no effects here, including Russia. And I thought I heard that from President Trump during the campaign that he was looking for a quick end to this war. Is that still the policy or the expectation of this administration, do you think?
Well, there's been a shift, I would say, rhetorically from the president and from others in the administration that obviously the 24-hour deal is not in the offing, that it's a much more complex situation than that. But he does still seem confident that with the right, you know, levers in place that he can secure a deal and an end to the war.
Courtney, President Trump, he's been really critical of Russian President Vladimir Putin over Russia's continued attack on Ukraine. Haven't you heard? Oh.
Well, I think we may have President Trump, so we're going to go to that right now down in Washington. Courtney McBride, national security reporter, thank you so much. Right now, let's go to Washington, D.C., President Trump in the Oval Office.
Secretary General of NATO, highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him, and he's done a fantastic job. And we had a tremendous
Roy, ja, sånn egentlig, men det kommer litt an på hva Trump sier da, det er derfor markedet er sånn som det er nå. Det er en gult at gull var på 75 i stad da.
Perhaps more important, the date of November 5th, that was the election day, maybe that was the most important, because we've made tremendous progress together. And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. But today we're going to talk about something else. And as you know, we've spent $350 billion approximately on this war with Russia and Ukraine, and would like to see it end. It wasn't my war, it was Biden's war. It's not my war. I'm trying to get you out of it. And we want to see it end. And I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is. It can be more simple. It's just the way it is. I hope we don't have to do it. But regardless,
Trump truer Russland nå med 100% tariff.
We make the greatest military equipment in the world.
Da bør også gull gå opp egentlig da.
Recently in Iran, the way those planes flew in, they had every single 14 bombs hit every target. Then you had helicopters shoot a total of 30 bombs, 30 missiles, and they hit every single Marco, is that right? Every single piece, every single target.
Så bra, Roy.
And it was, I guess, on a scale of 0 to 10, they say it was about a 15. That's how successful it was. That's how lethal it was. A word they like to use nowadays, but it was an amazing, well-organized attack. that people in this country want to do for 24 years. You know, when we had the pilots in last week, they were saying, sir, we've been practicing this for 24 years, meaning people, not them, but other people that are a little older now. But they too, and you were the one that let us do it. But we've been practicing it 3 to 4 times a year for 22, 24 years, because they always knew they had to stop Iran from doing what they were doing, which is trying to come up with a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb. And we did it very successfully. And we make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. The United States will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it and they're going to be paying for it. Our last meeting of a month ago was very successful in that they agreed to 5%, which is more than $1 trillion a year, so they have a lot of money. And these are wealthy nations. They have a lot of money and they want to do it. They feel very strongly about it, and we feel strongly about it too. But we're in for a lot of money and we don't want to do anymore, and we can. But we make the best, and we're going to be sending the best to NATO, and in some cases to maybe, at Mark's suggestion, if we go to Germany, where they're going to send early on missiles, and they'll be replaced, and NATO is going to take care of it. It's going to be coordinated by NATO, and they're going to work very much with Matt Whitaker, who's right here, who's a great ambassador, and Matt's going to be coordinating. You better do a good job, Matt.
I will.
But Matt's going to coordinate. He's a very talented guy. He's going to coordinate everything. So in a nutshell, we're going to make top-of-the-line weapons, and they'll be sent to NATO. NATO may choose to have certain of them sent to other countries where we can get a little additional speed, where the country will release something and it'll be mostly in the form of a replacement. And I'd like to have Mark, and again, just a highly respected, pretty young guy for having had the career that he's had, because he had an amazing career before going to NATO. So, and we spent a lot of time together over the last couple of months. And if you could say a few words.
Absolutely. No, Mr. President, dear Donald, this is really big. This is really big. You called me on Thursday that you had taken a decision. And the decision is that you want Ukraine, what it needs to have to maintain, to be able to defend itself against Russia, but you want the Europeans to pay for it, which is totally logical. And this is building on the tremendous success of the NATO summit. The 5%, but also the decision to keep Ukraine strong, and the decision to increase our defense industrial production. So based on that, that was Europe stepping up. This is again Europeans stepping up. So I've been in contact with many countries. I can tell you that at this moment, Germany massively, but also Finland and Denmark and Sweden and Norway, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Canada, they all want to be part of this. And this is only the first wave. There will be more. So what we will do is work through the NATO systems to make sure that we know what Ukrainians need. So we can make packages. Of course, in a way, we discussed it this morning with Pete Hegseth.
Tror du ikke du skulle gå videre opp da?
In a way that, of course, the US will on its stockpiles necessary to defend this country. That's absolutely clear. But it will mean that Ukraine can get its hands on really massive numbers of military equipment, both for air defense, but also missiles, ammunition, etc., etc. So if I was Vladimir Putin today and hear you speaking about what you were planning to do in 50 days and this announcement, I would reconsider whether I should not take negotiations about Ukraine more seriously than I was doing at the moment, if I was Vladimir Putin. But when I'm Ukraine, I think this is really great news for that. So I really want to thank you for that. And it means the Europeans paying for it. And again, I mentioned all these countries, we will deal with that. And exactly as you said, it might also mean that countries will move equipment fast.
Kom nettopp en våpenavtale med USA nå mot Russland, så bør kjøre gull opp egentlig.
Because speed is of the essence.
Bare la de prate litt ferdig nå da.
Thank you. This is important.
You did a great job.
Men en video går bare videre oppover.
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great. But Rwanda and the Congo, that was going on for 30 years, and at least 7 million people killed with a lot of pretty rough weapons like machetes, heads chopped off, going on for many years. You couldn't even get near the countries. Nobody wanted to get near. It's so frightening. And we got that one solved. Serbia, Kosovo, got that solved. That was going to be one that was going to happen. And again, that was something I use. I use trade for a lot of things, but it's great for settling wars. That was really very important. Marco's working very hard with everybody here on the Strip, the Gaza Strip. I call it the Gaza Strip, one of the worst real estate deals ever made. They gave up the oceanfront property, one of the worst deals ever made. But it was supposed to bring peace, and it didn't bring peace. It brought the opposite. But we're doing pretty well on Gaza. Steve Witkoff is here, and I think we could have something fairly soon to talk about. And we solved another one, that we just seem to have, Armenia and Azerbaijan. It looks like that's going to come to a conclusion, successful conclusion. We worked on Egypt with their next door neighbor who is a good neighbor. They're friends of mine, but they happened to build a dam which closed up water going into a thing called the Nile. I think if I'm Egypt, I want to have water in the Nile, and we're working on that one. It's a problem, but it's going to get solved. They built one of the biggest dams in the world, a little bit outside of Egypt. You know about that. You've been hearing about that one. And that turned out to be a big problem. I don't know. I think the United States funded the dam. I don't know why they didn't solve the problem before they built the dam. But it's nice when the Nile River has water. It's a very important source of income in life. It's the life of Egypt. And to take that away is pretty incredible. But we think we're going to have that solved very quickly. So we do good. The only one we haven't been able to get to yet is Russia. I'm not happy, and I will tell you that Ukraine wants to do something. Again, it's a war that should have never started. If I were president, it never would have happened. I used to speak to President Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye. But once I saw what was going on, I said, they're gonna have a war here. I was outside. Election was rigged, and I was outside looking in, and I said, that thing's going to be a war. Couldn't believe it, because what Biden said was the exact opposite of what should have been said. And it started, and it's a real mess. We're losing, I guess they're losing 5,000 or 6,000 people a day. It's actually now more. I was saying 5,000 a day. It's actually more now. Mostly soldiers, but a lot of people in cities and towns that are getting blown up too. It's a horrible war, and it should be stopped. And so if it's not done, if we don't have an agreement in 50 days, that's what we're doing. Secondary tariffs, and they're biting. And I hope we don't get to the point where we do, but I've been hearing so much talk. It's all talk. It's all talk, and then missiles go into Kiev and kill 60 people. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. But the purpose of this is to say that this is a very big deal we've made. This is billions of dollars worth of military equipment is going to be purchased from the United States, going to NATO, etc. And that's going to be quickly distributed to the battlefield. Ukraine will take it up. And, say what you want about Ukraine. When the war started, they had no chance. And they still would have had no chance if the equipment they had the best equipment, because we do make the best planes and missiles, and we make the best military equipment in the world by far. We have new things coming out that are beyond belief, and I'm very excited about the Golden Dome. It's going to give us very strong protection. We've already started that, but they had courage, because somebody has to use that equipment. And they fought with tremendous courage, and they continue to fight with tremendous courage. But they don't have, they're losing on equipment, and Russia's really taken a very positive, very strong, what they've done the last couple of weeks.
Without military reasons, so what they are doing is 700 drones a day, missiles, bombing cities. This is not because of military goals. It is just creating panic, keeping people out of their sleeps, hitting towns. It's really terrible, and it is meaning a lot of people lose their lives, but also the infrastructure, whole cities being
They're wiping out the electric. It's going to take years to rebuild it. That's going to be the next problem. Because, that's going to take a long time. Cities, many of the cities are knocked down to the ground. Many of the people have left, but many have stayed. I don't know. They actually stay. Most have stayed. Actually, it's incredible that they stay, and knowing that a missile could be hitting your apartment house, and your apartment house that you're sitting in could collapse on top of you. And they do very heavy construction. They don't use rebar. They do very thick concrete construction. Those are heavy buildings, big buildings, and heavy buildings, and they collapse like they're made out of paper. It's unbelievable to see this happening with people, so many people being killed. So we think we're going to make progress, and we hope we're going to make progress. In the meantime, we're going to get you good service on what you need. And we really became friendly with NATO this last meeting. You know, we went from 2% to 5%, which everyone said was not even a possibility. They weren't paying 2%. Many of them were paying much less than 2%.
But even those, since you became president, all committed to the 2% before the summit. And now collectively we committed to the 5%.
That's right, they did. And they've been very good. And I think I made a lot of friends over there. We had a couple of days of very intensive talks. And they're great people. They're leaders of countries. Leaders of countries. Many of them great countries, some of them smaller countries, but for the most part, that's a very solid, strong countries. And very successful. Some of them are among the most successful countries in the world. So that's the story. We hope that's going to have an impact on Vladimir Putin, and we hope it's going to have an impact on Ukraine also. We want to make sure that Ukraine does what they have to do. All of a sudden they may feel emboldened, or maybe they don't want. You know, this is a very difficult situation.
Ukraine wants a peace deal.
I think so.
And they will stay committed to that, there's no doubt. They want it. But the Russians have to become
They have to continue to want it, though.
Yeah, I agree. But you and I will make sure of that.
All of a sudden they get no.
You and I will make sure of that.
We'll make sure. I feel confident that they will do what has to be done. Plus, we have certain parameters that both sides know, and we already know what should be done. So I think that's going to be it's going to be very strong. We want everlasting peace. Any questions, please? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. What was the tipping point for you in making this decision? Was it a conversation with President Putin? Was it a piece of intelligence? And why are you giving 50 more days?
I think I think it's a very short period of time. I think they'll forget. I've just really been involved in this for not very long, and it wasn't initial focus. This is a Biden war. This is a Democrat war, not a Republican or Trump war. This is a war that would have never happened. It shouldn't have happened. A lot of people being killed. When the final numbers come in, you're going to see a lot more people are being killed in this war than you think, than you've been writing about. It's a very deadly war. They're all bad, but this is a very deadly war. The numbers are going to be far greater. When an apartment house comes down, and they say 2 people were slightly injured. No, many people were killed. And those numbers will be at some point accurately reported. So far, they're not. It's a deadly war. I think that you're just going to see. I think you're going to see strong movement. I hope so. I hope so.
And what about
the secondary tariffs are very, very powerful.
What about the tariffs that the Republicans in the House and the Senate have ready? Those were 500%. Sure. Why are you doing 100%?
Well, the Republicans are moving very strongly in the Senate, giving us total control of it. But I'm not sure we need it, but it's certainly good that they're doing it. And Lindsey Graham's working hard. The whole John Thune, all of them, they're all working hard. And they're in coordination with Mike Johnson, Speaker in the House. And I think they've actually crafted a pretty good piece of legislation. It's probably going to pass very easily. And that includes Democrats. And there's some little tweaks. But I don't want to say I don't need it, because I don't want them to waste their time. It could be very useful. We'll have to see. But we can do secondary. We're probably talking about 100% or something like that.
So can you clarify
We can do secondary tariffs without the Senate, without the House. But what they're crafting also could be very good.
So are you suggesting then that the Congress should move forward with those sanctions, the 500%, and that your 100 would be a separate additional package?
Yeah, I mean, the 500 is, you know, sort of meaningless after a while because at a certain point it doesn't matter. It's not going to be, you know, 100. 100 is going to serve the same function. But yeah, I have it at 100%. They may have it. I don't know what they're going to end up with. They may have it at 100 too. They may have it at 500. But they're doing some good work in the House, and I think in the House and the Senate. And as you know, they're coordinated, and they can have it done quickly. They said they'll have it as quickly as I need it. So we'll see. We're talking to him. In fact, John Thune's coming over later on to talk.
Did you call for it yet?
Yeah, he's gonna come over.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your view that Vladimir Putin mischaracterized his dedication to? Is it your view that Vladimir Putin did not clarify his intention to a peace deal?
Well,
and what happens now in the next phase? Is there?
We're going to see. I mean, we're going to go for a period of time. Maybe he'll start negotiating. And I think I felt, I don't know about you, Mark, but I felt that we had a deal about 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are, still talking about it.
And he didn't send serious people to the negotiations. So I remember that you were able, with Marco Rubio and with Steve Witkoff, to get these talks going in Istanbul.
Yep.
I remember I was myself in Turkey for NATO business in May. We really put pressure on the Ukrainians to send a senior team into Istanbul, and they did. But then the Russians came up with this historian explaining history of Russia since 1250.
We thought, and I thought, we should have had a deal done a long time ago. But it just keeps going on and on and on. And every night people are dying. A lot of Russian soldiers are dying, by the way. And a lot of Ukrainian soldiers too. But a lot of Russian soldiers are dying.
100,000 Russian soldiers since 1st of January. Since January. 100,000 Russian soldiers dead since January. So if anybody in Moscow is listening to this, again, 100,000 dead Russians since January. This is what President Putin is doing at the moment.
Yeah, please.
Will these be Patriot missiles specifically, or Patriot batteries that you're planning? And when do you
It's everything. It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days actually, because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over, and will replace the Patriots with the ones they have, and Matt will coordinate with NATO. But so it's going to be, they're going to start arriving very soon.
And this afternoon, Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, is visiting Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and we'll discuss also, I think, on this whole Patriot thing. Norway is involved, so that's on the Patriots, but this whole deal is also about missiles or ammunition, so it's broader than Patriots.
We have one country that has 17 Patriots getting ready to be shipped. They're not going to need them for them. So we're going to work a deal where the 17 will go, or a big portion of the 17 will go to the war site.
Mr. President.
That could be done very quickly.
Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
could this transaction with NATO be viewed as a step towards achieving peace, letting Putin know that now Zelensky has a little bit more powerful tools in his tool chest, and maybe that brings him to the table to achieve peace? So I know that you wanted to do that.
Brian, that's what we've been saying. I think you might have expressed it better if you wanted to.
I'm just
That's
trying to
exactly what
That was a summary.
That was a nice summary. I think he's done better than us. He's a very good
Du
guy.
må se å få start på det gullegget.
No, it's well said. Yeah, I think this is a chance at getting peace. Or it's just going to be the same thing. I have to tell you, Europe has a lot of spirit for this war. A lot of people, you know, when I first got involved, I really didn't think they did, but they do. And I saw that a month ago, and you were there, most of you, many of you were there. The level of esprit de corps, spirit that they have is amazing. They really think it's a very, very important thing to do, or they wouldn't be doing it. Look, they're agreeing to, just, you know, they're paying for everything. We're not paying anymore. We have an ocean separating us. I said, we have a problem. We make the best stuff, but we can't keep doing this. And Biden should have done this years ago. He should have done it from the beginning, but he didn't. He didn't know he was there. This guy, what a horrible job they did for this country. And I just hope between the border and this and so many other inflation, what a horrible administration, the worst administration in history, in my opinion. It's not my opinion. I think it's everybody's opinion. But this is something that shouldn't have happened, and we're going to see if we can end it.
If I can follow up.
I do want to make one statement. Again, I said it before. This is not Trump's war. We're here to try and get it finished and settled and whatever. Because nobody wins with this. This is a loser from every standpoint.
From day
This
one.
was Biden and this was other people. And it's a very sad, situation. This gentleman's doing a great job. I think he's going to get it, and Matt and everybody else that's working on it, I think you'll get this thing over with, hopefully.
Mr. President, you've praised European countries today as standing up for Ukraine, as being strong. Will you allow them to continue to negotiate tariffs lower than 30% before August 1st, or is the deal set at this point?
What does that mean? You mean you're talking about the tariffs?
On trade, on tariffs.
You're back on tariffs. You're on a more friendly tariff, right? A little bit more friendly tariff.
Perhaps.
No, we're going to be talking to people. We have, I watched the show this morning. They were talking about, well, when's he going to make the deal? The deals are already made. The letters are the deals. The deals are made. There are no deals to make. They would like to do a different kind of a deal, and we're always open to talk. We are open to talk, including to Europe. In fact, they're coming over. They'd like to talk to us.
Mr. President, is there any concern about the U.S. stockpiles? There was a pause in delivery of weaponry to Ukraine in order to evaluate, apparently, the U.S. stockpiles. What came out of that?
Evaluation. I mean, this was a very big, what we're talking about today is a very, very big day. And what Pete was doing, and me too, I knew what Pete was doing, was evaluation, because we knew this was going to happen. And now we actually announced it. They voted on it. It's all been done. So obviously that has a big impact on, when you say pause, obviously you're not going to be doing things if you don't know what's going to happen here. But we were pretty sure this was going to happen, so we did a little bit of a pause. But this is a very big event today. This is something very big.
If Putin escalates further, how far are you willing to go in response?
In what?
How far are you willing to go if Putin were to escalate, send more bombs in the coming days?
Don't ask me a question like that. How far? I want to get the war settled. They're not Americans that are dying in it, and I have a problem, and JD has a problem. It's a stance that he's had for a long time. They're not Americans dying, but there are a lot of people dying, and on something that should be able to be settled. And we all agree with that. This group of people, we want to defend our country, but ultimately, having a strong Europe is a very good thing. It's a very good thing. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, please, in the back.
Yeah, is there a ceiling on what the Europeans are willing to pay for? And it sounds like, are you ruling out the U.S. paying for from additional weapons through drawdown authority?
Shall I try to answer that? Because basically what the president is saying, that he is willing, of course, taking consideration what the U.S. needs itself. So it's not that you can have a shopping list and you can order whatever you want, because the U.S. has to make sure that the U.S. keeps its hands on what the U.S. needs, also to keep the whole world safe, because in the end you are the police agent of the whole world. You're the most powerful nation on earth, the most powerful military on earth. But given that, the US has decided to indeed massively supply Ukraine with what is necessary through NATO. Europeans 100% paying for that. And what we have been doing over the last couple of days is talking with countries, and I just mentioned the ones who in the first wave immediately said, we want to chip in. And then you are really talking about big numbers. Take Germany visiting today. They are really talking about big numbers.
Can we get some clarity?
I will say that I spoke with Germany, spoke with most of the larger countries, and they are really enthusiastic about this. They want to, and they're willing to go very far. I will tell you, as per your question, how far would I go? They want to go very far. They don't want this to happen. That's why I think from Putin's standpoint, it would really be good. He gets the country's economy is doing very poorly, and he's got to get his economy back. He's got to save his economy. He could save his country in a sense, but the economy can destroy. He's destroyed a lot of countries over the years. He wants to get that economy back, and he's got a great country for trading and other things. If they could use the assets instead of war, he's got some tremendous potential. That's what I would say.
How did you deliver this news to Putin, sir?
Say it?
How did you tell Putin this was coming?
I speak to him a lot about getting this thing done. And I always hang up and say, well, that was a nice phone call. And then missiles are launched into Kiev or some other city. And I said, strange. And after that happens 3 or 4 times, you say, the talk doesn't mean anything. My conversations with him are always very pleasant. I say, isn't that a very lovely conversation? And then the missiles go off that night. I go home, I tell the First Lady, I spoke to Vladimir today. We had a wonderful conversation. She said, oh, really? Another city was just hit. So it's like, look, he's, I don't want to say he's an assassin, but he's a tough guy. It's been proven over the years. He's fooled a lot of people. He fooled Bush. He fooled a lot of people. He fooled Clinton, Bush, Obama, Biden. He didn't fool me. But what I do say is that at a certain point, ultimately talk doesn't talk. It's got to be action. It's got to be results. And I hope he does it. It's potentially such a great country to be wasting so many people on this and the money. And look at what's happened to his economy. Look at what's happened. So,
and with the threat in 50 days,
yeah,
the economy will be hit very hard.
I mean, look, I hope he's going to do it. He knows the deal. He knows what a fair deal is. If there is such a thing as a fair deal, there's no winners here. This is a loser. This is a loser. And I dealt with him from the beginning. It wouldn't have happened, but I will say Ukraine was the apple of his eye. We talk about it. It was the apple of his eye, but it wasn't going to happen. And he understood that. It wasn't going to happen. And then I noticed, after I was out, I noticed soldiers forming at the border. And then I heard horrible, stupid things being said from the other side. And I said, they're really handling it very, very wrong. It's a shame. Yeah.
Can I add one thing, and that is about President Trump, because you came in office in January. On the 12th of February, you had your first phone call with Putin. I think you did exactly what I hoped you would do. That is breaking the deadlock, starting the conversation, because you have to test him. I know Putin very well from the days when I was Prime Minister in the Netherlands. You have to test him. And you did this, and you really gave him a chance to be serious, to get to the table, to start negotiations. Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, we all tried to help you. But you've now come to a point where you say, well, hey...
We actually thought we had probably 4 times the deal. Yeah. I mean, you would have called and you said, this looks good. Yeah. And then the deal wouldn't happen because bombs would be thrown out that night, and you'd say, we're not making any deals. It was like...
But you breaking the deadlock was crucial because you had to start that process, and you were the only one who was able to do that.
I think we'll get it done.
Do you think he's reasonable enough to negotiate an end to this?
I think we're going to get it done. I think, look, this is a very powerful situation. You have very wealthy countries buying the best equipment in the world. And we have the best equipment in the world. We make equipment like no other. Our submarines, nuclear submarines, are so powerful. They're the most powerful weapon ever built. And we have the best in the world they're 20 years behind, 25 years behind us. We have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. I just hope we don't have to use it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a separate topic here, President Biden, of all people, spoke to the New York Times over the weekend. He did not speak to them on the record during his time in office at all, but he spoke to them recently. And he defended his use of the auto pen and said that he signed off on every decision. But at the same time, the Times reports that he did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. What are your take on that? Any new revelations from that?
Well, I mean, you're talking about the auto pen. Look, the auto pen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me. But, we have our choice of 7 desks. They're all beautiful. But I chose the Resolute, and so did he, unfortunately. But the people on the other side of the Resolute desk, I know them. Lisa, the whole group, and they're no good. They're sick people. And I guarantee you he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it. So they're going to figure it out, and we'll see what happens. But to me, the auto pen, you elected president. You know what the auto pen is supposed to do? Sign thousands of letters from young people that write. We get thousands of letters a week, Susie, right? Thousands. I mean, tens of thousands sometimes. I look at a room, there's a room where we have many, many people working, responding and sending letters back. That's what an auto pen's supposed to be. To write to a young 7-year-old boy that writes to the president and he wants to be president someday and he loves America. That's what the auto pen's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be for signing major legislation and all of the things. No, the auto pen, and I doubt he knew. I doubt they even spoke to him about it. I think they had, it's called a freewheeling auto pen. Like, Biden was never for open borders. Biden was never for transgender for everyone. So I don't think I think the radical left people that took over the White House, and if I didn't win, our country was finished. You know, when I was in, and I said this a couple of times, I hope I don't bore you with it, but when I was in Saudi Arabia, I was in Qatar, I was in UAE, and then I met with all of your leaders, yes, including you, a great leader. He's now the leader of many countries, not just
No.
But I met with a lot of leaders over the last 2 months in the Middle East and all of the NATO countries. And I will tell you, they had one common phrase. They thought America was dead 1 year ago. And today they say, and they all say it, and I hope you'll back me up on this, but they say now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is. Look at our numbers. Look at the numbers we made. You see, we made $25 billion last month. We didn't make that for years. The tariffs are kicking in. The economy is very strong. Even though we have a Fed person who's terrible, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing, but that's all right. We blow through interest rates. We're doing so well, we blow through it. Be nice because people would be able to buy housing a lot easier. But think of it. We thought your country was dead, and they were dealing with China because they were really going to China, but not anymore. But we thought your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So we've done a really good job, and it's an honor to have this man. This man is a star, and he's going to be dealing with another one of my stars, Matt, and you're going to do a great job, Matt Whitaker. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Nå går en video rett opp fra bare rett
All right, that was President Trump in the White House speaking to the president, speaking to the NATO Secretary General, talking about some significant news as it relates to Russia. Trump threatens Russia with Trump threatens secondary Russia tariffs on one if no deal is achieved in the next 50 days, and also promises more weapons for Ukraine paid for by Europe. Let's talk to Roz Matheson right now. She's a Bloomberg News director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Roz, what did you take of those comments by President Trump in the following Q&A session?
Well, it certainly shows the level of frustration that Donald Trump is feeling. I mean, he came into office saying he was going to get a very fast ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, and months in, we don't seem to be making any progress towards that. He says he's had repeated phone calls with the Russian president. He thinks the phone call's gone well. He gets off the phone and he says Russia starts bombing Ukraine again. He says Russian President Vladimir Putin has fooled many people. It's unclear if he's including himself in that, but certainly you can see some frustration creeping in there. So two things that stand out from what he was saying. The first one is that he's talking about penalizing Russia economically. It's unclear what he means by secondary tariffs. Does he mean direct tariffs on Russia? The US and Russia don't do a lot of direct trade, so tariffs may not have a massive impact. Does he mean secondary sanctions on countries that are taking Russian products, particularly, again, China and India, who import a lot of Russian energy? So is he threatening to put penalties on countries that are doing business with Russia, particularly around the energy space? He says he'll give Russia 50 days for a deal. It's unclear exactly what he means by a deal, or he may impose some penalties. So there's a lot that's unclear from that, but certainly a sense that he's now dangling the idea of economic penalties on the government, the regime in Russia. And secondly, he's confirming that he will indeed provide Ukraine with what seem to be defensive weapons, primarily Patriot battery systems, to allow Kiev to better defend itself. And those would be paid for, though. They're not going to be given to Ukraine. Europe will be paying the US to provide those weapons, and Europe will send them on into Ukraine. So seeming sense of frustration there on all those sides with the progress or lack of progress he's making with Russia.
Okay, so that kind of gets into how he said the tariffs are not going to cost the U.S. anything. But he also didn't get much detail into the weapons itself. What type of weapons that the U.S. would send to Ukraine. Is that correct? Or maybe even when they would be delivered?
Well, he said they'd be coming soon, and the NATO Secretary General, he was with him, said that these could move quite quickly because there are Patriot batteries, it seems, in Europe that could be purchased and sent on relatively quickly. He talked about billions of dollars worth of equipment. But as you say, the key thing was he didn't really clarify if this would be just defensive weapons, again, that allow Ukraine to withstand Russian missiles and drone attacks, or whether it would be offensive weapons, which would allow Ukraine to keep taking some of the fight into Russian territory directly. We know Ukraine's been firing drones at Russia and looking to attack Russia on its own territory, and it's running out of those kinds of weapons, long-range missiles and so on. And would those be provided? Very unclear on that front, but it does seem it's at this stage likely more on the defensive side than anything else.
What type of tariffs, Roz, could this administration impose upon Russia? It seems like the wave after wave after wave of tariffs that have been put on Mr. Putin over the last several years haven't had much of an impact.
Well, that's right. So Russia is already heavily sanctioned by the US and by other countries and looking to squeeze Russia economically and to squeeze their access to the global financial system. But that hasn't stopped Vladimir Putin in his war in Ukraine. His economy is on a war footing. We know there are weaknesses in the Russian economy, but equally for now, he's been able to keep going. The question is, for how long, given those cracks that we're starting to see in his economy? So further sanctions or tariffs or whatever you want to call it on Russian exports to the US, that's unlikely to have a major impact because there's not much that Russia is sending directly to the US. The real impact would be to come at countries, again, China and India primarily, who are buying a lot of energy from Russia, and that's giving Russia access to hard currency to fund their war in Ukraine. And if you penalize China and India for buying oil, for example, from Russia, that could have an impact. But that's the question of where we're unsure if that's how far Donald Trump is prepared to go. For now, he's threatening this. He's not actually saying he's going to impose it, but he's putting it out there in the conversation.
All right, Roz, thank you so much for joining us. Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Let's get a little bit of a reset right here of these markets. We'll go to Charlie Pellet with the Bloomberg Business.
Hi, thank you very much. Paul Sweeney recapping, resetting here. President Trump says the U.S. will send more weapons to Ukraine, describing them as, quote, top-of-the-line weapons and replacements. Trump also says the U.S. will impose 100% secondary tariffs on Russia if there's no deal in 50 days, and that the tariffs would not cost the U.S. anything. Markets, meanwhile, looking past the latest Trump threats, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all turning around since our last update. They are higher. S&P right now up 2. That is a gain of just under 0.1%. The S&P at 62.61. The Dow up 23, up under 0.1%. NASDAQ up 37, up 0.2%. 10-year 4.43%, with a 2-year 3.89%. Gold, little change, down 0.2%. 33.47 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 67.36 a barrel on WTI. So key takeaway at this hour, both gold and crude oil moving lower. Bitcoin, meanwhile, up by 0.5% at 119,760, have been flirting with 122,000. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. Tesla shares, they are higher this morning. They're up about 0.3%. But there was some news. Elon Musk said the company plans to poll Tesla shareholders on whether to invest in his other company, that's XAI. So here to break it all down for us is Craig Trudell. He's Bloomberg Global Auto editor. Craig, I have to ask you, this is something that came out. I mean, what kind of message is this sending?
It's sending that Elon's business empire is becoming all the more intertwined. So this has been sort of a case on and off for years. We can think back to say the Tesla Solar City acquisition, and that's going back quite a ways. But in this case, it would be Tesla his most valuable company investing in sort of his up-and-comer, and one where he's, spent an awful lot of time and energy focused on lately as Tesla's electric vehicle sales have been slowing. He's been really sort of dead set on taking on OpenAI and sort of standing up a competitor to ChatGPT. And as with all the companies in this space, spending an awful lot of money to try and compete in that realm.
So where do we stand here in terms of kind of how investors are viewing their investment in Tesla? Are they invested in an auto company? Are they invested in an AI company? Are they invested just in Elon Inc.? How do they think about it these days?
Yeah, I mean, I think Musk has been trying for several years now to sell and position Tesla as much more than just a car company, right? And it's definitely in the energy space and has a battery business to show for that. And in AI, he's talked a big game about developing self-driving technology. He's not gotten there yet. As we've seen with the company, starting to offer rides in Teslas around Austin, Texas, they still have, Tesla employees in the front passenger seat to sort of take over in events where, the cars have not been able to handle, navigating the streets on their own. And yet with SpaceX, I think interestingly, for them to have just pumped $2 billion into xAI, I think there's a little bit of FOMO on the part of some in the Tesla shareholder base, where they've seen xAI go from not all that valuable a startup to suddenly an extremely valuable startup, and they feel like they've missed out on some of this appreciation and want in on that.
So with all that said, Craig, I mean, does Musk support a merger between xAI and Tesla, or maybe xAI and SpaceX? You mentioned SpaceX too.
He says he does not, and I think there's been talk about this for years, right? That and on and off again, there's been questions as to whether or not Musk is sort of stretched too thin and doing too much. Would it make more sense to turn his companies into one and sort of think about it as sort of the General Electric of the new age, right? Which is kind of fascinating because, of course, that didn't work out too well for GE, and yet even some of Musk's own allies have sort of alluded to viewing him and his empire as sort of modern day General Electric. So. He did take pains to say on X that he does not support a full-blown merger of Tesla and xAI, but he has, signaled on there multiple times now that he would be in favor of Tesla putting money in, and that's of course a proposition that could be helpful if xAI continues to grow its valuation. We should note, however, that our colleagues have reported just in the last month or so that xAI has been burning through about $1 billion a month. So this is a company that is really sort of cash hungry and needy as it's trying to stand up a business, with all of this capability.
Yeah, and Craig, it's been, a month or two since Elon Musk left the U.S. government, Doge. Is there any evidence that he is meaningfully engaging with Tesla?
I think he's messaging more about, sort of what Tesla's up to than he was while he was in Washington. He did also post just within the last day that, he was in Tesla's design studio and sort of hyped up how excited he was about what he saw. But, the company is sort of in this really sort of challenging state from a sales perspective. And you've sort of gotten indications that, well, maybe he doesn't necessarily fully have his finger on the pulse, in the sense that he told us just within the last few months that sales have turned around. A couple of months later, the company reports that its vehicle deliveries had fallen 13% in the second quarter. So either he was, not necessarily up to speed on the state of sales, or perhaps he was optimistic that they were going to be able to turn things around than they ultimately were able to last quarter.
Okay, Craig. Thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Craig Trudell, He's a global autos editor for Bloomberg News. He's based in London, joining us via Zoom here. And look at Tesla. The stock is down 22% year to date, but on a trailing 12-month basis, it's up 26%. So again, depends upon when you got into the stock, I guess, but clearly an issue. So for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. S&P 500 up 1 point, the Dow up 7, the NASDAQ up 40. That's about it. The VIX 17.13. For Elise Mateo, I'm Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is threatening tariffs to end the war in Ukraine.
You know, the secondary tariffs are very, very powerful.
Trump has set a deadline of 50 days for a deal to end the war.
And we hope that's going to have an impact on Vladimir Putin, and we hope it's going to have an impact on Ukraine also. We want to make sure that Ukraine does what they have to do. All of a sudden they may feel emboldened, or maybe they don't want. You know, this is a very difficult situation.
Trump also announced more U.S. weapons to Ukraine, which NATO allies will pay for. CBS News correspondent Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
By doing this from Europe, obviously, just look at the geography. It's much quicker, and that was pointed out in that meeting. They can move those weapon systems from European partners and then backfill those European NATO partners with U.S. systems.
Flames tore through an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts Sunday, killing 9 people. Wildfires continue to rage along the Grand Canyon's north rim. CBS's Ian Lee reports.
Melinda Rich Marshall, who works at nearby Jacob Lake Inn, had to evacuate quickly after a deputy called.
There is a door jam that catalogs all of the heights, right? You know, like your parents do. Well, it was my granddad that did that. So I just went and I took a video of it.
Roaring through another part of the North Rim, the Dragon Bravo fire destroyed the historic Grand Canyon Lodge.
New research shows cancer deaths linked to obesity have tripled over the past 2 decades. Wendy Gillette reports.
The study shows the increases in cancer deaths are particularly steep for women, older adults, Native Americans, and Black Americans. It evaluated more than 33,000 deaths from obesity-associated cancers, finding the highest rates were in Vermont, Minnesota, and Oklahoma, and the lowest rates in Utah, Alabama, and Virginia.
While layoffs are still relatively low in this country, Business Insider reporter Juliana Kaplan says there's plenty of paranoia.
There's this idea of, oh my gosh, the boss didn't stop to say hi to me. The office snacks are getting worse. There's a layoff coming. And we're seeing a lot of that tension coming from a few different forces. Obviously, you know, dread of AI hanging over everybody's heads. Am I going to get replaced by that?
That's especially true, she says, of white-collar jobs. Checking the numbers on Wall Street, investors have been following the tariff trade talks in the European Union. The Dow currently up 25 points. This is CBS News. Special delivery in the Southwest, as Deborah Rodriguez reports.
A couple of police officers in Tempe, Arizona didn't want to leave someone waiting in vain for dinner, so after they arrested a Grubhub driver on a pizza delivery run, they showed up at the doorstep themselves, pie in hand. The department posted the video showing the woman thanking the officers profusely. And it was still warm. Tempe police say they're committed to serving the community 24/7, whether it's safety or pizza delivery. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A new AP poll finds most American teenagers prioritize graduating from college. 70% of girls and 54% of boys consider it important. Teens also see college as a key for good jobs and life skills. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
More American weapons are heading for Ukraine, and NATO is going to pay for it. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. As President Trump makes the announcement alongside NATO's Secretary General, it just happened in the Oval, and we're going to get into this, along with the status of Russia sanctions on Capitol Hill with Bloomberg's Laura Davison. Insights on the way from Max Bergman at the Center for Strategic and International Studies on exactly how this plan is going to work. The DOJ's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case splits MAGA down the middle, as Joe Biden now gives Republicans a whole new reason to question the auto pen and the pardons. We're going to get into both with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us alongside Republican strategist Brittany Martinez. And we start, as always, on Wall Street. Let's get to the markets. The Monday trade with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, how's it going?
And right now we are hitting the ground running on this back to work Monday. Joe Matthew with the Dow. The S&P NASDAQ higher for now. Has been a choppy morning, but green on the screen right now. Stock traders are unfazed by President Trump's latest tariff threats. The S&P higher by 3 right now. Little changed at 62.63, a gain of just under 0.1%. The Dow up 47, up 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 0.2%. 10-year 4.44%. The 2-year 3.90%. Spot gold down $11 the ounce, 33.44, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude is slumping 1.6%, 67.37 a barrel, and Bitcoin is now up 0.5% at 119,700 on Bitcoin. Fed Chair Jay Powell has reportedly asked the central bank's inspector general to review its $2.5 billion headquarters renovation. That's according to a report from Axios, as White House officials keep up the pressure on Powell to resign. Michael Darda is chief economist and macro strategist at Roth Capital Partners.
The hectoring from the White House is wholly unhelpful. I mean, even if the administration were to convince Powell to step away from the Fed, and this stuff about the construction project is just a fig leaf. It's pretty obvious what's going on here. It's completely out of line in my view. But even if you were able to convince Powell to step down and someone else takes over, it's a committee. They operate by consensus.
Michael Darda of Roth Capital Partners, and you can hear the full conversation on Bloomberg Surveillance. Sources tell Bloomberg Autodesk is no longer pursuing an acquisition of PTC, which would have ranked as one of the year's largest deals. Autodesk up 5.6%, PTC down 2%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, great to see you. Hope you had a great weekend, and welcome indeed to the Monday edition, and more specifically, the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, Bloomberg Originals, and YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live to find us on YouTube. We keep the stream up all day, programming from Washington to New York and back again, with the president not wasting time in making some news today. And I'll let you know, lawmakers are coming back to town. There's going to be a lot of talk about sanctions on Capitol Hill, as well as rescissions, and we'll get to all of that in a moment with Laura Davison. Today it's about Ukraine, and the president told you this was coming, right? We sat here Friday knowing that the president was planning a major announcement, as it was termed, on Monday. There were great questions about this, what this might include, and whether it would be offensive weapons. The answer is kind of yes. The news here really is more not just American weapons reaching Ukraine, but the fact that NATO is going to pay for them. This answers the question we were asking about whether there'd be a major emergency supplemental request coming from this administration, something we couldn't imagine, right? The idea of spending more money on Ukraine would go against the grain for this president. But he's clearly upset with Vladimir Putin, and he's found a new way to get American weapons in the hands of Volodymyr Zelensky. Here's Donald Trump from the Oval Office a short time ago, sitting next to the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte.
But we're very, very unhappy with him, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is.
Is there more gold in there than there was on Friday? Are you seeing this on YouTube? The gilding never stops in the Trump White House. Was that big gold eagle there on Friday? Laura Davison is our deputy bureau chief here at Bloomberg in Washington, D.C., and is, of course, helping to man all of our coverage here from the White House to the Capitol and back, and she's with us right now. Great to see you. They're adding to the gold as we go here, are they not?
There was a certain glow in that clip in particular.
My God, that was like Liberace's office. He did, by the way, mention the Resolute desk, which I guess has been cleaned up and returned. I've been waiting for the update on this. Remember when Elon Musk's son X, he drooled or something on they brought the desk out of the Oval. They were going to have it refinished, and I never heard that it came back.
And this is clear, even at the cabinet meeting on Friday, Trump was talking about the decor. He's been spending a certain amount of time picking different frames, picking different clocks, including stealing some, apparently, from the State Department from Marco Rubio.
This is, of course, not why you're here. We're talking about Ukraine, and this is really interesting, watching the evolution here when it comes to Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and this war, because it was just weeks ago he was talking about his great relationship with Putin. It was weeks before that he was yelling at Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval, and it was weeks before that he predicted that he could finish this war on day one. What does he think at this point?
This is a total reversal. And even go back, even further, a year ago, he was talking about abandoning NATO partners. That really caused a stir on the campaign trail. Now you have a meeting in the Oval, a very cordial meeting with the Secretary General of NATO. He even mentioned that he's really become very friendly with this organization, especially at the NATO meeting a couple weeks ago. Part of this is that Mark Rutte has been very strategic in how he's courted this relationship with Donald Trump, and he's arranged this deal that Trump very much likes. That the U.S. won't be giving weapons; that they're going to be purchased through NATO and then given to Ukraine. This is very much the way he has always wanted to structure these deals, going back to day one of his term. If he didn't want some sort of aid, he wanted some sort of financial deal. Remember, there was the rare earths deal that he was trying to cut, and this is very much kind of where he sees kind of the role he wants to play of making these financial deals, these business deals, versus sort of a diplomatic solution.
It's like the military version of we're going to build a wall and have Mexico pay for it, right? He gets to do something that is maybe controversial, giving weapons to Ukraine, at least with his own base, but as long as we're not paying for it, we somehow don't have our fingerprints on it. Is that the idea?
Yes, and it also makes it an easier sell for Trump because he doesn't have to go to Congress and get them to approve additional money. It's not clear if Congress is going to approve this Russia sanctions package that has been debated for several weeks. These various versions of this bill have sanctions of 500%.
Right,
those are massive. Lindsey Graham has been talking about scaling that back, but the bill right now has pretty significant support, and it's possible, as Trump mentioned in the Oval Office earlier, that it could pass, in the coming weeks.
Even with the help of Democrats. It's interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that. In that sound cut we just heard of the president, he's talking about tariffs. He's 100% tariffs. He means sanctions. That's what this bill is.
Yes, this is, and Trump seems to really be talking about two things. One, perhaps some sanctions that he would impose unilaterally in addition to whatever Congress decides to do. So he's talking about these 100% secondary tariffs, which we understand to be sanctions. These would be essentially levies on trading partners that buy Russian goods, so especially Russian oil. So this would be hitting other countries, essentially trying to further isolate Russia and further dampen any demand for their goods.
We've got a great conversation coming up a little bit later in the hour with Max Bergman at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, who's looking at what the effect would be here. And if you're a country like India, that could be a real problem if that's passed, right?
Yes, especially if it's 100% or even forget 500%.
Right.
Those are tariff levels that just completely cut off, or sanction levels that cut off trade entirely.
So we're speaking about tariffs, and the president actually made news about tariffs over the weekend. He was asked about this, and I'm not sure it's even top of mind with the Ukraine stuff here, but he threatened another 30% on Mexico, USMCA excluded. We spoke to Peter Navarro here on Friday talking about Canada, 35%. That also is USMCA goods excluded. So these aren't terribly meaningful at the moment, are they? Doesn't that cover the vast amount of imports from both countries?
That really does. So it really lessens the scope there. And of course, Canada and Mexico are the U.S.'s largest trading partners. Though not far down the line is the EU, which has a 30% tariff rate, much to the surprise.
So that's the real news this weekend, right? Keep going.
Yes, that really came as a surprise because the U.S. has been in talks with the EU for weeks, if not months, about cutting a deal. The EU leaders at one point thought they were going to be able to keep that tariff level at 10%. Which, while wasn't their preferred outcome, would be a level that could support much of the trade that is ongoing. But at 30%, you have a lot of companies in the EU saying, "Look, this just doesn't. The math of these trade deals don't make sense anymore, and we're going to have to suddenly find other countries to export our goods."
Wow, the idea not to retaliate is pretty interesting here as well. Is this don't poke the bear or just give us time to cut deals with other countries?
I think the next 3 weeks will really be a key sign here. Do they get to August 1?
Yes.
And are they able to either, stave off that implementation, push it back a couple weeks, get a lower deal, or, is it August 1 and suddenly 30%? That's when you could really see countries start banding together, putting on some of these retaliatory tariffs and sort of daring Trump to, back down.
Your calendar must look like a riot. So we've got, what is it now? August 1 is the next deadline for reciprocal tariffs. We just dropped a 50-day waiting period on Russia sanctions, he said. I don't know why 50. We seem to be in 2-week increments. And didn't we already have something else we were waiting 2 weeks on here? What else is... What's the other deadline on your calendar right now?
We've got a lot of different things percolating between all the copper tariffs and all these sectoral tariffs. Those are all due at various points in the fall. One nice thing about that 50-day deadline for the Ukraine tariffs, that gets us past Labor Day. So people can enjoy their Labor Day vacations and then come back to Washington and deal with the next turn of the screw.
So, all right, I waited till the end to ask you this. I don't want to put you in an awkward situation, but I have to ask you about this Jeffrey Epstein story. The president talked about it last week. He called out the reporter for asking about it. You've got the deputy director of the FBI not showing up for work now, calling out the attorney general. Is this real, this MAGA split? Does it spill over into anything policy related that a Bloomberg audience should care about, or is this a tabloid story?
This certainly could mean, shakeups at the FBI and the Justice Department at the highest levels if, some of what we're seeing comes to fruition. And this is really sort of a cautionary tale of when you make promises, when you are not in government, to then you are suddenly in control of things, you control all the levers of power. If you get your side really amped up that something's happening, you have to be able to then, show something on the back end. So this is really sort of the insider-outsider dichotomy of, all these people from the outside were railing against government are now in key positions and you have to deliver.
There's a lot of tape on Kash Patel, Bongino, J.D. Vance talking about this list and how they're going to expose it. And those things don't go away automatically. I'll be very curious to see how they manage to do this. CC, I think you might be onto something there. Laura, it's great to have you back. Laura Davison helps to run our coverage here in Washington, our deputy bureau chief at Bloomberg, and always great to spend some time when we can pull her away from the desk. Producer James is back today. Did I tell you that? America's producer is back with us. And we'll have much more straight ahead as we consider the impact of these Russia sanctions if they were in fact implemented. Not just sanctions, but secondary sanctions that could ricochet around the world. Our conversation ahead with Max Berg at CSIS coming up on Bloomberg.
Dagen Trump skulle ha tale.
Hæ?
Skulle Trump ha tale I dag om noen store greier?
Han har akkurat hatt det.
Har han hatt det?
Han hadde det I stad, han har pratet om Ukraina der, og da gult falt.
Ok. Og det noen grunn til fallet?
Nei, altså det bør gå opp på det egentlig, for det som skjer nå at de kommer til å fyre på masse nye våpen inn mot Ukraina, så skal de ha NATO til å betale for det. Så det bør komme opp på det egentlig. Men akkurat nå så så Nasdaq har preget av Nvidia. Gull kommer litt opp her nå da, men det liksom... Jeg tror det så lite volum her nå. Ingenting.
Jeg finnes ikke i gull i hvert fall.
Ikke på Nasdaq heller. Nasdaq har stått på det samme siden klokka 16:15. Men hvis du ser på grafen på Nvidia og grafen på Nasdaq, så den helt identisk.
Ja.
Helt identisk.
Det derfor vi ikke treder nå.
Nei, det så hyggelig. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor vi skal ha herre så jævlig. Vi ødelegger hele markedet.
Jeg gjør det, vet du.
Altså, se her nå. Det ganske sjukt.
Ja.
Det Nasdaq. Nei, det Nvidia. Og det Nasdaq. Det øverste Nvidia under Nasdaq. Det ikke noe forskjell på dem. Det helt like.
5, 6... 8, i hvert fall 8 siste stykker, 9, 10.
De helt identiske.
Clean likens.
Ja, og da Nvidia må være rekte mer enn 13%. Jeg kan ikke skjønne noe annet. Og så kan du ikke handle en fuckings indeks basert på en aksje. Så nå går Nvidia nesten på det har igjen, og nå går Nasdaq opp også. Kommer litt ned igjen nå, kommer det litt ned. Det helt slaviske. Ja, det ganske sinnssykt, Pepina. Du vet jo ikke, altså det det teiteste jeg har sett.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial.
Ja, hvis du synes aksjemarkedet har gått for mye da, og du vil shorte markedet, så kan du ikke gjøre det hvis Nvidia går opp. Det henger jo ikke på grei.
In the green right now on the Dow, up 3 points. Little change though. The key takeaway at the SAR. S&P up 2 points. Also little change. Nasdaq up now by about 0.2%. 10-year at 4.43% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.89%. Gold is down $8 the ounce, 33.46, drop there of 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 67.41 a barrel, and Bitcoin now up by 0.2% at 119,403 on Bitcoin. A new destination for Southwest Airlines early next year. Southwest will be adding flights to St. Thomas, with service expected to begin in early 2026. And as we have been reporting, President Trump says the U.S. will be sending more weapons to Ukraine, describing them as top-of-the-line weapons and replacements. The president also says the U.S. will impose 100% secondary tariffs on Russia if there's no deal in 50 days. Our coverage continues on Balance of Power. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. From world headquarters in New York, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. Looking sharp in pink today, Charlie. Happy Monday and welcome to Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics, with big thanks to CC Cherendoff, Justin Miller, and Elizabeth Sedrin for helping us out last week while producer James was off golfing. He's back with us today here in the nation's capital, and we were raring to go with news coming from the White House. We started early today. Secretary General at NATO in the Oval Office. President Trump talking about Ukraine as promised. This is going to carry us largely through the day here in the news flow. As lawmakers in the Senate, Lindsey Graham and John Thune, for that matter, craft a sanctions package against Russia, the president's tapping the brakes on this. He says 50 days. Give Vladimir Putin 50 days to cut a deal, and then we'll talk about sanctions. That, of course, has been on the table for weeks now. The president even altering the language in that sanctions legislation before it ever sees the light of day. But it looks like the news today is about weapons specifically. That's why the NATO boss was in the Oval Office, Mark Rutte, sitting next to Donald Trump as he announced this plan, something we touched on last week. If you listen to this program, you might have seen this coming. A deal in which American weapons get to Ukraine, but we don't go to Capitol Hill and spend a bunch of money to do it. They'll be bought by NATO from the U.S., from U.S. contractors. In some cases, European countries will send their own weapons and we'll backfill them. But in the end, our NATO allies will pay for this. Here's Donald Trump speaking earlier about the Patriot missile batteries that are on the way to Ukraine.
It's everything. It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually, because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over and will replace the Patriots with the ones they have, and Matt will coordinate with NATO. But so it's going to be, they're going to start arriving very soon.
This was just last hour at the White House as we bring the voice of Max Bergman to this story, who is director of the Europe, Russia, and Eurasia program at CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Max, it's great to have you, and I'm curious to hear more about your research into the impact of sanctions and secondary sanctions on Russia and other countries around the world. I wonder your thoughts initially, though, on this deal to continue providing weapons without going back to Congress with an ask. Is this a smart angle for the White House to get NATO involved financially, as we heard today?
Well, I think it's good news, especially for Ukraine. I think we should be clear about what the baseline here was. You know, the administration a week or so ago announced that it was going to suspend deliveries of Patriot missile systems to Ukraine. Now, these are vital to protecting Ukrainian civilians. And right now, it just looks like the White House is sort of turning that back on, and that future deliveries then are going to be paid for by the Europeans. But really, a lot of this money had already been paid for by the Biden administration. What we're looking at are just sort of the deliveries of future systems. But I think what it does represent is kind of a real shift in the burden of supporting Ukraine from the United States to Europe, where the Europeans effectively pay us to provide weapons that we were previously providing. At the very least, it is a good thing for Ukraine. Someone is going to pay for this. It looks like Europe, and that the supply of very precious Patriot missile systems will continue to flow to Ukraine, which is really vital for their security.
I'm glad you mentioned these Patriot missile systems. You used the word precious. How many of these do we have? Because when weapons to Ukraine were halted by the defense secretary and another official in the Pentagon a couple of weeks ago, that was the justification, that we've run out of stuff like this.
Yeah, and part of it is connected to events in the Middle East, where the U.S. has used a lot of Patriot missiles, interceptors, to shoot down Iranian drones and other missiles. And every winter, it has been a big test for the United States about whether it could supply Ukraine with enough air defense to get through, because Russia started targeting Ukrainian power plants and other facilities. And there are some reports that the U.S. is really low in stockpiles, perhaps down well below 50%. And this is a big problem, and it's a big problem for our defense industrial sector that really can't produce enough. And there's just been big orders by the U.S. Army to try to ramp up production of these missile interceptors used by the Patriot system. So this is a problem. It has been a problem throughout this war, that not only does Ukraine need a lot, but that our defense industrial base and Europe's defense industrial base can't really meet the mark in terms of production.
Really makes you wonder, Max, how many years we are going to have this conversation for. It's just endless. And everyone seems to know that it's something that's badly needed, yet we never get down to actually increasing the capacity of the DIB, as they call it. I know that your expertise, though, is in the sanctions package that we're talking about. Your economic acumen here and the research that you've done is something that I'd like to ask you about, because sanctions are one thing, and that's another bit. Secondary sanctions, something else we talk about a lot, but we never quite get to. This was on the table for the balance of the Biden administration, but we're looking at some pretty hefty numbers here, whether it's 100% or 500%, Max. What would this mean for the likes of India or other countries doing business with Russia?
Well, it could be really significant. And, the president is going about secondary sanctions in sort of a different way by using tariffs as opposed to sanctioning the companies or countries that are then are acting as workarounds for the main sanctions target. What's happened for Russia is that the Russian oil sector has been diverted to India and China in particular. And the United States has been very reticent, in particular, to sanction India. We are trying to develop close ties with India. We see India as a strong potential partner vis-a-vis China. And we've also been reticent in some ways to go after a number of Chinese banks and other Chinese entities. So I think, with this tariff play, we'll see. It could have real ramifications, I think, for Russia's oil sector. But it would also have real implications for the United States bilateral relations. And the thing we have to remember is part of what the Biden administration was trying to do was to keep Russian oil on the global market. We wanted Russia to take a haircut in terms of how much profit it was getting in terms of sales, but we didn't really have a problem with Russia selling oil. We just wanted it to sell it at a haircut because we wanted Russian oil on the market to keep global prices low. The Trump administration, I think, is taking a bit more of a blunt approach, and so we'll see if this begins to really lead to a spike in oil prices.
What would this mean for China as well, Max?
Well, I think what we've seen is that China has means of retaliating. So it could lead to an escalation of the U.S.-China trade war, which has sort of already been rekindled. China has demonstrated its willingness to use rare earths and other things to hit back at the United States. So, China does recognize that its oil dependence, its dependence on Russia as well as the Middle East, represents a real strategic vulnerability. It's part of the reason why they are going whole hog into renewables and clean technology. But for China, I think this could be really significant if the U.S. does impose this. And I think we would see China try to retaliate against us. So I don't think it would just be we set these, China stops buying Russian oil and moves on. I think it would try to find other ways of responding.
Well, so I guess what comes out the other end of the pipe here, if this is in place for some time, Max, are we on the phone with OPEC about how this is going to work and what would it mean for crude oil prices?
Yeah, I think there's some real potential that we get on the phone with the Saudis and others in the Gulf states and say, hey, we want you to offset some of the shock that this could cause. We want you to open up the taps, put more oil on the market. We shall see if they do that. The Biden administration, I think, didn't feel that it had the political relationship to actually do that. And the Saudis, I don't think were willing to. But with Trump, maybe it's different. I think the bigger, broader question here, though, is that Trump has not shown a lot of interest in trying to really stick it to the Russians, economically or militarily. He has not demonstrated in the past a lot of support for Ukraine. If that is shifting, the question is how far does that shift? I think what we've seen is a partial shift. The U.S. is now, looks like it's going to continue military supplies, but there's no indication Trump is going to go to Congress, try to ramp up our production for Ukraine. And then the economic question is how much of an economic hit is the president willing to absorb to stick it to the Russians in support of Ukraine? There's limits to what the Biden administration would do. So I do have some doubts about how far we are willing to go. And I think Russia may just try to call our bluff here. And it'll be really interesting when the 50 or 60 days expire, whether that prompts sort of a strong U.S. reaction. But there could be a good outcome if we just simply get India to lower the amount it's buying, and maybe there's some way to negotiate something with the Indians to reduce the amount of Russian oil and other Russian military goods and things that it's purchasing.
That'd be very Trumpy, wouldn't it? You put 500% tariffs on the line or sanctions on the line, and in the meantime, you just crank back India a little bit to try to increase the pain, knowing that those sanctions were never going to take effect. Max, what happens over the next 50 days?
Well, I think what happens over the next 50 days is Russia keeps pummeling Ukraine. What I think we're seeing with the statement on especially the arms deliveries is simply the preservation of the status quo in terms of the West is going to keep supporting Ukraine and supplying Ukraine with supplies. Now, that's not quite enough, and Russia thinks it can win this war now and is going on another military offensive and has been going on a military offensive because it sees a light at the end of the tunnel of the U.S. sort of drawing back support. Now, what I hope happens over the next 50 days is that there's a ramp up on European efforts to support Ukraine militarily. I think that's happening. But then also that the U.S. begins to negotiate with India and perhaps even with China to reduce oil flows from Russia into India, and that maybe there's talks with the Saudis about offsetting any cuts to Russian supplies on the global market. I would hope to see that. I'm not sure we're going to see all of that, but I think we may see some progress perhaps with India. That's at least my hope.
There you have it. Remember this conversation in 50 days when this comes around. Max, it's great to see you. Thank you for the insights today. Max Bergman, CSIS. He's director of the Europe, Russia, and Eurasia program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Just a stable of smart people at CSIS who we tap on a regular basis here. Clarifying the remarks on tariffs versus sanctions here, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, saying that it's economic sanctions. You can also make an economic penalty. If I catch you doing it, then you have to pay. You can do tariffs, you can do sanctions. Those are both tools in the toolbox. So I guess those are interchangeable now. You learn something every day on this program. We'll assemble our panel coming up next year on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are meandering ahead of big bank earnings tomorrow morning. Traders parsing Donald Trump's latest tariff threats send stocks wavering ahead of results from the banks. Also, inflation data tomorrow morning. The S&P right now unchanged at 62.59. The Dow little change, down 24 points, a drop of less than 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 43, up by about 0.2%. 10-year at 4.42% with a 2-year 3.89%. Gold down 0.2%, 33.48 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 67.37 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now up 0.6%, 119,885 on Bitcoin. A downgrade this morning for JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, and Bank of America from HSBC analyst Saul Martinez. He says valuations are increasingly stretched after a rally in the bank stocks. Martinez spoke this morning with Bloomberg Surveillance.
Valuations are not attractive given still elevated macro concerns. And that is obviously one of them. I can't predict what tariff policies is going to be, but I do think the macro dynamics there is more risk than there typically is.
Among some of those bank names, JP Morgan Chase up 0.4%. JPM reports tomorrow morning. Goldman up 0.9%. Bank of America up by 0.3%. As you heard on Bloomberg Radio, President Trump says the U.S. will send more weapons to Ukraine, describing them as, quote, top-of-the-line weapons and replacements. President also says the U.S. will impose 100% secondary tariffs on Russia if there is no deal in 50 days. Recapping, the Dow lower, little changed. S&P higher, little changed. Nasdaq up by 0.3%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. The voice of Wall Street and the New York subway every day here covering the markets for us on Balance of Power. That's Charlie Pellet in New York. You can always find us, of course, on YouTube. You'd know Charlie when you saw him by going to Bloomberg Business News Live. Guidance pretty light for the president today. He took the meeting with NATO Secretary General this morning, and you saw and heard that live here on Bloomberg. He is now participating in a White House Faith Office luncheon with a very different conversation underway than the one he was having before. That might be all we see of the president on this Monday. Knowing that there's a big conversation going on behind the scenes right now about not just Ukraine, that's the one that's happening out in the open. The conversation about Jeffrey Epstein is hanging over this White House following a series of events that included maybe the longest Truth Social post I have ever seen that came out on Saturday night. The president referring to his guys and gals, asking them to calm down over all of this. And it goes, of course, back to last week. There's the Truth post. What's going on with my boys? And in some cases, gals, he wrote. They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job, he says. We're one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. Well, what's happening here is the administration's decision, and the DOJ more specifically, to not release paperwork on Jeffrey Epstein, what people thought would be a client list that was discussed openly by now many members of the administration, prior to that on the campaign trail, Kash Patel, right? Dan Bongino, the FBI guys, J.D. Vance, the vice president, they all said that list has got to come out. Well, it's not coming out. And so fire has been trained on Pam Bondi, the attorney general, who Laura Loomer likes to call Blondie. And reportedly, Mr. Bongino stormed out of a meeting with on Friday and hasn't been back to work since. Now, this all goes back to an interview, or much of it, in this most recent chapter, to an interview that Bondi did on Fox News. Remember when she suggested that she had the list sitting on her desk? This was February 21. Listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president.
Shortly after that, the binders went out. Remember the so-called MAGA influencers. They stood in front of the White House, in front of the West Wing, on White House grounds, holding up the binders, which ended up containing nothing new. And so there's a big question right now about what's going on, if the list even exists, whether this leads to resignations or firings, as we discussed earlier this hour with Laura Davison. Otherwise, this is a tabloid story, and there are a lot of networks to do that. We're curious if this impacts the lineup in this administration and therefore policy in the end. And so we assemble our political panel for their take on it. Jeannie's with us. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And with me here in Washington, Brittany Martinez, Espina and Company founder, executive director, Principles First, our Republican strategist. Ladies, thank you so much for being here and welcome. Brittany, I don't know what you're thinking about this, because it seemed inevitable, if these folks were elected, that this would come out. Is this a case of knowing too much when you realize what's really in there, or does this list not exist?
I love to be conspiratorial and say maybe. Who knows what that list looks like, but you can't make an absolute spectacle, bring influencers to the White House, which why do we even have political influencers in the first place? It shouldn't be a thing. When did being a practitioner become bad? And someone who's an expert in the field, so they bring all these weird political MAGA influencers. They do a spectacle with the binders, and now they're like, oh, just kidding, nothing. I mean, this is embarrassing. This is something that the president ran on, and they shouldn't, if they didn't know for sure whether they would have something or not, which I think we all speculated they'd probably have a little bit of something, you shouldn't have been out there like that on it. It's bad. Well,
the president went out of his way to shame the reporter who asked him about this in the cabinet meeting last week. Jeannie, what's your thought on this? Does somebody lose a job here? Bongino walked out of work. You're the deputy FBI director. You don't go to work on Friday. I don't believe he's been seen today. Or are we just talking about the wrong story? I'm trying to, and I'm asking you openly and honestly, our listeners and viewers can weigh in here too. Is this a story or not?
It is a story, and there's so many facets to it, but one facet is that this is sort of like Donald Trump's Frankenstein. He and the people he has worked with for years have inflamed these conspiracy theories. That's how he rose to prominence from many perspectives. And what did he do? He promised that once he was in office, he was going to unveil and make sense of what was happening behind the scenes with all these wealthy elites running these big swampy institutions. And guess what? He gets in there and he says, oh, look the other way. Don't look here. Nothing to talk about. You mentioned, it's sort of disregarding the question by the supporter. This means something to these people. And this is the question I'm asked all the time. Why do these folks care? These people believed Donald Trump when he said there is an order to what is going on. There is an order to this world. Put me in charge and I will tell you all about it. I will let you in on the inside. And you know what? None of that is happening. And he's going to pay the price. Again, this is Donald Trump's Frankenstein. It does come back to bite you. And it's biting him hard at this moment. And I think this story is going to get bigger.
Well, there's a question about what comes next here, and Democrats might have the answer. You both probably saw this. Mark Veazey, a Democrat from Texas, introducing legislation now. It calls for the release of the Epstein files, saying that he will tie the corruption and cronyism of the handling of the Epstein case into a broader picture of Donald Trump's agenda here. Brittany, you worked in the House of Representatives. You worked for a former speaker. Does a bill like this ever see the light of day? I'm guessing no.
I probably not, since Republicans are in the majority, though it's going to get attention. I think that, like to Jeannie's point, I think that the story is going to continue to grow if we have Democrats who are the opposition in this moment being able to push that narrative. It's weird. It's weird that they ran on something and now all of a sudden, very conveniently, there's nothing to share. And as to the point of, is there too much information? Listen, I'm not going to, speculate and be sued. However, as an American, when you've been telling me, Mr. President, that we're releasing the files, all your people are telling us their files are going to be out there, and all of a sudden you're giving us nothing, I mean, that's bad politics.
Well, you wonder if there is also, an instance or many instances where people, victims of assault, of abuse, may need to be protected, which is why you shouldn't promise to to release a lot of things
Absolutely.
before you see them, right?
Yeah.
Jeannie, I'm going to come back around on you here because Joe Biden is in the news as well. We're doing all the dirty laundry in this segment here. Did you see he sat for an interview for the first time since winning the White House with the New York Times? Donald Trump calls the fake news New York Times, although he liked this story. It came up in the Oval earlier today, the question of the auto pen. So, Jeannie, Joe Biden in a phone call, and this was, I think, only a 10-minute phone call, pushing back on this idea that he had no idea what was being signed with the auto pen, and specifically with the pardons. Remembering there were like 4,000 pardons in one batch toward the end of his administration. He said he made every single one of the clemency decisions. The auto pen was used, quote, because there were a lot of them. But, Jeannie, he also did not, as it turns out, individually approve each name. These were categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. So he set the parameters, and then certain people fell within them. Rather than ask Mr. Biden to keep signing revised versions, I read in the Times, his staff waited and then ran the final version through the auto pen, which they saw as a routine procedure. Donald Trump calls this the biggest political scandal in the last 100 years. Jeannie, how do you react to this?
I think so many Democrats right now are shaking their head. This is very reminiscent of Joe Biden's tendency during the CARES campaign to come out at the most inopportune times. I mean, Donald Trump is having a bad few hours and few days. And what does Joe Biden do? Decides to give his first New York Times interview since he was elected to office. It's stunning. So it's not what any Democrat wants to see. And certainly it's the best news Donald Trump has had in about 48 hours. That said, I do think this is a potential problem for Joe Biden. We don't know how many former presidents have done this categorical approach to doing this, but that is not likely the way this is supposed to happen. People are tried in this country individually. They should, I believe, be pardoned individually and not categorically by staff members. So whether, I don't believe it's the biggest scandal in 100 years by any estimation, but I do think this is something that we deserve clarity on. Has it been done in the past? And going forward, how should it be done? Because categorical pardons seem to me to be a violation of a power given by the framers that's critically important and should be exercised judiciously and properly.
The idea of a categorical pardon, I'm guessing, would rub a lot of people the wrong way, although we did see, I don't know, was it not a categorical pardon when President Trump went after the January 6 rioters? That was kind of an en masse because he said it would take too long to go through each individual case. But let's stay with Joe Biden right now in this case. Brittany, does he have a problem here? And what is with Joe Biden's timing, constantly ready to light himself on fire when Democrats think they're ahead?
Just go enjoy your ice cream in Delaware, please. You know, I'm not really sure why he thought this was an opportune time to come forward. I think there are a few concerns here. So one is that, well, first of all, auto pens exist. Presidents have used them, members of Congress have used them, but the way in which it's being used for these categorical pardons, that's the issue number one. The second issue is that because we are concerned about his potential mental decline. So that's issue number two. Ultimately, though, yes, to your point about the pardons in January 6th, we're not talking about that, but why was it okay in the case with President Trump and not with Biden? I'm not saying that I agree with what with Biden did, and I certainly didn't agree with Trump on this one, but I think that Trump is known to be deflector in chief. So he doesn't want us to talk about tariffs. He doesn't want us to talk about the Epstein files. And so what does he choose to talk about? These auto pen things with
And Joe Biden showed up just in time to give it to him.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't write this stuff in advance.
No, literally, it's like an episode of Veep. Yeah.
It's an episode of Veep, which is a problem, Jeannie, if you're Joe Biden here. What has to happen with the auto pen? Does Joe Biden need to have Anita Dunn do an interview, or who was around him at the time that the president's talking about? Shouldn't they set the record straight?
You know, I do think that this is something, if you look at it, Article 1, Congress has oversight. They are looking into this. I don't think many Democrats or the people from the Biden administration feel comfortable with the way that is going. But that is really where the power rests of oversight. And I think we need clarity on this, not for the past necessarily for Biden's administration, but going forward, because there's one thing to use the auto pen to sign letters to school children or something along those lines. But when you're using it specifically in the pardons and they're categorical, that does raise questions. Again, this gets back to our judicial process, rather. What is justice? We are tried individually, convicted individually. You presumably are pardoned individually, not as a group. And Donald Trump should answer the same questions about January 6th.
I'm guessing James Comer isn't going to get Joe Biden up before the
I don't think so.
Oversight Committee anytime soon. We've got a great panel here. Brittany Martinez and Jeannie Shanzado. We'll be back in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. We're going to talk about rescissions, which may be morphing before our eyes. This effort to claw back already approved funding, that's coming up next, right here on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump clears more weapons for Ukraine, but the U.S. will not pay for them. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. As President Trump makes the announcement alongside the Secretary General of NATO today, while also delaying possible sanctions against Russia for some 50 days. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, where Ukraine is our top story today. Kaylee, the president leaning in to this story in a way that we haven't heard him yet.
Well, absolutely, as he continually is expressing frustration with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Not only is the U.S. now sending more weapons to Ukraine via NATO, which will actually distribute them and pay for them, according to President Trump, but ramping up potentially the economic pressure as well. That is, if a deal can't be reached in this 50-day window. If no such deal is reached, that's when 100% secondary tariffs kick in. Specifically, secondary tariffs, not secondary sanctions, were the words of the president.
Although it appears the administration might be using those words interchangeably, as we heard from Howard Lutnick, and a chance to clarify that. It kind of sounds like the same thing. He might have meant tariff when he said sanctions, and then maybe there's no difference in their eyes. Either way, it's not a 2-week delay this time. It's a 50-day delay. And those weapons that we're sending, in some cases, will come from our European allies and will backfill their supplies. So there are a couple of layers here and the complexities to this deal. It kind of reminds us of, we'll build a wall and have Mexico pay for it.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. There's also the question of what this does to the congressional effort to enact more sanctions on Russia. That bill being spearheaded by Senator Lindsey Graham that would have 500% secondary tariffs on countries that are helping Russia. President Trump seemed to suggest that 500, 100, there's no real difference. They'll have the same effect.
Hard to tell how that all comes together here, but we're going to explore this coming up with some smart folks, including retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. I'm looking forward to this conversation, Kaylee, not only about the weapons, the equipment, as President Trump likes to call it, used here, but exactly how this arrangement's going to work.
Yeah, so that conversation is coming up in just a few moments, but we begin, as always, with a check on financial markets. And for a look at that, we turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
And a good day from New York. Trade, tariffs, sanctions, certainly very much in focus, helping drive today's sentiment. But right now, we're looking at the S&P very close to session highs as President Trump says he is open to trade talks. The S&P right now pushing higher by 6 points, 62.66 where we stand. That is a gain of 0.1%. The Dow also higher by 24 points now, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ up 66, up by about 0.3%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.2%. The 10-year ahead of bank earnings 4.42%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold lower little change, down 0.2%, 33.48. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.7%, 67.29 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now higher by 1% at 120,260. Had been closing in on 122,000 earlier in the session, but right now Bitcoin showing a gain of 1%. Sources tell Bloomberg Autodesk is no longer pursuing an acquisition of PTC, which would have ranked as one of this year's largest deals. Shares of Autodesk, they are gaining on that word, up by 5.6%. PTC is lower by 1.7%. Recapping, stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing as we continue to monitor any and all tariff or sanction developments. S&P up 7, up 0.1%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues now. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, I think the answer is both and. It's both sanctions developments and tariff developments potentially as we consider, obviously, the tariffs that the president is now threatening will take effect August 1st against various trading partners, including 30% for Mexico and Canada, but also the tariffs that the president is now threatening against countries that help Russia. Secondary tariffs is how he was phrasing this as he sat down in the Oval Office earlier today with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte.
But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is.
Indeed, when you look at the definitions for tariff and sanction, they are sort of different, but they are both, I guess, financial penalties. We can agree on that.
Economic leverage.
Economic leverage. He's pulling economic levers. Let's see if Kate Sullivan knows about this. She actually covers the White House for Bloomberg. Kate, we're just using these interchangeably here. We know, I think, what he's talking about. Kaylee brings up a great point. We've got the weapons component here. That's a big deal. because it would go beyond the drawdown that the president currently has. It would go beyond the summer. NATO pays for it. And we can certainly talk more about that. We will with the Rear Admiral in terms of what it is that they'll be buying.
Right.
But when it comes to sanctions, as Kaylee asked, what does this mean for the effort that's underway on Capitol Hill? Lindsey Graham's got a bill that the president seemed to like last week. Does he still?
You know, it's really interesting. So one thing we heard Trump just say was, you know, I don't know if we're really going to need that, which I think is really interesting because he's not shooting it down. He's still open to it. But I think you heard him say, you know, if we do it this way with the tariffs or sanctions, you know, I know Lutnick was talking about how he's got these different economic tools in his toolbox. You know, these things in his toolbox, he would not need congressional approval for. So I think we're still waiting to see whether, you know, he's going to go that route, or it seems like he's still trying to keep all the options on the table. But it was interesting that he said, you know, we might not need that when it comes to what's going on Capitol Hill.
Well, and he's essentially said once you get to 500, that incrementally doesn't make a difference. That 100 is still going to have potentially a similar effect in terms of the tariff rate. When we consider the countries that this is likely to affect, Kate, is the end target here China? Is it India, who of course is still trying to work separately on trade with the United States? Because he didn't necessarily get specific, but I'm assuming he's talking about purchasers of oil and gas from Russia.
Right, I think so. I mean, we still don't know, and so I wouldn't want to get ahead of that. I think we're still trying to press the White House to find out more details on, but I think that definitely could be part of this. I mean, I think there are a bunch of different angles here, and when it comes to just, you know, putting this pressure on Russia to end the war, because this is something that Trump promised over and over again on the campaign trail was something that he could do in 24 hours. And, you know, I think we've seen the frustration about how Putin has been handling this just really bubbling up over the last few months. And so I think definitely that could be part of this here.
You wonder how this potentially colors any trade deal that could be in the works with India right now, knowing that India would suffer greatly from secondary sanctions if, in fact, they were put in place. You've got an August 1 deadline, though, on India for reciprocal tariffs. I suppose that could move again. 50 days for Russia, so maybe they don't bump into each other. Is that something the White House is cognizant of?
You know, I mean, the short answer is I'm not sure. I think, you know, we're still trying to see how this is all going to play out and how this is going to affect. I mean, there's so many different deals that they're working on, as you mentioned. There are things that, you know, are threatened and then pulled back. They're moving deadlines. And so I think there's a lot up in the air right now. But what we did hear today from Trump, I think, was just a very, you know, clear message when it comes to increasing frustration with Vladimir Putin. A huge reversal. I mean, this weapons package to the deal, I mean, I think was just, it's so stunning to think that, you know, even just a few months ago to think that the U.S. would be providing more weapons to Ukraine, although, of course, that's not how they're framing it. It's that NATO is going to buy the weapons, and then so I think the framing of it as a business deal is really important here because, you know, his base doesn't want to be sending weapons to Ukraine, and this is something that he talked about on the campaign trail so much, and to have it kind of structured as, you know, this is a business deal, we're going to make money off of this, and then this is really kind of NATO's problem now, is just, I thought was really interesting and gave him a lot of political cover.
Yeah, I mean, he was very clear that the U.S. is not paying for these, that they are being paid for. Does that signal that as much as he may be growing increasingly frustrated with Vladimir Putin and with the fact that this war is still ongoing, that he does not yet find himself ready to be pushing Congress, say, for more actual assistance to Ukraine to be passed?
That's right. And I think, you know, up until now, all of the weapons and assistance that was being sent to Ukraine had been, you know, authorized under the Biden administration. And so there were no new weapons packages that Trump had approved that were going over there. So this is extremely significant because I think, you know, even though, you know, he's not ready to really own this. And I think the language that he was using today, you know, he was saying this is Biden's war, this is the Democrats' war, this is not a Trump war, is very important because I think he's very aware of the perception that if the U.S. starts sending weapons directly to Ukraine, that he's, you know, gonna be hurt by that politically. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to push Congress to do that. But this is, you know, a thing that, you know, we heard him talk about this last week, and it's been happening over the past few days with this rollout of this announcement. But it's just a really interesting and very Trump way to kind of handle this foreign policy, and I think is really colored by his also personal relationships with foreign leaders, with Rutte and with Vladimir Putin, his kind of his personal feelings when it comes to these people, I think, is playing a big role here too.
Never forget when he screenshotted the text from Mark Rutte before the NATO summit.
Yes, he
when
did.
Rutte was praising him. Just posted it right on True Social.
Daddy's
Kate
home.
Sullivan, who covers the White House for us here at Bloomberg, thank you so much. Shedding some light on the thinking, perhaps, from this administration around the weapons package that was announced today that NATO, of course, will be handling. Here's how the president phrased it in the Oval Office earlier.
It's everything. It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually. Because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over and will replace the Patriots with the ones they have. And Matt will coordinate with NATO. But so it's going to be, they're going to start arriving very soon.
And we want to get more on these weapon systems that are going to be heading Ukraine's way, whatever the route is. Of course, this route through NATO, and turn to retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, who's joining us now here on Bloomberg TV and radio. He's a former destroyer squadron commander, now senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Admiral, thank you for being here on Balance of Power. When we consider these Patriot missile systems themselves, the idea that the U.S. will be backfilling countries that send these systems to Ukraine, how quickly can we actually do so? What kind of capacity exists in this regard right now?
Well, thanks for having me. You know, this is the real challenge. That the president's language was a little non-specific, as was Rutte's, and conflicting. But I will tell you, we can get them there quickly through either of the two routes that were mentioned. The one route of the Europeans transfer their PAC-2, that's a lower level type of Patriot missile, to the Ukrainians, what the Ukrainians could use very easily, and then backfill and order them from the United States to refill the European armory, or the United States could transfer them, and then NATO pays, European countries pay the United States for the United States to replenish itself. Either of those methods gets them there much quicker than a Ukrainian order from the from a defense industrial based country, which would be years. Either of these cases, he says, could be weeks to months to have missiles and batteries transferring to Ukraine.
Admiral, we're really glad to have you with us today, because before you were on the USS Nimitz, the USS McCampbell, the USS Elliott, the USS Bainbridge, and I can keep going, the Teddy Roosevelt, you were on the National Security Council at the White House, late 90s. And when we look back a couple of years here, how do we rationalize the fact that we've been having this conversation about our defense industrial base for decades, and we really don't have a greater capacity to show for it? Was this not something that you were talking about that many years ago inside the White House?
No, you're exactly right. I think we've got about a 20-year deficit, particularly in our munitions, and that's what we're talking about here, whether it's Patriot missiles here, the Standard missiles the Navy was using to shoot down Houthi rebel cruise missiles, or the offensive weapons that we were using against the Houthis or have used in other locales. We were running at about 25% of the proper level of munitions order. In other words, when we needed 4, we ordered 1. When you do that over 20 years, you really create a deficit. And worse, you tell the defense industrial base companies, I'm not going to do major orders. And they reduce their ability to produce. So what you've seen over the last 3 years are pretty consistent from the supplemental, the Ukraine supplemental, Taiwan supplemental a couple years ago, this year's budget and next year's budget. Actual investments in the defense industrial base, where the United States is contributing to defense industrial base companies like Lockheed and Raytheon and Northrop Grumman to expand their ability, their capacity to produce. They obviously contribute. And so we are beginning to grow our capacity. But this is a 20-year deficit. The only deficit that's worse is the European one, which almost went to 0.
Well, and now, of course, Europeans are trying to step up in their own defense spending category, which is one of the main aims of this administration. That was a point emphasized by Secretary General Rutte in the Oval Office with the president earlier. As we consider the kind of allied capacity, if you will, I also would like to ask you, Admiral, about Russia's capacity, and specifically the supply of weapons that Russia is still getting from countries like North Korea. How should we be considering Russia's ability to continue to replenish its own stocks, continue striking Ukraine, often civilian targets, and how it's matched against the assistance Ukraine is now getting in terms of air defenses?
Well, that's a great question, Kelly, because you're exactly right. Ukraine is fighting 4 countries: Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China. And in fact, Russia today is firing more artillery from North Korea than their own. In other words, the majority of the artillery being used by Russia is North Korean. North Korea gave about 6 million rounds, which is 20 years of U.S. production, to the Russians. Iran has built a Shahed drone factory in Russia. After giving them thousands of their own Shahed drones or selling them, they now have a factory there producing it. That's what's hammering the Ukrainian cities every night. And the third thing is China has been backstopping the economy with increases in imports and exports, but equally importantly, providing the microelectronics that are used in Russian cruise and ballistic missiles. So all three of these countries, as axis of authoritarians, are supporting the fourth, Russia, in this fight. And that's who Ukraine's been going against. So that's probably why it's appropriate for the United States and Europe to assist with at least with equipment, but not forces.
It's incredible to consider 4 countries. You know, Bloomberg interviewed the head of Ukrainian military intelligence admiral who said North Korea is now supplying as much as 40% of Russia's ammunition in this war. You mentioned the shells that we're having trouble manufacturing as quickly, but they're prepared at least to send a lot of other stuff. Ballistic missiles, artillery systems. Russia, of course, providing money and technology to North Korea in return. What's the weapon system you're most worried about, and could we see them include nukes coming from Pyongyang?
So, well, certainly, not nukes, because not that Russia would use them, but they have their own tactical nukes already. But I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's something we should always be sensitive to. But the North Korean thing, that the North Korean weapons that bother me the most are, in fact, the artillery rounds. You're exactly right. But what bothers me even more than those are those Shahed drones. Shahed drones from Iran and the factory that was built in Russia are really putting pressure on the Ukrainian air defense system, and they're causing civilian casualties and damage to critical infrastructure. Energy, water, the financial systems of Ukraine are hit every night. And so, to me, that Iranian drone and that North Korean artillery are really making a difference in hurting the Ukrainians.
Well, and as you point to the targets that Russia is taking aim at in Ukraine, obviously part of the objective here, Admiral, is to wear on Ukrainian morale. Do you sense that we reach a point where that is effective, where Ukraine's kind of desire to keep prosecuting or defending itself in this war is going to diminish? Is Russia being effective in that regard?
So I don't think so. And here's why I say that. I go to Ukraine every quarter for a couple of weeks to do training with their military and their general staff. And I am convinced the Ukrainians won't lose. That doesn't mean they can push Russia out. It doesn't mean they can recapture Crimea, but they won't lose. They're losing incrementally a kilometer here, a kilometer there of land, but they have the societal resilience to stay in this fight and win. They just need access to weapons, and that's what President Trump gave them today. He gave them access to weapon systems that they need. The one thing I wish he had gone one step further and given them access to some of our offensive weapons again, the ATACMS, long-range artillery. That would have been great, because then they could break up Russian formations when they're coming together in Russia, by waiting till they're very close to the Ukrainian lines.
Yeah.
We want to stay in touch with you, Admiral. Let us know when you're going back to Ukraine. Retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, Senior Fellow, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. We thank you for the insights, only here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at the best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. Right to the numbers. We're up 10 now on the S&P at 6270. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. The Dow up 44, higher by 0.1%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is up 81 for Nasdaq, a gain of 0.4%. Our Mag 7 Index up 0.3%. The 10-year 4.42%. The 2-year 3.89% ahead of bank earnings tomorrow morning. Spot gold down $6 the ounce, $33.49. Drop there of 0.2%. A retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate now slumping by 2%, $62.12 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 0.9% at 120,139 on Bitcoin. Tesla facing a federal jury today. Tesla's on trial in Florida over claims that the company is partly to blame for a fatal 2019 crash that occurred when the autopilot system in a Model S allegedly failed to detect a parked SUV. Tesla shares, they're up 0.7%. And again, Bitcoin has breached $120,000 for the first time. Investor enthusiasm showing few signs of dimming as the House of Representatives prepares to consider key industry legislation. Again, bears repeating, we did see Bitcoin closing in on 122,000. Right now, Bitcoin 120,196. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Checking on all asset classes for us. But yes, noting those incredible moves in crypto with Bitcoin north of 120,000 just in time for Crypto Week in the House of Representatives. Or maybe it's because it's Crypto Week in the House of Representatives, Joe, is that those lawmakers are gearing up to vote on 3 separate pieces of legislation pertaining to the industry this week. They'll, of course, be voting to pass the Genius Act, which passed the United States Senate earlier, that will regulate stablecoins, specifically looking to pass the Clarity Act, which is a market structure bill, divvy up jurisdiction between the SEC and CFTC, and pass some anti-CBDC legislation as well. Crypto Week.
Yes. Don't you miss when she was hosting the crypto show? This is like the old Kaylee coming out. But I have to admit, you're the first person I asked when I walked in today, what the heck is going on? $120,000 is a really big deal. Wouldn't it be like us in Washington to really take credit for that? But there could be something to this here. The fact that it's being institutionalized on this level, you see Congressman French Hill doing Sunday morning TV talking about crypto. We're in a different world than we would have been a year ago.
Yeah, well, the whole idea is that especially if you get the regulatory clarity the industry has been pushing for years, that could open up all sorts of doors in terms of institutional appetite for cryptocurrencies if there's a greater clarity on the regulatory front. This is what they've been lobbying for.
That's for sure. You certainly hear a lot about that. We heard a lot of $1 million price targets floating around over the weekend, too. And this is the type of thing that gets that talk started. So let's get our panel together here today. We're going to get into the crypto week and also the rescissions package that's looming on Capitol Hill, whether it ever sees the light of day. We're going to ask Jeannie Sheehan Zaino about this, Bloomberg Politics contributor and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to have Jeannie with us alongside Brittany Martinez, Republican strategist, founder, executive director, Espina & Company, runs Principles First. And it's great to have you with us as well, Brittany. Jeannie, is this real? Is Washington really deserving of the credit for $120,000 on Bitcoin?
Well, you know, I think what's deserving of the credit is the enormous amount of lobbying that went into this bill. And you were just talking about this with Kaylee. I was looking back at the contributions that stablecoin and Bitcoin made in the last election to both sides of the aisle. It was one of the largest groups donating in 2024, and this has been the case for many cycles. And so I think what it reinforces is you give money to representatives and senators, you will get bipartisan support for legislation that you like. And that's what we saw in the Senate, and that's what we suspect we're going to see in the House. I don't know what it says about Washington, D.C., whether they should be trumpeting credit, but they took in a lot of money and they're delivering on those promises.
Well, and we should point out that this also was an objective for President Trump. He wants to see this legislation passing. He wants to be the most pro-crypto president in history. Brittany, when we consider, though, that this is not budget reconciliation, it's going to require Democrats to get this across the finish line, certainly in the Senate. What incentive do Democrats have, even those who might be pro-crypto, to cooperate with Republicans on this legislation, having just gotten steamrolled in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act?
I think you'll probably see pushback from Democrats, honestly. It's always going to happen, but certainly in an administration like this, to Jeannie's point, it's about follow the money. Are you getting donations from this? And it shouldn't affect the way that you legislate, but, we're in D.C. I think we know that it kind of affects the way that you legislate a little bit. And I think that crypto's here to stay. And so if Democrats, I think the one thing that might be able to sort of get them across this finish line is, do you want to help usher in this new age? Do you want to be innovative and part of this? And I think that might be able to sway some hearts and minds.
You wonder if it's important enough for Republicans to entertain this Democratic idea of kind of writing Donald Trump out of the industry, that there would be some sort of curbs put on his involvement, but that's not ever going to happen, is it?
I think, listen, this is the most Bloomberg-y topic I think I've ever talked about here when it comes to crypto.
Yep.
But, Bitcoin and all of those fancy money terms with this virtual money and currency, we saw what I think are some very clear ethical issues when it comes to the Trump coin and all of those sort of things like that. And I think it would be smart for Republicans to say this is bigger than all of us and, maybe have him take a back seat on this. But no, this is a Trump show. And so I'm sure he'll be very much out in the front of this.
Yeah, well, we should point out that at the same time, it's crypto week for House Republicans. For Maxine Waters, the ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee, I believe she's calling this anti-crypto corruption week as she pushes this narrative, Jeannie, that this is an ethical problem, that President Trump stands to benefit potentially from this legislation financially. And I wonder if you expect that to be too big of a hurdle for many Democrats to get over, to get to yes on these bills.
I think it is the one thing that is putting pressure the other way on this bill. World, liberty, financial, everything else. By the way, I love Brittany's word, Bloomberg topic. I can't even say it, but it's a great word, great term. The reality is, though, they planned for this. They saw this coming. And that's why, again, look at the money, look at the contributions that went just in 2024. They'll go again in 2026. This has been ratcheting up for a long time across the aisle. And I think in the end, that will keep enough Democrats on board, despite concerns about ethics, which are incredibly real. I think that'll keep enough Democrats on board that this thing will get passed into the president's desk. I think it's an old story in Washington, and it is particularly troubling. One of the ironies here is, for such a new way of doing business and a new introduction into the financial world, something that only, my kids told me about and said, you should have invested in 2010 or whenever it started, which I never did. All of a sudden, they have made inroads into the oldest establishment in Congress, and they've done it the old-fashioned way. It's pretty telling, and it will probably be successful.
Wow, that's pretty good, Jeannie. Well, we talked about a bunch of deadlines earlier in the broadcast. We've got the 1st of August when it comes to reciprocal tariffs. Now, Donald Trump has a 50-day pause or waiting period on Russia sanctions. There's another big one, Kaylee, July 18.
Friday.
That's when the rescissions package expires, Friday. So they have the rest of this week to claw back $9.5 billion that we've been talking about. And it's just not as easy as it is said, as it turns out here. Brittany, the idea of clawing back congressionally approved funding, whether it's NPR or USAID, PEPFAR funding, this is very controversial. Forget the $2 trillion that the Doge was going to cut. It looks like this actually might not pass in its current form and will have to be revamped. Is that how it ends?
I think there's a good chance here. This Congress has been nothing but surprising. So it wouldn't surprise me if it passed. It wouldn't surprise me if it didn't pass.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that, once again, we find the Senate, and especially Republicans in the Senate, pushing back. And they're sort of the ones who are going to be the deciders here. I know that Collins has some concerns. And the broadcast, I think that is going to be a big issue. USAID, I think those are going to be the top things that Republicans are looking at, especially senators who are representing rural areas where broadcasting is important. Right. And we need to make sure that Americans know what's going on. And the last thing I'll say on this is that, I had the privilege to come and share my opinions sometimes and commentate on things, but I'm not a reporter. I'm not a journalist. And when I see Trump saying NPR and PBS and they're worse than the mainstream media, whatever, it just feels like not only is it a hit on freedom of speech, but free press. And so I think that's going to be a big concern for the constitutional Republicans that are in office.
Well, so Jeannie, knowing that those Republicans who may have those concerns are also being faced with the threat from the president directly to lose his support and endorsement if they don't get behind this, how do you think ultimately they all will come down?
I think it's going to be close. I think we will see, if this has a chance of passing, I do think we're going to see some changes on the public broadcasting because they can only afford to lose 3. And you have a number of rural Republican senators right in the wake, let's not forget, of the devastation in Texas when communication was such an important issue. How can they look at their constituents and justify cutting funds? And it's not a lot of funds, but cutting what little funds go to public broadcasting in those areas, which are for many people in those areas, their only lines of communication. I think USAID, we may see some changes. And then to your and Joe's earlier point, can they do this all and jam the House and get it passed into the president's desk by the 18th? It's going to be short. So I think the president is threatening. They want to get this through. Russ Vought is working as hard as he can. But this one, I think, is going to be close. My guess is we see changes out of the Senate. They try to jam the House. And we'll see if Mike Johnson has the magic touch once again.
No, the parliamentarian might have to have a say in this by the time they're done, which is something we're familiar with at the moment. Brittany, do you buy the conventional wisdom that if Republicans pass the rescissions package, a deal with Democrats on a budget is dead in the water because you've just eliminated whatever trust there was, and there isn't a lot right now?
I don't think there's a lot right now. You're right. It's Congress. I think that we're always speculating, whose side people are on and if they're a bill going to be able to come across. But when it comes to that, I kind of, but I'm sorry. I feel like when it comes to this issue right now and what we saw, especially with the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's not a lot of goodwill at the moment. Right. And so I think Democrats are just going to vote party line as much as they can. And I don't think this is any different.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wonder how the pressure of the government shutting down potentially changes the calculus there. Jeannie, before we let you go, as well, as Brittany just mentioned, the One Big Beautiful Bill, of course, a round of budget reconciliation. Our colleague David Gura caught up with the budget chair in the House, Jody Arrington, in New York earlier today, who suggested he's going to try to do a second budget bill by the end of the year, a follow-up with some new reductions in Medicare, fix any errors from the first one. We know how hard the first one was. Do you really see the odds of a second being able to pass in 2025?
I don't know, Kaylee, strap in. We're going to do it all over again. I can't see them being able to do this all over again, but I think these were promises made to people uncomfortable with the bill. So I think they're going to give it a shot. I'm not confident it gets over the line, but we heard the same from Vought as well about the rescissions, where this is the first of what's going to be many. So I think these are promises. I'm not sure they're going to be able to keep them.
Well, we'll all find out together. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Brittany Martinez, our political panel, as we kick things off the week in Washington on this Monday. Thank you both so much for joining us. And of course, Joe, we've heard the speaker float that as well, that we could get more reconciliation packages. The question is just how hard fought those battles would be.
Ask Joe Biden how easy it is to get 2 swings at reconciliation in the same Congress. We'll talk more about this, of course, as we make our way through the day. And this idea that the walls are closing in on Jay Powell, it's intensifying what we're hearing from the White House. We'll have more on that next on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. NASDAQ at a record. S&P 500 index holding close to session highs. Stocks solidly in the green. Stocks bounced higher as President Trump indicated he is open to trade negotiations, including with the European Union. S&P right now up 10. That is a gain of 0.1%. The S&P at 62.69, again close to session highs on the Monday session. The Dow up 64, up 0.1%. NASDAQ at a record 20,661 now, up by 0.4%. 10-year at 4.42%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.89%. Gold, little change, down 0.1%, $33.50 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, $67.14 a barrel. And Bitcoin at 119,978 on Bitcoin, trading at a record up 0.7%. America's biggest banks heading into earnings season with tailwinds from trading and lending as they benefit from market volatility and steady borrowing costs. Tomorrow morning, we hear from JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. All three higher right now. JP Morgan Chase up 0.8%. Citigroup is advancing 0.7, and Wells Fargo up by 1.1%. Again, recapping, stocks higher. NASDAQ at a record. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. Live from World Headquarters in New York, Charlie Pellet on the markets for us as we consider what's happening inside the headquarters of the Federal Reserve. This is not a market mover, at least not yet. But when you drive by the Fed building on Constitution and 20th Street, you see a bunch of orange cones and barrels out there. Kaylee, there's a barrier up because they're working on the building. They're rehabbing the building. And this has become the cause du jour at the White House. If you have a problem with Jay Powell, you have a problem with the renovations. This is something we heard about from the likes of Russ Vought and others. And now it's become a full-blown scandal here. I don't know if they want Jay Powell to be using IKEA or what's going to happen, but the idea is Russ Vought referring to it as Versailles, the millions of dollars that are going into the headquarters. They're calling for an audit against the backdrop of continued complaints about Jay Powell and his approach to interest rates. You certainly have heard enough about this from President Trump, who calls him too late Powell. He's called him stupid and other things in front of cameras and microphones. We spent some time with Peter Navarro, the president's trade advisor, who also thinks it's lights out for Jay Powell. Here's what he said.
I think the bond market, frankly, thinks Jerome Powell's a clown at this point because of what he did. And I can go over the three major mistakes he makes, but the bond market will do what the bond market does, seeing the data. And when you see 10-year yields going down significantly like they have been doing, that should tell Jerome Powell that the short-run rates should be coming down significantly. Yeah. And that's not happening.
It's not happening, and it's not clear if it will happen and what the consequence would be for the Fed chairman himself as the White House is pushing this cut narrative, but also now apparently creating some concerns as to whether or not the Fed chair actually misled Congress about the cost and the scale of these renovations or rehabilitations, whatever you want to call them. So we wanted to get into this more with Amara Mokwe, who's joining us in studio here in D.C. She's Bloomberg Federal Reserve reporter. So Amara, as we know, there's kind of this legal question that we've been grappling with for months as to whether or not the president can actually fire a Fed chair. We know a governor can be removed for cause. Is this whole business with the building potentially a way to drum up cause?
It certainly seems like people in Trump's orbit are trying to lay the groundwork to argue that there is cause to remove Chair Powell from the Board of Governors. The question of whether a president can remove the chair is a little ambiguous, but the question of whether the president can remove a governor on the board is more clear in the law. If there's cause like malfeasance or neglect of duty, then that gives the president more standing. And you hear, you've heard one administration official, Bill Pulte, say that what Chair Powell said to Congress about these renovations when he testified before the Senate last month, that he lied, basically. That's the allegation. And he's saying that would amount to cause. You hear Russ Vought saying that Powell has grossly mismanaged the Fed on social media when he was discussing these renovations. So the use of that language definitely suggests like people in Trump's world are trying to build this case for cause.
His term doesn't even go on for that much longer. I mean, by the time they got the paperwork to fire him, wouldn't
leaving the building anyway?
His term doesn't go on for that much longer, and Trump has said that he doesn't want to fire Chair Powell.
Yeah.
But the context that you all were talking about is very relevant here. This is a president and this is an administration that doesn't like Jerome Powell. They don't like him.
They nominated him in the first place. in the
Yes,
first
Trump
term.
appointed him to chair in the first place, but the relationship now is in a very bad place, right? Powell and fellow policymakers have not delivered the rate cuts that Trump wants this year so far. They don't look like they're going to lower rates at their meeting later this month. Trump is angry, and so you can't separate where we are on this construction project from that anger and this full-scale pressure campaign that the administration has been waging on the Fed to lower rates.
Well, and the Fed is the point here, or more specifically, the FOMC. While Powell obviously has been the person targeted by the administration, he, while the chair, is only one member of that committee. These decisions are made in a group setting. So even if he does successfully get rid of him, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to change the course of monetary policy.
That is true, but Powell has been he said recently that the Fed would probably be cutting by now, if not for tariffs and the potential for tariffs to drive up inflation. And so Powell has really been the face of this sort of on-hold stance, this face of let's be patient here on rate cuts. And so that's why Trump is so angry. And Powell is known to be someone who does have a lot of influence over the committee, who has been known to kind of be able to move the committee to kind of where he thinks they should be going. And so all of that plays into Trump's ire at Powell because policymakers have not adjusted rates so far this year.
Just to clarify before you leave us, in testimony, Jay Powell refuted what had been reported. He said there are no VIP lounges, there are no water features, there's nothing exotic that's going into the Federal Reserve building. Do we have any idea what they are building in there that's costing so much?
Yeah, the last sort of like big publicly available review of what they are building came out in 2021 from this National Planning Capital Commission. They reviewed the project and signed off on it. And a lot of this seems to be like a disagreement over how you want to label things, right? So like he was asked about rooftop terrace gardens.
Yes.
And the Fed has said, actually, those are like vegetated gardens on the roof, which are good for like sustainability and like they're environmentally friendly. So like a lot of it seems like how angry are you at Powell and do you want to like sort of cast some of these things that's overly extravagant.
In
so
the eyes of the beholder,
Exactly.
I suppose.
Fascinating.
Yes,
Amara, thank you so much. Amara Mokwe, Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter. As we try to get to the bottom of this one, maybe we can get a tour, Kaylee. I kind of want to see what's going on in there. You mentioned tariffs, though, Kaylee, and indeed, Jay Powell has indicated that if it were not for the tariffs that the president has on again, off again, recently adding to over the weekend, that maybe things would be in a different position when it comes to moving rates. And we want to explore this a bit more with Jacob Funk Kierkegaard, non-resident senior fellow with the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Jacob, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Do you suspect that that is true, that if the tariff policy were at least more predictable or not there to begin with, that Jay Powell would have much more flexibility to start lowering rates now?
Oh, yeah, I would certainly say that the inflationary, the sort of projected path for inflation in the United States would be significantly lower. And that would quite naturally correspond into more freedom for the Fed to cut rates. No doubt about that in my mind. It is possible that, firms front-loaded a lot of stuff ahead of the early April deadline. They may even be eating it initially through their margins, but none of that is sustainable. So I think, I'm on the team that thinks inflation is coming unless.
Well, and I guess we'll get a sense when we get U.S. CPI data tomorrow as to whether or not it is starting to feed through into inflation, knowing that higher tariffs still could be coming just weeks from now, Jacob, as August 1st, of course, is the new deadline we're working with. And the European Union specifically is now being threatened with a 30% tariff on that date. The EU's trade chief, Maros Sefcovic, says that effectively would prohibit trade between the U.S. and EU. Do you view that the same way?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that, even if the 30% do not necessarily include the categories that are already affected by sectorals, that will be autos and steel and aluminum, there'll be a very, very large amount of trade that simply won't be profitable at a 30% tariff. So what this will do is that it will greatly diminish the overall amount of trade that is done. And I think importantly also what that means is that Trump's threat to match any possible EU retaliation to those 30% probably is not very influential for the EU because the initial hit to trade has already been so large. And therefore, it's not a particularly effective deterrent, in the eyes of the EU from its retaliation.
So should we start stockpiling wine and cheese now?
Well, I think yes is the short answer. If you believe that the prospects for a deal are much lower today than they were last week, I am certainly in that category. I think the EU quite clearly have interpreted the 30%, which is obviously much higher than the initial April 2nd 20%, as kind of a slap in the face. And basically, using the EU's, and I think, honest attempt to get a deal as a sign of weakness and as therefore an opportunity to squeeze the EU even more once the prospects of some framework of a deal agreed between the EU Trade Commissioner, USTR, and the Department of Commerce reached the White House. So yes, I think the probability, unfortunately, of a no-deal scenario today is higher than last week. And yes, that probably means that you should at least think about stockpiling stuff you'd like from Europe.
Well, it also raises the question of where Europe would turn if trade was effectively cut off in at least large part with the United States. As European officials, Jacob, are now talking about this idea that it will increase engagement with other countries that have been affected by U.S. tariffs. Could the end result of this actually just be a reorientation of the global trading system away from the United States and actually more toward countries like China?
I don't know if more towards China, given that trading with China, certainly from the EU's perspective, today is a very unbalanced, endeavor as well. But no doubt that the EU is very strongly pursuing, deeper trade ties with quote unquote third countries. This weekend, we had the political conclusion of an EU-Indonesia free trade agreement. The EU is also plowing ahead with the potential free trade agreement with India, as well as other members of ASEAN, Thailand, Malaysia, and others. They have obviously recently struck deals with Mercosur in the better part of the South American economy. So absolutely, I think what you are seeing is that countries that still believe in the benefits of free trade, they're going to trade more with each other and less with the United States. Maybe also less with China because of the risk of Chinese overcapacity and sort of excess export growth. But among themselves, absolutely, that's what we will see, which ironically is something that, maybe the Trump administration actually wants at some level by levying so high tariffs on so many U.S. trading partners.
What do you make, Jacob, of the decision to not retaliate? Ursula von der Leyen says there won't be any retaliation ahead of the deadline on August 1st. Is it smart not to escalate?
I think if you're the European Commission, it's a smart move. Because remember, if there is retaliation, this would be by far the largest trade retaliation in European history. The cost of that will be borne by the member states. So if there was any doubt about who wanted that trade escalation, if the Commission could in any sense or shape be accused of being escalatory or hawkish in these negotiations, there'll be a lot of incoming fire headed to the European Commission and Ursula von der Leyen from member state governments. So she's basically insulating herself from doing that by saying, look, we want to make sure that if this comes to a trade war, it's Donald Trump that fires the first shot, not us. So yes, I think it is smart. And obviously from a European point of view, because, Europeans view tariffs as a bad idea. And if you do that, of course, you should use any possible option to avoid it. So absolutely, yes. Keep negotiating until, 11:55 p.m. on August 31st.
All right, Jacob, we appreciate you joining us. Jacob Funk Kierkegaard, non-resident senior fellow with the Peterson Institute for International Economics, joining us here on Balance of Power. And we're out of time, Joe. Otherwise, I would have asked Jacob what the difference is between secondary sanctions
and tariffs?
And secondary tariffs. We're going to have to explore that more, I guess, in the late edition.
Kaylee's asking this because they appear to be interchangeable today at the White House, even though they are kind of very different. We'll explore this more, by the way, with Libby Cantrell is going to be on the late edition of Balance of Power. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll meet you back here with much more from Washington, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone, live from the Bloomberg Business Week studio in New York. We're on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Nora Melinda. She's Bloomberg News equities reporter. She is in for Carol Massar On this day, Nora, where we're seeing a little bit of a, I guess you could say, relief rally in equities.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some of these indexes up a touch. We have communication services, the best performing sector. Energy, the worst performing sector right now in the S&P 500.
Charlie Pellet's going to have a deep dive in just a minute. In the meantime, we've got our eyes on pretty much everything that's moving markets this afternoon. We're going to start talking about trade because the president indicated he's open to trade negotiations, including with the European Union. Also, it is a busy week. We've got results from the big banks. We're going to get inflation data. And then there's everything happening when it comes to geopolitics, Nora. And that's where we're going to begin with the latest when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, lots to really focus on here, lots to parse that I'm really keeping an eye on, and we can definitely tell that Wall Street is doing the same here.
The president threatened to impose stiff financial penalties on Russia if it does not end hostilities with Ukraine. Angela Stent is going to be joining us in just a few minutes. She's of the Brookings Institute, and she's standing by right now.
And speaking of financial penalties, what investors need to know about the latest tariff announcements against Mexico and the EU.
Also on those tariffs, how one S&P 500 company is navigating them. We've got the CEO of Fastenal joining us in just a few minutes. All that and more coming up this hour on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, a check of the day's trade and business stories. Here he is. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Nora. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P 500 index holding close to the best level of the session, up 9 right now, up 0.1%. But NASDAQ trading at a record right now. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 64. Right now, NASDAQ 20,649, up by about 0.3%. The Dow up 53, up by about 0.1%. 10-year 4.42%, for the 2-year ahead of bank earnings 3.89%. Gold little changed and lower, down 0.1%, 33.50 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 66.97 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin back above 120,000 right now, trading at a record today, breaching that level for the first time. Bitcoin up by 0.7%. Meta Platforms CEO Mark Zuckerberg says the company is building several massive data centers to power its AI efforts, with the first one expected to come online next year. Right now, Meta up by about 0.8%. As we have been reporting, President Trump says the U.S. will send more weapons to Ukraine, describing them as top-of-the-line weapons. And according to the New York Times, Andrew Cuomo will stay in the race for New York City mayor to challenge Mamdani. Recapping, S&P up 8, up 0.1%. NASDAQ at a record. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Certainly do appreciate it. President Trump threatened to impose stiff financial penalties on Russia if it does not end hostilities with Ukraine. That's within 50 days, while pledging fresh weapon supplies for Kyiv. Trump said the levies would come in the form of secondary tariffs without providing details. The president has used the term in the past to describe duties imposed on countries for trading with American adversaries. Angela Stent is senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. She's also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. She's a former national intelligence officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. Also served in the Office of Policy Planning at the U.S. Department of State. Angela, good to have you with us this afternoon. Secretary Lutnick followed up afterward. He said it would be a secondary sanction, or secondary sanctions, I should say. What exactly does that mean for a country that has had sanctions on it for years?
So the actual tariffs or sanctions on Russia wouldn't mean very much, tariffs, because we barely trade with Russia. I think $5 billion last year. But what that would mean is sanctions on China, sanctions on India. They're the two largest purchasers of Russian oil. Probably a country like Turkey as well, which purchases a lot of Russian oil. So they are threatening those countries. I believe that President Trump said 100% tariffs. There's a Senate bill which would impose 500% tariffs, secondary tariffs on these countries that purchase Russian hydrocarbons. So that's the real threat, not so much to Russia.
Angela, how meaningful would it be for these countries?
So, it would be meaningful because they are the largest purchasers of Russian oil. But then we don't know how they might retaliate. India, of course, is a country that's been drawing closer to the United States. So to have that kind of tariff on India would also, I think, affect other aspects of the U.S.-Indian relationship. So I think they're kind of all waiting. I should say that, saying that Russia has 50 days to end the war, you have to realize that Russia is now in the middle of a very brutal summer offensive. And if you give them 50 days, the summer will be over by then. So Russia can still do an enormous amount of damage to Ukraine in those 50 days.
Well, in terms of moving the needle on actually ending this conflict, Dr. Sten, is this enough in your view to actually push Russia to stop its bombardment of Ukraine?
Well, the most important thing at the moment are the weapons supplies. I mean, the Ukrainians desperately need air defenses. They need those Patriot batteries. And today, President Trump said that there's 17 of them available. So what's going to happen is European allies are going to purchase American Patriot missiles and other weapons. They are then going to give them to Ukraine. So that enables President Trump to say to his base, well, we're not spending any more money on Ukraine. Whether that's enough to help Ukraine really give the message to Putin that he cannot win this war, I think that's doubtful. I mean, Putin's not going to stop until he really believes that he's not going to win this. And for that, the Ukrainians need an enormous amount of weapons, including, in the end, weapons that could strike Moscow. But we haven't said that we're going to provide those yet.
Well, let's listen to exactly what the president said earlier. Here he is in the Oval Office with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Where we're going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. The United States will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it and they're going to be paying for it. This is a very big deal we've made. This is billions of dollars worth of military equipment is going to be purchased from the United States, going to NATO, etc. And that's going to be quickly distributed to the battlefield. Ukraine will take it up. And, say what you want about Ukraine. When the war started, they had no chance. And they still would have had no chance if the equipment, they had the best equipment, because we do make the best planes and missiles, and we make the best military equipment in the world by far.
That was President Trump. Earlier today, he was in the Oval Office with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Dr. Sten, I want to talk about the weapons portion of this and the significance that you see in an environment where many in the Republican Party were happy not to provide Ukraine with any aid. How do you view this politically for President Trump, and also whether or not you think this is enough of a move by the United States? And again, the president saying the United States is going to provide them, NATO member states are going to pay for them. If that's enough to give Ukraine the edge against Russia?
Well, so first of all, this certainly has split the MAGA base, because there's still significant numbers of people, beginning with Vice President Vance, who think that we shouldn't be supplying Ukraine. And then you had the Undersecretary in the Defense Department, Elbridge Colby, apparently order the end of supplying Ukraine with weapons because he thinks only the Europeans should do this. President Trump reversed that order that apparently he hadn't heard about before. So yes, I think this is still a contentious issue within his base. Is that enough to help Ukraine? I mean, Ukraine just needs an enormous amount of these Patriot batteries. If it gets 17 extra ones, that's terrific. Ukrainians themselves are manufacturing their own drones now. They're also making deals with European countries to co-produce them. But we really don't know whether that is enough, because the Russians are also stepping up their production of weapons. And they're also using their drones in very creative ways to try and get round some of the barriers that the Ukrainians have put in their way. So at the moment, things are very difficult for Ukraine. And I think only very significant numbers of weapons can help them push this back. And they also do have a mobilization problem. Russia has many more people it can mobilize. It's got North Koreans fighting for the Russians. The Ukrainians do face this shortage. They are so far refusing to draft 18 to 25-year-olds, but they are under pressure from some of the Western countries to do so.
Angela, we saw a report last week that North Korea is supplying as much as 40% of Russia's ammunition. Mm-hmm. Just how much of an asset is this for Russia?
Oh, North Korea is an enormous asset for Russia now. We now hear they may send as many as 30,000 more Korean troops to Russia to help, and with the ammunition. So without North Korea, it would be very difficult for Russia to do what it's doing. Iran is less important now, by the way, because the Russians are producing their own drones. But I would say the single most important country in terms of weapon supplies right now is North Korea.
Dr. Angela Sten, we always appreciate you taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Dr. Angela Sten is Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution, also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. So that's the latest out of Washington when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. Now let's get to trade, because President Trump indicated that he's open to more trade negotiations, including with the European Union, even as he insisted that his letters threatening new tariff rates are, quote, the deals for U.S. trading partners. Josh Wingrove is a Bloomberg News senior White House correspondent. He joins us from our bureau in Washington, D.C. Josh, I want to start with Europe, because I think the big news over the weekend was the idea that the European Union would see a 30% tax or 30% tariff on goods from the country. Obviously, a big deal for a very big trading partner. The president somewhat walking those comments back a little bit, or at least saying he was open to negotiations. What's your read?
Yeah, these letters have been a bargaining tactic, and that one landing in particular in the middle of what have been negotiations between the U.S. and the EU. And that's important because other letters to smaller economies have not really, been that circumstance. They've been maybe token negotiations at most, and the letters seem to be, the last word, or at least one of the last words. So Trump is in some ways trying to set a number, but also invite these negotiations. He's also using these letters, of course, to invite direct investment. Of course, that's going to be not particularly compelling for countries to try to facilitate if they feel like there's a gun being held to their head. So, the EU is, of course, one of the major U.S. trading partners, a lot riding on this one. And the question is, of course, will they land somewhere, or will Trump look at wherever they are in a week or two and think that that's either not enough and stick with the 30%, or it is enough and go to a lower number? Remember, of course, the baseline number right now is 10%. He initially announced 20% on Europe in those initial Liberation Day tariffs. He's threatened as high as 50% on Europe, and is always, that's been kind of one of the top of the list places that he's complained about when he talks about unfair trade relationships. I should note, of course, he posted in the last day or so a complaint that he continues to think the U.S. is being taken advantage of militarily as well as economically. That's a comment to be read in the lens of the EU talks, the Canadian talks, the Japanese talks, the South Korean talks. Trump sees all these things kind of commingled, and some of them they've been publicly resistant to talk about touching, like those sectoral tariffs. So, he's trying to get deals. He doesn't want to really negotiate on some of the things that these other places negotiate. It's tough sledding ahead.
Josh, the EU is definitely a big major trade partner indeed here, but who's really making the most progress here? Is President Trump pulling ahead? Who seems to be budging, if at all, in this tariff war between the two countries?
We don't know, because the EU has been leading the way in terms of countries that have not retaliated, but can. I mean, there's a lot of U.S. goods sold to Europe that could face tariffs. Trump is mad about the trade deficit, but of course that is a two-way street that he's talking about. And I think the question here, and we have some reporting from some of our colleagues in Europe, that there are at least some voices wondering whether there should be increased collaboration between some of the Western economies that are all facing similar U.S. threats, is do they ultimately all get to a deal, or do they ultimately all decide to push back more than they have already? And right now, that is just such an open question. Remember, early on, particularly with China, you saw like tit-for-tat responses from some places that really sort of sent things escalating to effectively trade embargo level tariffs. We haven't really seen that yet, but that doesn't mean that we won't get there. And remember, Trump's threats are so angering people and voters in these other economies and countries and blocs that the political will to bend the knee versus to fight back might become a big factor here at some point. So we just don't know yet where it's going to land with the EU. Remember, some of these tariffs are coming on August 1st. That includes the EU, that includes Canada and Mexico from their letters, even though they weren't facing the same timeline. China remains a big outstanding question. They're not facing that same deadline, but are facing a different, softer one later in August.
Josh, are these tariffs legal? And I ask that in the context of Brazil, for example, because you mentioned the president and he's made his disdain for trade deficits known, but we have a trade surplus with Brazil. And ostensibly, a lot of these tariffs fall under IEEPA and the Emergency Act that, that gives him. And I'm wondering if these will hold water in the court of law.
The Brazil one, of all of them, is the biggest stretch, I think. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but Trump's position is that the United States Emergency Economic Powers Act allows him to tariff 50%, to tariff Brazil 50% because of a prosecution going there on one of his allies. I mean, it is just such a stretch, so much a stretch that the bottom of that letter includes Trump saying he's going to launch a 301 investigation, which, even if that investigation proves to be a fig leaf, does give him stronger legal authority to impose Brazilian tariffs. In other words, he's giving himself a second option, which is, of course, a tacit acknowledgement that the first option isn't all that much of a guarantee. Now, the trade-off there with 301s is they take time, months, several months usually, to enact. So August 1st, he might try to impose those on Brazil, but that is definitely the one that's a stretch. The legal battle over the more broader use of IEEPA, remains. He does have other avenues. Section 338 jumps to mind. He is, of course, continuing to pursue Section 232 powers. The administration has basically said tariffs are going to come one way or another if they don't get their way in court, and that they'll fight this all the way to the Supreme Court if they have to. So we'll see where that goes, but you're absolutely right that there is certainly an open legal question here, or at least that is what every analyst is telling us. But in particular on that Brazil one, that's why I think you might see them pursue that 301 path to give himself a fallback.
Just quickly here, Josh, can we talk a little bit about Mexico? How key is Mexico in terms of the U.S. trade ecosystem?
Huge. And I think some of the news on the weekend that I want to make sure people caught was that our reporting is that the USMCA exemption for trade from Mexico will continue, even if Trump proceeds with that 30% rate. Same deal for Canada. So that is a bit of a change of tune. Trump was interested in really broad tariffs on both those countries in the first hours, if not weeks, of his administration. Now they're saying, look, we're going to have a higher top rate on both Canada and Mexico, 35 and 30% respectively, but they're going to continue that exemption for USMCA compliant goods. Remember, that's the new NAFTA that Trump renegotiated in his first term. These are huge, huge, huge trading partners, not just sources of imports, but huge buyers of U.S. goods. So continuing that USMCA carve-out, Trump's aides always say he hates the word exemption. I bet you they're not trying to use that word around him when it comes to USMCA. But using that carve-out, or whatever you want to call it, extending that really narrows and constrains the impact of his tariffs on Mexico and Canada, his threatened ones at least. But when I mentioned countries that had not yet retaliated, Mexico and Canada are among those. And I think that if Trump is unable to reach a deal and does ratchet up some of those tariffs on those, even in a constrained way, those countries will face questions internally about whether they should respond or not.
Mexico, Canada, the European Union, Brazil, we did it all with Josh Wingrove. We went around the world with Josh Wingrove. He's Bloomberg News senior White House correspondent, joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Thanks, Josh. Coming up, it's a new record today for Fastenal after the company reported earnings. We got the CEO next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ at a record. The S&P 500 index holding close to a record right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading higher. S&P up 10 to 6270. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 59, up 0.1%. NASDAQ, as I mentioned, at a record right now at 20,653, up by about 0.3%. Traders sending stocks higher after parsing President Trump's latest tariff remarks. The 10-year ahead of bank earnings, 4.42%. The 2-year, 3.89%. Gold down $5 the ounce at $33.50, drop there of 0.1%. A retreat for crude oil. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%, $67.09 a barrel. But Bitcoin, big story there, was trading above $120,000 right now, very close to that level, up by about 0.7%. Best Buy shares lower, down now by 2.2% after earnings, or actually after a downgrade. Best Buy downgraded to neutral at Piper Jaffray, which cites a lack of catalysts and competition. Bank earnings bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll be hearing from J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Fastenal shares rising as much as 6.4% earlier in the session. They're up right now 3.4%. It's a new all-time high for the company after they reported net sales for the second quarter that came in line with estimates from analysts, up 8.6% over the same period last year. This is a $52 billion market cap company. They distribute construction and industrial supplies, think nuts, bolts, screws, anchors, rivets, and other fasteners, as well as industrial, janitorial, and safety supplies, cutting tools as well. The company sells to builders, manufacturers, governments, and more. So really, it's a great read on the entire industrial and manufacturing economy, specifically here in the U.S. We've got with us the CEO of Fastenal, Daniel Florness. He joins us from Winona, Minnesota. Dan, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Shares up today, shares up more than 25% so far this year, new all-time high. In the earnings release, though, you said that, quote, the market conditions remain sluggish. What conditions specifically?
You know, we sell to a wide range of customers and industries, as you mentioned, across North America and in 26 countries in total, but mostly in North America. Our customer base has been relatively subdued for the last several years. In the fall of 2022, we saw some indicators saying it was going to slide, and we felt that as we moved into the second and third quarters of 2023. And it's been really weak since then. About 30% of our business is very production-centered business within manufacturing.
So are there any signs that that part of the business is improving, that those customers are seeing sentiment improve? Are you hearing anything from them?
I think the biggest sign that we're seeing is the knife has stopped dropping. You know, we were trying to catch that falling knife for a 2-year period. When I talk to our district and regional leadership throughout the world, the feedback I hear is, you know, they're not talking about this $200,000 a month customer whose business is off 60, 70%. You have a much more stability. Now, it might be stable at a lower level than it would have been 2 years ago, but it's much more stable, and so it allows our inherent growth to shine through.
So we've really been in this prolonged downturn, especially in the industrial economy. Are you seeing any particular green shoots or signs of inflection? And if so, which markets are you most optimistic about?
Yeah, so we're seeing some green shoots. For us, we are seeing some impact in energy. However, I would say that's probably more us taking market share than it is a lift in the tide. About 25% of our business is outside of the industrial, and within there, we're doing quite well. I hear a lot of commentary from our folks with data center builds, with even warehousing customers, and we've made really good inroads over the last 3 years into the government sector, and that primarily was an offshoot of COVID. During COVID, when supply chains blew apart, we stepped in to serve a lot of that market when they were not being served. And those folks have remembered that, and we've grown our business there.
So we need to, of course, talk about tariffs. How have tariffs really changed your thinking about product sourcing, particularly for fasteners, which we know, of course, are primarily sourced in China, Asia? What other options are you evaluating to mitigate the tariff impact here?
So back in 2018, we did some short-term moves of our supply chain, but it was fairly limited because you just can't change. There's so much QC involved with vetting out suppliers that you couldn't move it fast enough. What we had done quietly over the last 5-6 years is continue in that progress, because the tariffs that were put in place in 2018 were sticking, and we expected more of it to happen, and we wanted to better diversify the supply chain for our customer. We did look at a lot of options. There aren't a lot of options within North America. We looked at some options of doing some manufacturing ourselves. The problem is the economics still didn't work. So it was really for us more about diversifying supplier base in general.
Are the economics of that going to work now in this new tariff regime? I think during the first Trump administration, the goal was to move things out of China. But as many companies are learning right now, it doesn't matter if it's China, Vietnam, or India. If it's not in the United States, there is going to be a tariff on it. At least that's what it seems like is going to be the case.
Yeah, the economics still do not work. And part of the challenge there isn't just the economics, it's the amount of time. When we were researching it very in depth 2.5 years ago, one of the challenges is it's easy to find a site. It's relatively easy to get a building up and get a supply chain set up. When I say relatively easy, I mean time frame of what it takes to do it. The most challenging aspect was the production equipment, of how many months it would take to get that. And so that aspect really pushed us to look more at geographic dispersion of supply chain sourcing, because the economics are still very challenging.
So how much of what you sell right now is actually made in the U.S.?
If I look across what we're sourcing, what our branded suppliers are sourcing, we've always estimated less than 50% is coming from the U.S.
And is that going to stay stable in this new tariff regime?
I suspect it will.
Okay.
So I know Fastenal raised prices back in April, especially as a result of tariffs. Historically, I mean, the company has been able to pass on pricing costs. What's really been the feedback here from customers? Has there been much pushback in terms of the ability and appetite for customers, frankly, to take on additional pricing, especially as we head into the second half of the year?
First off, we sell into a very competitive market. There is always pushback. The real challenge in the equation is communication. And one thing that helps in our supply chain, we're directly sourcing from the manufacturer that's producing the product, more so than most of our competitors in the marketplace, just because of our scale. And so we have the ability to see into the future farther than a lot of our competitors. And it puts us in a position to communicate very well. It puts us in a position to take steps as the inventory is turning. The one unfortunate part of that, it also can create fatigue for your customer. And I would say our customer is at the fatigue point right now, of where it's become challenging, but it always is. And it's all about communication and trust.
We're speaking with Fastenal CEO Dan Florness. The company reported earnings earlier. Shares are higher, reached a new record today. Shares up right now by about 3.7%. I want to talk a little bit about the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that became law on the 4th of July this year. In the press release for your earnings, you did mention it, but big picture, what does it mean for your customers and for your business?
Big picture, what it means for our customers is, if you look at some of the depreciation rules and the timing, it makes it very advantageous to make capital investment. And so that's the biggest piece that we see impacting our customers, because our customers have, especially on the manufacturing side, an incredible amount of infrastructure that they're investing in. And so anything that allows them to depreciate faster and to improve their return profile is advantageous for our marketplace. And that's a key element that we talked about in the release.
I know that you talked a little bit about, to us, manufacturing your own products in the U.S. and your suppliers doing it, but I'm wondering about your customers and the way that these so-called America First policies might help them reshore manufacturing back to the U.S. Are you seeing any evidence or hearing discussion of your customers beginning to move manufacturing back to the U.S.?
I would say it's fairly limited, but again, that's not something that happens in 6 months that you set up. We've had some customers set up assembly operations, which you can do in a much shorter time frame as opposed to pure production where you're manufacturing components yourself, or you're changing your supply chain to more domestic type supply. But what we've seen is a lot more willingness of making investment even beyond the manufacturing capacity in the short term.
Fastenal has refocused on growing with larger customers. What are the key drivers there, and what additional investments do you need to make to enable growth with those customers?
Yeah. So a position we've put ourselves in for a number of years is we have very aggressively made investments, and this was starting back 15 plus years ago, of slowly building an infrastructure to move the supply chain closer and closer to the point of use. And what that involved for us is investing in a tremendous amount of vending infrastructure, and in more recent years, a lot more RFID type infrastructure to measure product movement within a facility, so that you don't have to with human capital, physically observe product being diminished. You can monitor it electronically and remotely. And so we've made extremely large investments over the last 10 plus years in vending technology. And I'm pleased to say that vending technology is all manufactured in the United States.
Yeah, I was surprised when I went to your website earlier today as I was preparing for this to see those vending machines. It's not something that I've run into certainly in my life, but it's pretty cool to see that.
Yeah,
not just soda.
It's a snack machine.
Yeah,
essentially.
That's what I was thinking. It's like it's a snack machine, but you can't eat what's in there. So.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. Hey, we just got about a minute left, and I just want to talk numbers real quick. Gross profit up 45.3%, up from 45.1% over the second quarter of last year. You said it was partially offset by higher import duty costs and higher fleet and transport costs. Are those costs, in your view, going to stabilize?
They're going to continue to rise because of the way our supply chain works. We carry a fair amount of inventory because we have such dispersion in our locations. So we carry quite a few months of inventory. So that's going to keep ratcheting up as we're on a FIFO basis inventory. So as that inventory continues to turn, that will continue to ratchet up a little bit as we move into the third and fourth quarters and into 2026. What really helped us during the quarter and what drove the improvement in our gross margin, set aside tariffs for a second.
Right.
We put in place a faster expansion starting last summer to widen our inventory. And that's really what drove our margin this quarter.
Dan Florness, CEO of Fastenal. Really appreciate you joining us. Shares up today. New all-time highs, 3.8% right now.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ trading at a record. The S&P and the Dow both higher. S&P 500 index close to a record right now, 62.71, up by 11 points, up 0.2%. The Dow up 65, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 68 now, up 0.3%. 10-year 4.42% with a 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $5 the ounce, $33.50. A drop there of 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 67 even a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin, major story there, moving through $120,000 for the first time today. Right now, just below that number at 119,917 on Bitcoin, representing a gain right now of 0.7%. GM and LG Energy Solution plan to add more battery production lines at their joint venture plant in Tennessee to make lower cost cells starting in late 2027. The amount of the investment not disclosed. GM right now up by almost 0.3%. Recapping, Bitcoin right around $120,000. NASDAQ at a record. S&P up by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, President Trump and his allies have seized upon a new way to criticize Fed Chair Jay Powell, his handling of an expensive renovation of the Federal Reserve's headquarters.
I think if Jerome Powell stepped down, it would be a great thing. I don't know that he's going to, but he should. Jerome Powell's been very bad for our country. We should have the lowest interest rate on earth, and we don't. He just refuses to do it, and yet he's spending $2.5 billion rebuilding the Fed.
That was President Trump just yesterday in Maryland. This construction project offers the clearest example yet of how Trump and those in his orbit are looking for every opportunity to scrutinize Jerome Powell's leadership at the central bank, even beyond his economic stewardship. Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter Amara Omokwe joins us now from our Washington, D.C. bureau. A $2.5 billion renovation, the topic of the renovation coming up when Jay Powell defended the renovations as necessary during his testimony to the Senate Banking Committee late last month.
Some of those are just flatly misleading. The idea of elevators, it's the same elevator. It's been there since the building was built. So that's a mischaracterization. And some of those are no longer in the plans. That's earlier. The plans have continued to evolve.
I do want to bring in Amara Omokwe. She's been writing about this. She's Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter. She joins us from Washington, D.C. $2.5 billion is what is at issue here. What exactly is the Federal Reserve renovation happening right now? And who started planning this? Give us the details here.
Yeah, so the Fed is currently renovating 2 historic buildings here in Washington, D.C., and they've said those renovations are basically meant to consolidate all their operations in one place and really restore these 2 historic buildings that are very old and that the Fed says haven't been comprehensively restored in quite some time. And so that's kind of the Fed's rationale for these renovations. They were approved by the Fed's board several years ago. So this project is not a new project. The Trump administration scrutiny of it is new, but this project has been going on for quite a while. And so what we're seeing here is President Trump and those in his administration now taking issue with the overall price tag of the project, which has increased in recent years, and then also taking issue with what Fed Chair Jerome Powell said about some of the design features in the renovation when he was on the Hill last month talking about these renovations. And some of the administration officials are basically alleging that Powell was not truthful in that testimony, and that seems to be what they're using to kind of lay the groundwork to say that perhaps President Trump has cause to remove Chair Powell from his position on the Fed's Board of Governors, because of course to remove someone from the Fed's Board of Governors, you have to meet a very high legal standard, which is cause, something like malfeasance or neglect of duty. And so some administration officials seem to be trying to use this renovation issue to try and establish that cause.
Amara, as you mentioned, this is not new. This renovation has been going on for quite some time now, but is this the first time that the magnitude of the renovation is really being questioned?
Yeah, I would say so. And what kind of set this off was media reports about some of the features in the renovation. Basically, there was a media report that sort of characterized some of the features in the renovation as very lavish, very extravagant. And so that led to Republican senators, when Chair Powell was on the Hill last month, that led them to sort of question him over why there are some of these features, why the costs for the project have increased over the years. And so that is what kind of sort of brought this issue into the forefront recently. And then we've really seen the administration kind of seize upon it and use it as part of their overall sort of criticism of Chair Powell's stewardship of the Fed, both, you know, when they're talking about his interest rate, his stance on interest rates, and then also when they're talking about how he has managed this construction project.
What are observers of the Federal Reserve saying about this, and to what extent this could be, you know, this is not part of the Fed's dual mandate by any means, right? Stable prices, maximum employment. The Fed chair has laser focused on that mandate that comes from Congress. He tells us that when we hear from him every few weeks. What are observers saying about this sort of, I'm not going to call it a sideshow because that's, you know, that's editorializing a little bit, but it's not core to the Fed's mission by any means, and it's very political.
It is very political, and I think what Fed observers are saying is that this is just a part of this pressure campaign that President Trump and many in his administration are putting on Chair Powell and Fed policymakers to lower interest rates. Like, Fed observers don't see these things as separate issues. They see it as part of the same pressure campaign. And it also really matters because, of course, we know that Chair Powell's term is up next year, next May, and the search, President Trump's search for the next Fed chair, is also on. And so it really does raise questions about what that search will look like and who President Trump will ultimately pick. Is he going to pick someone who is going to be more receptive to his views and the pressure that he puts on them when it comes to monetary policy and some of these other issues about the institutional management of the Fed? And so I think even beyond Chair Powell, it really does raise these questions about what the Fed looks like when the next chair takes over.
Mm-hmm. Amara, in regards to this renovation, what can really be done at this point? I mean, the builders are building. This has been going on for some time. Does the president then have the authority to come in and just cancel the entire thing, scale it back? How does that look?
I mean, I think the Fed has said that a lot of different input went into getting approved for this project, including the National Capital Planning Commission. Like, there are a lot of different bodies that sort of weighed in on this project, and I don't think it's within the president's purview to sort of stop the project. Like, in the law, the Fed has authority over its own buildings because the Fed in so many ways is an independent agency. But I think what the administration and what President Trump are really trying to do, they're trying to sort of question the optics around this, right? Bill Pulte, one of the administration officials who has really focused in on this renovation, will say things like, you know, Jerome Powell is keeping interest rates high and making affordability difficult for Americans while he builds himself a $2.5 billion palace, right? Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially like some of the lines of criticism. And so what you really see administration officials doing is really calling into question the credibility of Chair Powell. And again, you can't separate those efforts from the efforts that the administration is putting forward to try and make the Fed follow their lead on interest rates.
Amara, what happens to the Federal Reserve if Fed Chair Powell is forced out in some way? There's a Deutsche Bank analyst who essentially says that we could see a drop of at least 3 to 4% in the trade-weighted dollar. This is George Saravelos of Deutsche Bank. There would be 30 to 40 basis point sell-off in fixed income. He essentially argues that all this is underpriced.
Yeah, I mean, I think any economist you talk to, any investor who you talk to will say, look, if Fed Chair Jerome Powell is pushed out, or if there's any sort of inkling that the Fed is bowing to President Trump's pressure and any questions start to arise about whether the Fed is continuing its independence, like that is not good for the economy, one, and then that is not good for sort of the Buy America trade, right? We could see pressure on the dollar, we could see pressure on treasuries. And so, to be clear, President Trump has continued to say that he's not going to fire Chair Powell, but I think these sorts of questions, again, sort of raise the stakes when it comes to what's going to happen with Chair Powell's replacement, because any feeling that the Fed's independence is being compromised or that we have a person who's more likely to listen to Trump could be bad for sort of the Buy America trade.
Amara Omokwe, Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter, joining us from Washington, D.C. Up next, stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenivek. That's Nora Melinda. She is in for Carol Massar. We're seeing stocks higher across the board today. The S&P 500 up 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.4%. The Dow up close to 0.2% as we speak. Nora, we went into today's session. I think investors were really concerned about trade tension, especially given what happened over the weekend with the president mentioning a 30% tariff on goods coming from the European Union. But he did say he was open to talking a little earlier, and that seemed to quell at least some near-term investor concerns.
Yeah, clearly. And we're seeing that reflected in the trade today as we're seeing all these indexes rallying higher. It's interesting as we're getting all these headlines, all these things coming in the mix. It seems as though the market is still buying.
We got a big week of earnings. We're going to hear from some of the big banks this week. We're also going to hear from some of the airlines this week. So plus inflation data that's happening as well.
Lots to cover.
Lots to cover. I'm Tim Stenivek along with Nora Melinda. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. It's Monday, Emily, but you're thinking about
the weekend?
Drinks in the weekend? I don't know. What's going on here?
I mean, I guess, it's
not too early for a drink.
Yeah. People can have beer and wine during the week.
People still do
Absolutely.
that? They still do that?
People
Okay.
do that. Maybe not Gen Z as much.
Yeah.
Because Gen Z is very focused on wellness. And maybe that's what's reflected
Allegedly.
in Constellation Brands stock. The ticker is STZ. It's down about 4% today. Again, maybe it could be related to that declining demand from Gen Z, but we also got news on the Trump tariffs. So President Trump declared a 30% tariff rate for Mexico and the EU. There wasn't anything specific about alcohol, but these are key markets for drinks makers. So not only Constellation Brands is down, but we're also seeing Brown-Forman, Boston Beer, Molson Coors down. Constellation makes Modelo and Corona. And Citi noted that 100% of their beer profile is brewed in Mexico. Of course, this all hinges on, is that the tariff rate that will actually stick?
Yeah, and I'm looking at shares year to date, down 25% for this company. So it seems as though people are a little bit here on the stock here.
Right, and you hear a lot about like drinks makers and beverage companies trying to pivot away from alcohol, and I feel like every other day someone is introducing a non-alcoholic option.
Right.
I think it's a general cultural shift away from drinking a lot. That's weighing on these companies as well.
Yeah, low-calorie options. People like an alternative these days.
Hey, speaking of a cultural shift, it seems to be that we're seeing a cultural shift when it comes to Wall Street and it comes to crypto, with Bitcoin reaching a new all-time high. I know you're watching a crypto company.
Yeah, this is a big milestone. Bitcoin topping 120K. It felt like just a year ago we were talking about how it was at like 60K. But I'm looking at Coinbase specifically because this is kind of a company that embodies that idea of digital asset DeFi becoming more mainstream. Coinbase, of course, is a crypto exchange. They're in the US. They joined the S&P 500 a couple months ago. And so that stock is higher today. We tend to see whenever there's like Bitcoin reaching a new high, Coinbase does well. And then also just watching the space for this week because the White House is calling this Crypto Week. There's going to be some bills that Congress is voting on this week that would clarify the structure of the crypto sector and regulations around it. So all around, it's like a very bullish day for crypto. And Coinbase, the ticker there is coin.
How fitting. You're also looking at Rocket Lab, right?
Yes. So Rocket Lab, ticker RKLB, is at a record high right now. It's up about 7%. Citi raised their price target on this stock. They said that the price target comes as they shift their valuation methodology to the company's revenue potential, which, if that sounds a bit boring, there's also some actually space related news in here. This is a rocket satellite company. They said they expect revenue to grow roughly $2.6 billion, driven by 20 Neutron launches per year, further satellite construction wins, particularly for U.S. government programs. So I don't know, I always think space is interesting, and certainly investors like to bet on it.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's a $22 billion market cap as of now. It's tiny compared to in terms of launches, in terms of capabilities versus SpaceX. But Emily, it's always interesting to see what this company does.
Yeah.
In the wake of any tension that we see between President Trump and Elon Musk. And we've seen it move quite a bit over the last 6 weeks or so as the president has threatened to pull SpaceX contracts. To what extent Rocket Lab could actually fulfill what SpaceX does, that it can't do that at this point. There aren't that many competitors. There aren't really, that can actually do that. But,
it's up 640%.
It's
over
insane.
The last 12 months.
It's insane. Looking at all these aerospace or these space stocks here, I'm looking at an ETF. It's ticker UFO, Procure Space ETF, up about 30% this year. But if you really dig into some of the names there, lots of activity to watch.
Imagine if SpaceX was a public company, how much higher that ETF would be. There are certainly some ETFs that hold, bits of it, but it's obviously private.
Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. If you're sticking around on TV, The Close is up next. If you're going to join us on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, or Bloomberg Originals, Emily Grafeo is sticking around. And so is Nora Melinda. That's next.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump is threatening to double tariffs on Russia's trading partners if Moscow doesn't agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine within 50 days. He spoke to reporters in the Oval Office.
I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there.
The president also announced the U.S. will be providing Patriot missiles to Ukraine. At the Pentagon, CBS's Charlie D'Agata says Russian President Vladimir Putin will likely respond to the threat by ratcheting up his attacks on Ukraine.
The mood music has changed in the past few weeks, and it shows a frustration. Now, whether you can strong-arm President Putin to the negotiating table, that hasn't been a tactic that has worked in the past. So I think we can expect an escalation in the next few weeks.
People in Fall River, Massachusetts are still processing the news that 9 residents of an assisted living facility died in a fire.
Firefighters arrived at the Gabriel house just before 10 last night and found a chaotic scene. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
We had an unspeakable tragedy here in Fall River last night. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims.
About 50 firefighters responded to the facility. The police department says officers carried out about a dozen residents who couldn't walk. Some of those who died were in the building, others at the hospital. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
And we've just learned that the firefighters union is now saying that understaffing hampered rescue efforts and cost lives there. In Central Texas, volunteer searchers have been told to stop searching for many of the more than 160 people still missing in flash flooding because of today's threatening weather. CBS's Jason Allen is in Kerrville.
We had to move up from the banks of the river this morning where we were because the forecast is for it to come up another 6 feet or so. Officials here have started using the word recovery now for their efforts along the river, which means the eventual death toll from this storm could get close to 300 people.
A Kerr County commissioner said during a meeting this morning that he has received death threats. President Trump is threatening 2 of America's largest trading partners, the EU and Mexico, with 30% tariffs starting in August if they don't reach a deal with the U.S. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady says the tariffs could hurt American consumers.
Some of the products that you might see from the EU, right? Pharmaceuticals, cars, wine and spirits. Now, when you might see these price increases, think 3 to 6 months.
More than 20 states have now sued the Trump administration in an attempt to unfreeze billions of dollars in funding for after-school and summer programs. Less than an hour before the close of trading, the Dow is up fractionally. This is CBS News. Officials in the world's most populous county are telling manufacturers of air conditioners to make a change. Details from CBS's Cami McCormick.
The government in India wants to require the lowest thermostat setting on all new air conditioners to be 68 degrees. It's part of an effort to save on electricity. India is dealing with increasingly hotter and longer summers. Current air conditioners can cool to as low as 62 degrees. India is one of the world's largest air conditioner markets. 1.4 billion people live in the country, and 10 to 15 million air conditioners are sold each year.
The Sesame Workshop is working to regain full control of Elmo's X account after it was hacked and someone posted racist and anti-Semitic messages. Instead of its usual uplifting posts, the account shared offensive content, including a reference to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. The posts were quickly deleted. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We are just an hour away from the close of trading here, and we're seeing stocks higher today. The S&P 500 up 0.2%, the NASDAQ up 0.3%, the Dow up 0.2%. I'm Tim Stenovec, along with Nora Melinda. She is Bloomberg News equities reporter in for Carol Massar. Seeing a little bit of optimism in the trade.
We are.
A little better than what we saw earlier today if you're long this market.
A pop higher. Communication services, financials, those are the best performing sectors right now in the S&P 500. Real estate right behind them, but a loser today, energy. Energy stocks not doing too hot.
Hey, speaking of stocks that are doing hot, a new generation of YOLO chanting retail traders are demanding risky, volatile single stock ETFs.
And Elon Musk is turning to Tesla and SpaceX to fuel his AI ambitions.
Also, the Shark Tank companies that are feeling a bite from Trump's tariffs. All that and more over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Before we get to those YOLO chanting retail traders, though, we're getting a check of Charlie Pellet and the day's trade, the top business stories. Charlie's over it all. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got just about 54 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. NASDAQ at a record. S&P close to a record. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now. Traders sending stocks higher after parsing President Trump's latest tariff remarks. Right now, the S&P 500 index higher by 11 at 6270, a gain of 0.2%. NASDAQ up 68. That is a gain of 0.3%, while the Dow is up 82. Dow Industrials up by about 0.2%. The Mag 7 index up 0.1%. Your 10-year 4.42%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold retreating by 0.2%, 33.49 the ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude 67.02 down by just about 2.1%. Bitcoin up 0.8%, just above a record $120,000 on Bitcoin. So it is an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. As for the overall market outlook, Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer for Asset Management at PNC Bank.
I've been saying all year the purple haze of fiscal policy uncertainty is really the only thing that matters. And so it is hard, with now a potentially hard line in the sand with August 1st, to say what the second half of the year is really going to look like. So I think we'll get a little bit more intel. Things haven't been quite as bad as what was feared, but I think the second half is just going to be a tough slog.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Amanda Agati of PNC on the Surveillance Podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Bank stocks higher ahead of earnings tomorrow morning from JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. JP Morgan up now by 0.5%, Citigroup up by 0.7%, Wells Fargo up by 0.9%. And of course, count on Bloomberg for the first word on those bank earnings tomorrow morning. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. I'm going to set the scene a little bit here. At a home office in Greenwich, Connecticut, you'll find an unorthodox 56-year-old money manager who oversees $4.5 billion. He's got a team working entirely from home. We're talking about Matthew Tuttle, whom Emily Grafeo and Vildana Heinrich write is one of the leading architects of leveraged single stock ETFs. Think an ETF that provides twice the daily return of Michael Saylor's Bitcoin holding company strategy. Emily Grafeo and Vildana Heinrich are Bloomberg News cross-asset reporters. They join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Thanks for having us.
Good to have you guys here.
Yeah,
Congratulations on this story. I know there was a bit of time in the making, so we're glad to have both of you here in the studio. Vildana, can you explain exactly how these things work? This is kind of blowing my mind here.
Yeah, these are basically ETFs, so it's prepackaged for you. It's very easily accessible. It trades on an exchange, obviously. They tend to be really cheap, although some of the more complex ones charge a bit more. But the idea is that they make these complex trades available to the retail masses, for example. So they offer 2x the daily returns of MicroStrategy, for example, or Strategy as it's now known, or any number of very popular companies, NVIDIA, Tesla. But also you can buy the inverse of those. So you can do 2x inverse MicroStrategy. So for instance, if you don't love Tesla, you can buy minus 2x Tesla. So these are really booming in popularity. They're garnering billions of dollars. And it's one way for these sort of upstart ETF issuers to really stand out in this market, in this ETF industry there's more than 4,000 ETFs. So one way for them to stand out is with some of these more interesting products.
So Emily, who are the issuers here? What kind of stocks are they putting into these funds?
So like Vildana said, the issuers are mainly not the asset managers that maybe you've heard of. So it's not going to be BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street launching a single stock leveraged ETF, as we call them. Matthew Tuttle, he has his namesake ETF firm, Tuttle Capital Management. We also profiled Sylvia Jablonski of Defiance ETFs and Will Rind of Granite Shares. So these are ETF companies. They've been around for like 5-10 years, but they're still relatively newer and relatively smaller than the bigger players in the ETF space. But they're really crafting this niche because they have products that it's almost like BlackRock is never going to launch. Almost like from a reputational risk perspective, BlackRock is not going to go out there and launch a 2x Dogecoin ETF, for example, which I don't think they actually have one of those launched, but I think they filed for one of these other startup issuers. But there is demand out there for those products. So that's kind of where the startups come in. They are kind of filling that demand.
Right. And I know, Vildana, a minute ago, you just mentioned how popular this really is. So what's really propelled the growth of leverage ETFs specifically?
I think especially over the last couple of years, a lot of retail investors, as we know, have turned to trading, to daily trading, to managing their own portfolios. If you are a big believer in some of these names that tend to have a following, like Strategy, for example, Michael Saylor, he has a fan base. So it makes sense that that would be an ETF, a 2x Strategy ETF would be one of the more popular ones. Or even with Tesla, obviously we know Elon Musk has a big fan base. So for people who really want to double down, these might be attractive to them, although obviously it goes without saying even maybe that they are risky. So people are drawn to them. You're really supposed to only hold it for a day or a couple of days at most. And a lot of people do. They do hold it for just a couple of days, just because the way that they are composed, the way that they're made up, they reset on a daily basis. So you can have sort of like a drag it's called a volatility drag, but it sort of hits your performance. It can hit your performance a little bit to the point where you are maybe underperforming the underlying stock. It depends. It varies what the market's doing, what the underlying stocks are doing. But
yeah, it could get ugly quickly.
It can. If the underlying stock is down 20%, then what's a 2x going to do, for example? So
I didn't know there would be math.
There's a lot of math involved. Yeah,
this is a
numbers to
crunch. No, we're not going to do a quiz. Emily, I want to talk to you about sort of the pushback that these are getting from the typical, quote, Wall Street guys. I mean, Bill Ackman had this tweet back in April. How have 3x leveraged ETFs and zero-day expiration options advanced society or contributed to our economy? Cliff Asness of AQR Capital Management, he tweeted out your story earlier today with some commentary. People don't love this.
Yeah, I mean, this goes beyond just single stock leveraged ETFs. A lot of these hedge funds have kind of pitched themselves as being able to offer a trade that you can only get if you invest in a hedge fund. ETFs, not only with single stock leverage ETFs, but also there are more and more ETFs known as buffer ETFs that kind of look like structured products, ETFs that invest in multiple asset classes all at once, are kind of starting to look more and more like what some may argue you could get in a hedge fund. So I think there is this general, we could call it maybe feeling of nervousness, that this is more and more looking like a trade that maybe is disrupting hedge fund investing. That's what I've heard before. I've written before about like pension funds, endowments. The Yukon Endowment famously shifted. They like sold out of all their hedge funds and bought buffer ETFs. So there is this general nervousness, I would say, but that's not to say that the critiques aren't without some merit. As Vildana mentioned, these are risky products. Often they are marketed towards retail. And so not just the hedge fund people on Wall Street, but also regulators have raised some concerns about, okay, how are these marketed? Do retail investors really know how quickly you can lose your money? Are the names of the funds clear enough to kind of describe what you're actually getting into? So yeah, that's something that we looked into as well.
And let's not forget that some of these hedge fund managers are actually using some of these ETFs for their trades. So I think David Einhorn at the start of the year was revealed that he was, I believe, shorting one or multiple of the MicroStrategy levered ETFs. So a bunch of them are also utilizing them in their own trades and their own portfolios.
How difficult is it for startups to compete in the ETF world?
It's really difficult because, like we mentioned, there's more than 4,000 ETFs. You're not going to launch an S&P 500 ETF. You know, there's so many of those options, and the established players for those index tracking funds, they're already doing really well. They've been around for a while, so you have to almost sort of find the so-called white space and see where you can fit yourself in. That's why we are seeing more innovative fund ideas coming about. And I mean, I think one of the takeaways of this story is that they are proving really popular with retail investors, and the issuers who are putting them out are issuers who are sort of running these really efficient operations, but they're gathering billions of dollars, and they're seeing success with a lot of products. Not every product that these issuers put out is going to be a success, and not every has been a success, but you never know. The MicroStrategy levered funds, when they first came out, I think within a couple weeks or maybe 2 months, they gathered billions of dollars. So you almost never know, and it's almost worth a try in their eyes to give some of these ideas a try.
Well, check out this story. Vildana Heinrich and Emily Grafeo co-wrote it. Spent a lot of time reporting it out. It's really worth checking out, and they got to go all the way to Connecticut and hang out in Greenwich.
Great state of Connecticut.
It wasn't too far.
It wasn't too far. Okay, good. It is Bloomberg Business Week. Check out their story on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, Elon Musk needs money to fuel his AI ambitions. Where he's turning. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ at a record, 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 7 right now, 62.67, up by about 0.1%. Traders sending stocks higher after parsing President Trump's latest tariff remarks. We've got the S&P close to a record. The Dow up 38, up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ up 57 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up by about 0.3%. 10-year 4.42%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold is down $6 the ounce, 33.49 on the precious metal, down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 67.12 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin at a record at 119,756 on Bitcoin, was trading above $121,000. Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland President Beth Hammack says she wants to see inflation lowered further before she would support a cut in interest rates.
I do think we're pretty close to where the neutral rate is. And so I see an economy that's resilient. I see one that's working really well. And I don't see a need to really reduce unless we see material weakening on the labor side.
Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack speaking with Fox Business News. General Motors and LG Energy Solution plan to add more battery production lines at their joint venture plant in Tennessee to make lower cost cells beginning in late 2027. GM up by about 0.1%. And this headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service: the U.S. Supreme Court will let President Trump continue his Education Department purge. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P right now up by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Once again, repeating that headline that we just heard from Charlie Pellet. The Supreme Court has let the Trump administration, President Trump, continue its Education Department purge. For more details on that story, check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Let's talk about the world of Elon Inc. The money behind Elon Musk's trillion-dollar empire is increasingly flowing in one direction, and that's toward AI. Musk said on Sunday that he plans to hold a vote by Tesla shareholders on whether the company should invest in xAI, the cash-burning AI startup that he founded 2 years ago. It comes shortly after SpaceX, his mammoth rocket launch company, agreed to invest about $2 billion into the AI firm. This according to people familiar with the matter. Dana Hull and Ed Ludlow write about Elon turning to Tesla and SpaceX to fuel his AI ambitions. Dana Hull is Bloomberg News senior technology reporter. She's also contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast. You can catch new episodes of that every single week, wherever you get your podcasts. She joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Dana, Tesla is, I know it's not a car company because we're told it's not a car company. I heard you chuckle there. We're told it's not a car company. They do Optimus, they do the self-driving stuff. But listen, what moves the company's stock? How many cars they delivered? Do they have any business, according to the folks you talk to, making an investment in this money-losing AI company?
Yeah, so the money needs of xAI are enormous. I mean, billions of dollars are pouring into artificial intelligence. There's huge need for compute and data centers. And, you know, xAI is building out this big data center in Memphis called Colossus. And as we've seen so often with Elon Musk, you know, he doesn't, I mean, he runs 5 companies, but they're not really separate. They have overlapping investors, engineers, management, sometimes boards, and Musk, like, often, I don't want to say robs Peter to pay Paul, but like he will you know, commingle his companies in a way that is very unlike any other corporate CEO that we've seen. And I think in his mind, AI is the future. Tesla is also an AI company. If they can invest in xAI, they maybe get preferential access to Grok. We're already seeing that Tesla is now integrating Grok, the chatbot, into its cars. We know that Tesla has sold Megapacks to xAI for that Memphis data center. So they already are working together quite a bit. And I think, you know, a lot of investors, particularly the retail investors, see this as a way to get in on xAI. I mean, so there probably is a fair amount of shareholder support for this idea, at least from the retail side.
Yeah, and speaking of support, so of course Musk is planning to hold a vote by Tesla shareholders on whether or not the EV maker should invest in xAI. Does Elon usually let other people, including his shareholders and supporters, weigh in on his decision making?
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, something like so Tesla is a publicly traded company, and so this would be a management proposal that would likely be spelled out in the proxy. We know that Tesla is having its shareholder meeting on November 6th. We have not seen a proxy yet, but this idea is something that Musk has floated for over a year now. I mean, I think he first polled people on X, like, should Tesla invest $5 billion in XAI like a year ago? And so it sounds like now it's likely to be in the proxy. So, I mean, because it is a publicly traded company, yeah, shareholders have to weigh in. It would be a sizable investment for Tesla.
I want to read a post that you linked to in the piece that you and Ed wrote. It's from Grok on X. First off, we deeply apologize for the horrific behavior that many experienced. We have removed that deprecated code and refactored the entire system to prevent further abuse. This was on Friday, Dana, and it was about the horrific behavior. It was referred to itself as Mecha Hitler, and it had posts that praised Adolf Hitler and appeared to call the Holocaust, quote, effective. This is the chatbot for XAI. Is this thing ready? Like if you're a Tesla investor, do you have pause about sending money from Tesla to a company that has made a mistake such as this in the AI race?
I know, right? That is a very good question. Well, I think like when you say Tesla investor, you know, there's sort of two camps of investors. There are institutional investors, a lot of index funds. You know, Tesla obviously joined the S&P 500 back in December 2020. And then there's this very rabid, you know, retail shareholder base that is wildly enthusiastic, very on board with Elon, and they're really betting on, you know, Elon in the future. And if the future is not car sales, it's got to be something. And so I see that this is all part of Elon's big plan to really position himself as a leader in AI. Remember that XAI was founded after OpenAI by his rival Sam Altman came out with ChatGPT, and so you're seeing Grok try to be a big player in this field. Yes, they have absolutely made mistakes. The whole Hitler thing from last week was horrible. I think it's notable that Grok apologized, or XAI apologized, and like they seem to be sorting it out. But yeah, I mean, the other question I have is like, do Tesla owners want Grok in their cars? I mean, I'm assuming there's a way to opt out or not you know, enable that if you want. But I don't think that when people buy a Tesla, they necessarily signed up for Grok.
So Musk has, of course, really stepped away from that whole political sphere that he was in for a little while, but... Except when he tweets. I was going to say, is it fair to say that that's the case? He's trying to step away, we'll say.
I don't really buy that, to be honest. I mean, he had to step away from Doge because his time as a special government employee had like a limit. Like you can only serve X number of days per year as an SGE. And so like that came to an end, but he just can't help himself. Like if he feels strongly about something, like he cannot keep his mouth shut. So we saw him tweeting over the weekend about the Epstein files. I mean, and he is still talking about creating a third party. He has, you know, for all intents and purposes, quote unquote, stepped away from Doge, but I think he still has ambitions to be a player in the midterms, to potentially really start this third party. And, you know, he has poured so much money into American politics already. I don't see him going quietly into the night on that.
As we think about XAI, I mean, is there still a conversation about his head being in too many places right now with too many business ventures?
I mean, that's an ongoing perennial criticism of Elon, that he's spread too thin, that he's distracted, that he's got too many things on his plate. But like, that's the way he's operated for years. I mean, he simultaneously ran Tesla and SpaceX for decades, and SpaceX is the most valuable company in the world right now, and Tesla still has a $1 trillion market cap. So I feel like a lot of long-term investors see past that, and they think that, you know, Elon is a genius who can hyper-focus where he needs to and when he needs to, and you know, that criticism hasn't like really held up. Like, he is able to execute when he's hyper-focused, and he hyper-focuses a lot, like every day.
How can we look to Tesla's acquisition of Solar City close to a decade ago as sort of a blueprint for a private investment or an investment in a private company such as XAI?
Well, it was the same kind of deal, right? Where Solar City was struggling and really needed a bailout. And so Tesla bought Solar City, which was rife with all of these conflicts of interests because Elon was the chair of the board, was the largest investor. So it was like, you know, some people forget, like Tesla acquired Solar City. I mean, Solar City was a company that Elon founded with his cousins. So this was, and you know, and now, I mean, Tesla still has a solar roof division somewhat, but it's the same thing. Like Tesla has money, XAI needs money. Tesla, you know, Elon's going to go to his board and say, we should invest. They're going to bring it to the shareholders. I'm sure there'll be a campaign around it. Like, I would imagine that it could pass, like, unless there's really strong institutional opposition. And, you know, the Solar City deal was rife with all these conflicts and it went to court, but like, ultimately Tesla prevailed and it ended up being okay for shareholders. I mean, they took a bath initially, but like the company has still achieved great heights.
Chief Investment Officer Nancy Tengler said that an investment into XAI will further dilute the declining EV business. Is this something that you're hearing from sources as well?
I mean, absolutely. Like Tesla, you know, Tesla used to be all about selling cars. The company used to say that it was going to make 20 million cars a year by 2030. They've completely abandoned that. You know, Elon now tweets things about how like owning a car will be like owning a horse. Like the future is all about shared mobility and ride sharing and AI and Optimus. And, you know, we haven't heard anything about the Mexico plant in months. I mean, I think that plant is basically dead for all intents and purposes. So, yeah, I mean, you know, Tesla has got to find a way to make money. And if they can catch the AI wave and get a return on their investment in XAI, ultimately that's seen as a good thing.
Mm-hmm. In about 30 seconds or less, how's SpaceX doing in regards to everyone trying to do the space race right now?
SpaceX is the dominant launch provider in the United States, full stop. I mean, there's no other way to get to the International Space Station except for on SpaceX in the United States. So I think that they have Starlink. So, I mean, even though they've had some setbacks with Starship, they are the dominant provider in the U.S.
So next time the president threatens to cut off contracts with SpaceX, just remember what Dana said, full stop. They're the dominant provider of this technology.
The Pentagon just gave XAI a contract today. I mean, with some other AI companies as well, up to $200 million per each to do, you know, AI for the government. So those contracts keep flowing.
Dana Hull, Bloomberg News senior technology reporter, also a contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast. Catch new episodes of the podcast each week. Meantime, back to this redhead that crossed the Bloomberg terminal just minutes ago. The U.S. Supreme Court let President Trump resume dismantling the Department of Education, lifting a lower court order that required the reinstatement of as many as 1,400 workers. Granting an emergency request from the administration over 3 dissents, the justices put on hold a federal district court ruling that said that Trump purge could leave the department unable to perform duties required under U.S. law. The Supreme Court order will apply while the case continues on appeal. Stocks still in the green, but off their best levels of the day. When we come back, we're driving to the close. Mike Regan will be here. That's next on Business Week Daily.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks pushing higher, NASDAQ at a record. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. The main U.S. averages are in the green after Trump says he's open to trade talks. The S&P cash is up 0.1% with the NASDAQ up 0.3%. Taking a look at the Dow, Boeing, Walmart, and 3M lead, with Chevron, Procter & Gamble, and UNH under pressure. The energy sector is slumping after Trump threatened 100% tariffs on Russia. In tech, Meta will invest tens of billions of dollars to build gigawatt-level data centers. And in New York City politics, Andrew Cuomo said he will be staying in the mayoral race. Wrapping things up, gold and oil are sliding, and bank earnings kick off tomorrow. My name is Jordan Fitzgerald from the First Word Breaking News Desk. All yours, Charlie.
All right. I thank you very much, Jordan. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, look at that. 18 minutes to go until the close of trading. The Dow up more than 0.1%, as is the S&P 500. The NASDAQ up 0.2%. So we're off the best levels of the day, but also off the worst levels of the day. Let's bring in Mike Regan. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for equities in the U.S. and Canada. I don't think I've ever read that title before.
New title, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
You know what? I'm still going to ask you about crypto.
Of course.
Let's start there, actually. I want to mix it up a little bit. I want to throw something at you because you've spent the last couple of years in the crypto trenches.
Yeah.
$120,000, Mike Regan. Why?
Can you believe it? Well,
I can't.
It is Crypto Week in Washington, D.C., of course. Congress looking at some sort of next bills that they want to get out the door this year, sort of put some regulations on the structure of the crypto market. So, a lot of optimism about that. It doesn't take a lot of news to sort of keep this optimism going in crypto world. Obviously, a very narrative-driven market. So the fact that they're all talking about it this week in DC is enough to get you past that 120 level. I think it has come back down a little bit below that, but certainly been a pretty eye-popping rally, of course.
How much of the crypto rally that we've seen has been about this new administration and the policies around the new administration? Can we literally go back to, I don't know, maybe when Polymarket told us that President Trump would win again, and look at the gains in Bitcoin from there and say that's all due to President Trump's policies or optimism around those?
Yeah, well, and I think we're seeing a little more meat on the bone as far as what those policies the outcomes will be. We have almost every day, it seems like there's a new company announcing a crypto treasury strategy. In other words, just buying Bitcoin or other tokens just for their own corporate treasury, or really just
the Michael Saylor strategy.
The Michael Saylor strategy is just being repeated so often. It's mesmerizing to watch. I think the bigger question is, why hasn't it gone up more with all of these players getting into the market? But I think the general thinking is that there are plenty of old school hodlers, as they say, who have just been sitting on vast amounts of Bitcoin and kind of, willing to give up a little bit of it to these new corporate buyers. But, the net result has been a very ebullient and buoyant market, obviously, for Bitcoin. And now Ether's catching up a little bit as well.
Mike, I want to bring us over to equities, since that's where you now reside. We're
and
together.
Because Nora Melinda is Bloomberg News equities reporter.
How fitting. Well, when we're looking at the market, if you went to sleep on January, woke up today, it's crazy. So many things happened in between. But when you look at the market, we're not doing too bad. We're not doing too bad. S&P 500 up about 6.5%.
Yeah.
Does the market just not care about this news? What's going on?
I think, obviously it all follows the earnings and the economic outlook. And so far, we really haven't seen too much damage to either one. Now, obviously, the outlook for this earnings season is not sort of super bright. In fact, Bloomberg Intelligence is estimating about 2.5% year-over-year growth in earnings for S&P 500 companies. Now, these companies have a long storied tradition of beating those estimates. So you look at a typical beat, you're probably talking about more like 5 or 6% earnings growth. So, in a way that kind of matches what we've seen in the market so far. And the growth is expected to pick up a little bit in the second half of the year. Now, that said, the term event risk really comes to mind when I think about this earnings season coming up. Especially
is that event tariffs?
I was going to say
the tariffs and sort of. Don't forget we have other big news tomorrow, which is CPI.
Yeah,
right.
And both the core CPI rate on both a month-over-month basis expected to tick up a little bit to 0.3, and on a year-over-year basis to 2.9%. Now that 2.9 to me is pretty intriguing number because as long as you have a two handle, as they say on CPI, I think everyone can kind of sort of keep their calm. But should it surprise a little bit and you get to sort of a 3% year-over-year CPI, that core CPI, that is I think a bit of an eye popper. And really, as much as President Trump wants the Fed to cut rates and is really screaming from the rooftops that they should. It's tough to do that for the Fed with inflation sort of going the wrong direction. So that combined with, maybe the earnings don't surprise as much as they could. I do think, it's there's a lot of good news priced in, and I think the S&P 500 companies really need to deliver and outperform the expectations to keep this going.
You mentioned President Trump, of course, is really anxious. He really wants rates to be brought down. He's made that abundantly clear. But when we look at the market, we spent a lot of time talking about the Fed, but it feels as though now everyone's focused on tariffs. Do you feel like this is a market that cares as much about these Fed meetings, or do you think it's, we're focused more so on the impact of tariffs right now?
I think it's a little of both. Obviously they sort of play off of each other. If the tariffs are going to keep that inflation sticky, then that's going to push out the possibility for a rate cut further down the line. And but right now, we are sort of front and center on tariffs again. I mean, I think the market has come to grips with the fact that Trump. Whether you call it the taco trade or just consider it a negotiating tactic, maybe a more polite way to say it, that nothing he says about tariffs is written in ink. It's all written in pencil, subject to be erased and rewritten at any
written on a
moment.
letter and then posted to Truth Social.
Yeah, right.
As we saw last week and over the weekend.
That too, right. So, I think these comments today, the market's green, a very light green, I guess I would call it, barely up, but it was red in the morning. And I think these, people did take some solace from these remarks that he is willing to negotiate. I think Europe's the big focus now, how they react and the interplay between Trump and Europe, I think is a main sort of source of concern right now. But, I think the market is pretty comfortable with the idea that these worst case scenario tariffs are unlikely.
So we spoke to the CEO of Fastenal earlier today. That was one company that reported. It's not the first company in the S&P 500 to report. We're going to hear from JP Morgan Chase tomorrow. We'll also hear from Wells Fargo this week, Citi, BlackRock, BNY Mellon. Wednesday will be Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, M&T Bank. Thursday we'll get Netflix, Pepsi, GE Aerospace, Schwab on Friday. I mean, I could keep going on. It's a big week. The point is it's a big week, Mike. 3 months ago, we'd be sitting here talking about, what are they going to say about tariffs? What are they going to say about tariffs?
Yeah.
Turns out like that wasn't a big issue.
Yeah.
And for these companies, and any of the companies that we heard from, the investors have really not seen. We haven't seen the worst fear materialize.
Right.
Folks are saying, okay, just wait until August, wait until September after these tariffs kick in and after the inventory is kind of gone through here in the U.S. Is that fair to say, or is the whole tariff thing a nothing burger?
I wouldn't call it a nothing burger. I would say it's an uncooked burger at this point. We don't know how big it's going to be till we flip it off the grill. I mean, I think, obviously the banks being first, not a huge direct impact from tariffs on them. They're sort of set up to report a really, really strong quarter for the banks that have big trading and market making arms because of all that volatility, both in the fixed income and the stock market. After the Liberation Day, quote unquote, in April, just great for a bank's trading books. And it's oddly, the deal making is picked up at the same time too, in the back half of the quarter, especially. IPOs and M&As are back. So both of those engines in the sort of capital markets parts of the banks are going to be firing pretty well. I think what a lot of people will be scrutinizing closely with the banks is, are there signs of tariff problems that we haven't quite picked up on yet? Are there sort of credit issues bubbling up among corporate customers or consumers? Are they bracing for even more problems? Are they putting aside more money for loan losses, that type of thing? So that'll certainly be a big point of focus in this early batch of bank earnings. And then the rest, I think, the margins is the big question. How much has the tariff pain not really surfaced because companies are sort of eating the cost of them to some extent on their margins? So we are expected to see a drop in margins. I think to Bloomberg Intelligence has it. I think it's like the lowest margins expected in about a year. So a little downside surprise on margins, I think, but also a bit of an event risk out there for people to absorb.
Mike Regan, Bloomberg News, a managing editor for equities in the U.S. and Canada, still dabbles a little bit when it comes to crypto. So. Mike, thanks for joining us. Do appreciate it. Switching gears, back to a headline that crossed just a half hour ago. A divided U.S. Supreme Court let President Donald Trump resume dismantling the Department of Education. It lifts a lower court order that required the reinstatement of as many as 1,400 workers. Greg Stohr is a Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter. He joins us from Washington, D.C. He's got the byline on the story as well. Greg, they granted an emergency request from the administration. The justices put on hold a federal district court ruling that said the Trump purge would leave the department unable to perform duties required under U.S. law. The Supreme Court order, though, will apply while the case continues on appeal. I'm reading right from your story here because the ink is essentially still wet on this one. Does this mean that the Trump administration can purge other agencies as well?
Not necessarily, but it certainly helps them, at least their legal case. As you said, the big argument against the administration was, hey, you don't have the authority to do this, only Congress does. And you're by firing this many people, you're leaving the department unable to do things that Congress said it's supposed to do. And that's an argument that has been cropping up in other cases and will, this decision will probably, boost the administration on those actions.
So I'm also wondering about what this means just for the Department of Education and what it means for those workers. There's a lot of workers who've been left in limbo. Is that exactly what happens to these workers? They're sort of waiting?
Well, they're sort of waiting, but they will be, allowed to be put out of a job for at least for the time being.
And unpaid?
I don't know the answer to that. I apologize.
That's okay.
I don't want to speak without knowledge here. But given the way the court has been handling these things, this is supposed to just be a temporary order, but. The cases where the Supreme Court has issued a temporary order and then later on reversed itself once it actually took up the legal issues on the merits, that's a pretty rare occurrence. So this certainly puts the wind at the administration's sails in terms of actually being able to fire these workers once and for all.
It's July 14th. Typically, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but this is because this is the world that you live in. Isn't this a time where the justices are not doing this stuff? They're like out from June or early July all the way until October?
It depends on what you mean by this stuff. This is part of the so-called shadow docket or emergency docket. It is the administration coming to the Supreme Court, and this is actually a fairly old request filed a number of weeks ago. And the administration is saying, hey, we can't wait. We need you to lift this lower court ruling, to stay this lower court ruling, to set the rules of the road while the case is being litigated. And that's the sort of thing that the Supreme Court will act on at any time. It doesn't just, do that in its 9-month calendar for the cases that are considered on the merits.
When it comes to this case, the 3 liberals on the court dissented. What was their message?
Yeah, really, really strong words from Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who wrote the opinion for the 3 of them. She said that the court had handed the executive the power to repeal statutes by firing all those necessary to carry them out. And this is a theme we've been hearing from the court's liberals. They're saying that the conservative majority on this court is letting the president ignore the law, just do whatever he wants.
What do we expect to hear from the Supreme Court when it comes to this so-called shadow docket before October or in the meantime?
We're going to have more of these cases. Right now, there's one other significant one involving another one of these cases where the president is trying to remove the heads of these independent agencies. It was one involving the Consumer Product Safety Commission. He's trying to fire the Democratic appointed members there. We'll probably get more cases. Really good chance we'll get birthright citizenship again in some form. Not inconceivable we'll get tariffs in some form. They're not there yet, but there's so much lower court litigation going on that undoubtedly there will be more very big cases at the Supreme Court this summer.
And they really seem, because of not just because of the makeup, but it really seems like the president is having a series of wins when it comes to the shadow docket.
Yeah, he's very much been on a roll. We saw a couple cases earlier on involving very fast deportations under this couple-century-old law known as the Alien Enemies Act. That's the cases where the administration was sending people to the prison in El Salvador, and the Supreme Court said, whoa, hold on, you at least have to give them a chance to make their case for why they can't be sent there. Beyond that, however, they've pretty much given the administration a free hand, whether it be other immigration-related matters or, in this case, the structure of the government and firing people, both mass firings like this one and firing top officials of agencies.
Hey, Greg Stohr, thanks for joining us. I know you just wrote this story. You have been super busy, so we really appreciate it this afternoon. That's Greg Stohr. He's a Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter. Check out his reporting and the entire team's reporting. It's on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Just a couple of minutes away from the close of trading, the S&P 500, in the words of Mike Regan, light green, up 0.1%. The NASDAQ, up 0.2%, as is the Dow. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. The closing bell starts now.
Breakdown of all of today's market action and a look ahead to tomorrow with our global simulcast right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through to the closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts now. Tim Stenovec joining us from the radio booth. Nora Melinda in today for Carol Massar. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube, Tim Stenovec. Green across the screen for most of the major indices, but of course, we have 2 big catalysts coming up on the calendar within the next 24 hours.
I think you would be referring to CPI and then the kickoff of big bank earnings tomorrow. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Sir.
Looks like we're reading the same stuff, Romaine Bostick.
Yeah.
That's always good news when we're on the same page. Hey, there's also the trade element here, and I think that's what people thought and certainly kind of did dominate today's trade, even though we didn't see a big variation between gains and losses. The comments about President Trump kind of saying, okay, maybe not 30% for Europe, we're open to negotiating, given what happened over the weekend, might have given a little bit of a relief to investors out there today.
I mean, definitely some relief that we are seeing here with all indexes ending in the green. As we were saying earlier, if you went to sleep on New Year's Day and you woke up today, lots happened in between. But if you look at the S&P 500, not much has changed.
Yeah, I go to Tim's point about, the trade tariffs and the threatened tariffs not showing up in the price action, but showing up in activity because volume is certainly down compared to the 30-day average.
Yeah, and we should point out, of course, I think the earnings picture is really going to be one that drives this market, not so much for the second quarter results, but obviously the commentary that a lot of CEOs and CFOs were unwilling to give the last go round. This time around, they might not have as much coverage. Green across the screen here on this Monday afternoon for most of the major indices. The Dow Jones Industrial Average looking like it's going to close out the day higher by more than 80 points, or about 0.2%. The S&P up just about 10 points on the day. We'll call it about 0.1% as we wait for these numbers to settle. The NASDAQ Composite adding about 0.3%, and the Russell 2000, that's your outperformer on the day, again, up 15 points, or about 0.7%.
All right, taking a look at how things split up in terms of gainers and decliners today. We did see more stocks move higher in the S&P, 286 to the upside, Scarlett 213 to the downside.
And that's reflected in the IMAP as well. So take a look at the 11 sectors in the S&P 500. That big red slice that you see there is tech, but it's only down by 0.2%. The leading decliners here are energy stocks as oil prices sink, and material stocks also lower by 0.4%. Best performers, communication services, financials before the banks report earnings tomorrow, and real estate investment trust.
All right, on the gainers side, a new all-time high for Fastenal. The company reported earnings earlier today. Shares 4% higher at the close. The company reported net sales for the second quarter that were up 8.6% over the same period last year. It did meet the average analyst estimate. We had Dan Florness on the show, the company's CEO. He said that his industrial customers are starting to see business turn around. Here's what he said, quote, "The knife has stopped dropping." What he was referring to is the trying to catch a falling knife over the last few years that really in the U.S. has been industrial production. I did ask him, and Nora asked him too, about the impact of tariffs. And he said they tried to move their supply chain back in 2018 during this first round, and they were able to make some changes, not necessarily bringing anything back to the U.S., just not possible right now. Too early to say for his customers, though, whether this new tariff regime will prompt them to move manufacturing back to the U.S.
It's just a reminder of how long it takes to actually move your supply chain back to the U.S. If they were talking about this back in 2017 and weren't able to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember the move back in 2017 and 2018 was to move everything out of China and like go to Vietnam or Indonesia or India? Well, now it kind of doesn't matter where you are if you're not in the United States, because all of those countries are getting tariffed as well. Hey, did any of you guys see Superman over the weekend?
No. Was it good?
I didn't see it either. A lot of people did see it,
We
though.
look at you and we see Superman.
I was going to say.
Wow. Oh, you guys are the best. Warner Brothers Discovery shares up more than 2%. This after the company did say that they brought in at least $115 million domestically. It did take in $220 million worldwide. This according to a statement from Warner Brothers. Excuse me, $125 million in ticket sales in the U.S. So that did beat expectations of $115 million. This is just the opening chapter in a 10-year plan to interweave movies and TV shows based on DC comic book characters such as Batman and Wonder Woman. Haven't they done this before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just
They've done this. And so, I mean, I don't know. Do you think DC is going to get it right this time? I mean, everyone's saying, okay, you had a decent box office domestically, though don't look at the international numbers, Tim. It was not as good. But this idea that maybe they could finally build off this and actually truly build up something that's comparable to the Marvel Universe?
Look, I don't know what it takes to have a successful franchise. No
I don't
question.
either, but I like your opinion.
But we can look and see what the Marvel Universe has done, right?
The peanut gallery speaks.
Yeah, exactly. I think James Gunn knows a little more than we do when it comes to what makes a successful movie. And finally, I do want to talk about shares of Kenvue real quick. They finished the day higher today by more than 2%. It's the company behind Tylenol, Neutrogena, Listerine, formerly the consumer healthcare division of J&J. The company said that CEO Thibaut Mongon is going to leave the company as it continues to revamp. The board director, Kirk Perry, will take over as interim CEO effective immediately. They faced push from activist investors for changes on how the company is structured and run ever since it was spun off from J&J just a couple of years ago. Once again, Kenvue shares up by more than 2.2%, Nora.
Well, a couple decliners that I'm keeping an eye on right now. We had Waters, that is a life sciences company, about $18 billion in market cap. It fell for double-digit losses when we ended at the close today after saying that it'll merge with Becton Dickinson's biosciences and diagnostic solutions business in a reverse Morris Trust transaction. That's valued at about $17.5 billion. We had Jefferies analysts saying that they expect the stock to trade down due to the deal size and variables added to a clean replacement cycle story. But if you look at the stock on a year-to-date basis, down about 18%. I know it's Monday, but I did want to talk about an alcohol company. I'm looking at Constellation Brands, and we're seeing shares that also fell at the close today after President Trump declared a 30% tariff from Mexico and the EU, which of course we know these are key markets for those drink makers. So tariffs are really the story here. But this is a $28 billion company. They own Modelo, Corona, a lot of the names that we know here. But shares are down about 26% this year. So not great news here for the brand. Maybe people are going to healthier alternatives. We'll see.
I like the fact you picked an alcohol company because you really, truly are filling Carol Master's shoes.
Have to live up to it the best I can. Also, Fluence Energy, that's an energy this is an energy company, and we saw energy is the worst performing sector in the S&P 500 today, and this was one of the names that was in the red. Mizuho cut the stock to neutral from outperform. They're also pointing toward this tariff impact, and additionally, the Republican tax and spending bills effects on the clean energy sector. The company is about $1.4 billion in market cap, but I'm looking at the year to date as well, down 50%. Not looking good.
All right, let's get a quick check on yields. Continue to see a steepening of the curve. Treasuries overall falling for a third straight day. That's pushing yields higher. But two interesting dynamics are playing out. One is obviously that you're seeing much greater moves in yields on the longer end of the curve to the upside. But on the short end of the curve, take a look at that. A 1 basis point move, 1.5 if you want to be particular, on that 2-year yield. And that has been the narrow range that we've actually seen on the shorter end of the curve now for quite some time. In fact, the past 3 sessions, we basically had 1 basis point, 1 basis point, and then 3 basis points. And then if you keep going out, it really doesn't get much wider than that. And I think it is kind of telling, Tim and Nora, this idea that maybe you have a market, at least in the Treasury market, with a lot of folks right now on the sidelines.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens when it comes to CPI. We'll see what happens when it comes to the big banks reporting earnings. In the meantime, I want to talk a little bit about return to office. Yeah, we're still talking about that. It's back in the news this week because Starbucks employees who work at corporate headquarters are apparently going to be required to come in 4 days a week. This is a focus. Excuse me?
Which 4?
I don't know.
Maybe they get to select the day that they stay home.
Well, I know that there are some places where they're like, okay, everybody has to come in at least on, like, you know, Monday, because that's like our in-office day. And it kind of looks like not a lot of people go to work on Friday, just anecdotally speaking, at least here in New York.
Understandably
judging by
so.
the subway, I don't know.
Well, we're all here, right? We're in person, but I think this is really interesting for Starbucks. I mean, I was just at Starbucks yesterday, and I had a nice refresher. I don't know if you guys have had the refreshers, but fantastic. And we're really seeing, you know, Starbucks really just trying to do better. They're trying to have a turnaround story here. So I guess they need people in the office to do it.
Well, it starts with the culture, according to Brian Niccol, who's the CEO of Starbucks. You know, we're keeping an eye, of course, on the tariff story. And even though there's new threats of tariffs and companies still aren't able to say very much, there is evidence that it is affecting certain industries. The world's largest swimming pool maker says it will likely hike prices for a second time this year because of Trump's proposed tariffs. This is a Spanish company, Fluidra, talking about this, and they said how much they can't say right now. It really depends on what gets announced about China in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I'm really interested in for this particular earnings season. The idea is whether we're going to hear more companies, certainly more U.S. companies, start to talk about the potential impact. We just had Nadia Lovell on the TV program a little while ago, and she was kind of alluding to this idea that we've collected in this country more than $100 billion in tariff revenue. But of course, we know that comes out of someone's pocket. And at least for right now, we have not actually seen that show up in some of these income statements or in some of the inflation data, and I do wonder if that's about to change.
And that's why the guidance tomorrow and throughout the rest of earnings season is going to be so important, the commentary that we hear. Although, is there more clarity? That's, you know, about what the actual policies are.
At some point, company executives just need to say how they're moving forward, even if they don't have the clarity, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll
How
wait
big
to
of
that.
a swimming pool do you have, Scarlett?
Mine is massive.
All right, party at Scarlett's this weekend. Thanks for the invite.
I'm going.
Looking forward to it. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We will see you back tomorrow, same time, same place. Scarlett, welcome back.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week daily radio, right? We're daily.
We're everything.
We're everything. I'm Norma Linda, filling in for Carol Master today, sitting here with Tim Stenovec. And I'm looking at a market that ended in the green, so seems like we edged up a little bit here. But I really wanted to talk about sales, Tim. Every year, Amazon hosts an annual Prime Day sale, but this year's was different. Instead of its typical 2-day stretch, the online retailer doubled its usual duration, and results were historic. Although sales were slower during the first 2 days of the sale, demand accelerated later in the week, and that's according to data from Adobe saying that the sale boosted online spending across all U.S. retailers by 30.3% to $21.1 billion. We have Brooke May, managing partner at Evans May Wealth, joining to discuss her takeaways from this year's Amazon sale and what it tells us about the broader economy. Brooke, thanks so much for joining us today. What were your takeaways this year?
Well, Amazon Prime Day was a hit. As you mentioned, they moved it from a 2-day event to a 4-day event, and it paid off. Sales were $24.1 billion. And to put that in perspective, when we look last year at Black Friday, online sales were $10.8 billion. So it was the equivalent of 2 online shopping days for Black Friday, up 30%, as you mentioned. And it was really incredible for Amazon to see it do so well.
So what's this telling us about the economy and the way that consumers are thinking about discretionary income?
I think it's telling. When you look at the areas or the categories that people were buying in, they were looking really at all 35 categories. We saw strong demand. However, there was especially strong demand in electronics and high-end appliances. So consumers were looking to trade up, and they could afford to do so because of reduced prices. In addition to electronics and appliances, we saw strong back-to-school shopping. Everything from school supplies to lunch boxes to dorm room necessities. But really, interestingly, the highest selling items were the Fire Stick HD, the Ring doorbell, Apple's AirPod Pro 2s, and Dawn's Power Wash dish spray.
50% of those.
That would be on the list.
50%. Okay, so 25% of those everybody needs, and that's soap. Okay, 50% of the things you mentioned are actually Amazon-owned companies. So that tells you, is that about okay, what the company has on sale, or is it about a commentary about Amazon getting into many different areas of our lives? What is it telling you? What was popular?
Oh, I think it's a little of both. When you look, Amazon has a tremendous number of products that are household names. In addition to that, though, there's some pricing power and being able to price those items in a way that can drive additional sales.
So is this typically a big revenue generator for Amazon in the Prime Day sales? I mean, I know I'm always scrolling, had to check a couple things out this week, but is it usually a really big revenue driver?
It is. However, margins are thin. With deep discounting, you don't necessarily get the wide profit margins. However, the sales volumes were there. Interestingly, a lot of Amazon's competitors, Walmart, Costco, Target, had parallel events during the same time. And with competition, you'll see that you get pricing pressure. So yes, revenues were strong. However, profit margins were really squeezed.
I found it super interesting that when the Prime sale just started, everyone was really nervous that it was not going to generate much revenue. It wasn't doing too well.
Right. We were seeing those headlines. It's down X% versus last year. But Spencer Soper, who writes about Amazon, said it's too early to tell because it's 4 days now. We have to look at it differently.
Most definitely. It makes me wonder, are people just waiting to the last minute? Are we waiting until the sale's about to end?
Or did the deals get better? I mean, this stuff is dynamic. It's really hard to understand.
Oh, you're asking me what changed. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. You're the one with the answers. We're the ones with the questions.
Yeah, I think there's some procrastination there. I don't really have an explanation for why momentum picked up. People could have known that they've got a little bit more time on their hands, so they don't have to jump and they can do a little bit more price shopping. We saw actually this year generative AI tools used to search. And as I mentioned before, we had competitors offering similar events during that same time. Generative AI tools or assisted shopping was up 3,000 300% year over
Wow.
year, which speaks volumes to how it's been integrated into our everyday lives. In addition to that, though, we saw social media influencers having an impact. Social media influencers sales that they were able to derive or push to Amazon Prime were 10 times what the sales were for social media overall. So it's interesting to see these trends and how people are shopping a little differently. In addition to that, when we look at how sales came in, more than half of the sales came in through mobile devices versus online shopping on desktops. So there are definitely some macro trends on how consumers are buying. And it was really interesting how that showed through with Amazon's Prime Day event.
Brooke, I always wonder, are these real deals? You know, I miss back in the day where you would get these massive discounts when you would go shopping, or is it more or less vendors hiking up the prices right before to make it look a bit discounted later?
I think there's a little of both. Some highly purchased products, the price is known. People know what Apple's AirPod Pros cost. And so they're able to do, a price comparison, and they know when they're getting a good deal. Consumers right now are fairly savvy, due to the inflation we've experienced in the last few years. Consumers watch and monitor prices, and they use events like this to purchase items that they've been waiting to purchase. And then there's also some impulse buying. I know personally, I go on and I scroll, and if I see a good deal, I'll jump on it.
Right.
And it's not because it's something that I've been shopping for, but it's something that appealed to me in the moment and felt like a good value.
Hey, Brooke, before we let you go, I want to broaden the conversation a little bit because you cover it all. We're talking about Prime, but you cover the economy at Evans May Wealth. You have to know about all this stuff, given what your clients are looking for from you. The big risk right now, do you think that the equity market is accurately pricing in the threat of tariffs?
No.
In a word, you have more time than that. Why not?
The probability of recession, it's interesting. In April, it was 60-some%, and now it's back down to 20%. So the market isn't pricing in a recession right now. They're not pricing in, tariffs. The market's trading at 22 times forward earnings. That's not cheap. And the hope is that when tariffs are imposed, they're going to be less than stated. And ideally, manufacturers, retailers, and consumers are all going to be able to share in that burden. Companies are trying to get more efficient to be able to absorb some of those additional costs. Time will tell, though. We don't know right now what the full ramification of tariffs are going to be. However, we think that they won't necessarily be as bad as stated and be completely destructive to the economy.
Super quickly, do you expect tariffs to show up in this earnings season?
Just 10 seconds.
No, I don't. I think that it takes 2 to 3 months to see once tariffs are imposed, them actually feed through. So it's probably going to be Q3 if we have some clarity.
All right, Brooke, always good to check in with you. Brooke May, managing partner over at Evans May Wealth Management. The company's got about $1.5 billion assets under management. She joins us from Carmel, Indiana. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, made in America, designed in America, made in China. We break it down next.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher, NASDAQ at a record, and this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at Bloomberg.com or Oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P today did advance by 8 points, 62.68, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 54, 20,640, up 0.3. The Dow up 88, up by 0.2%. 10-year 4.43%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $10 the ounce, down 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.3%, 66.89 a barrel. Bitcoin at 119,000 did climb above 120,000 earlier today. Bitcoin up by about 0.5%. Meta Platform CEO Mark Zuckerberg says the company is building several massive data centers to power its artificial intelligence efforts, with the first one expected to come online next year. Meta today up by 0.5%. Our Mag 7 index up by 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I'm Tim Stenovec, and that is Norma Linda in for Carol Massar. We're both here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Yes, with the design in America but made in China business model brewing uncertainty after President Trump's trade policies, several large company founders have explored ways to repatriate production. But the obstacles are many. Between higher costs and complex supply chains, companies are growing frustrated with the lack of clarity and notice on tariffs. Some founders are saying that a 90-day notice period could be a good remedy for small business owners to navigate the challenges. Christina Lindblad, global economics editor for Bloomberg Business Week, joins us to discuss how Shark Tank-like companies are feeling the bite of Trump's tariffs. She was the editor on this story. Christina, talk to us a little bit about how this story came about.
Well, I was actually thinking about how I had watched a clip of Shark Tank in which these founders told the judges that they had set up a production line in the United States, and one of them said, "That's crazy," and then
it is crazy.
And then I thought, how are these companies, so many of them which follow, this sort of Apple model, designed in California, made in TK somewhere else, cheaper.
Usually China,
yes,
increasingly sometimes
Vietnam,
India.
or
Vietnam.
And how are they faring through all of this? Because they don't have the lobbying arm and the deep pockets to have their margins be eaten away like this. So we decided to go out, and we went through we cast a whole bunch of companies, and we decided to focus on 4. And we did basically as told tos, so it's like directly from their mouths. And we asked them a bunch of questions about how, what kind of tariffs they were paying right now and what they were looking to do about this. And several of them said that, well, actually, some of them said they had started out making their products in the U.S., but pretty shortly realized that wasn't going to work out. That one of them said the product was so expensive nobody bought it, and that they were contacted by a Chinese company that was already making something like what they made. And then the other thing we heard frequently is that by going to China or going to some other countries, you get like a full operation. Like, you don't have to be. What people were saying is, if you're a small company in the U.S., it's like you're having to watch out over all these different parts of production. Like, you're importing this and that, and making sure it's all going to the plant. That in China, like somebody was saying, we'll take care of all of that for you. And then also we talked to a person. She makes this little contraction called a click and carry, that you snap 2 bags over your shoulder.
It's kind of brilliant.
I bought one immediately after.
Do you like it? Do you like it?
Did you buy it after seeing it on Shark Tank?
I know, after
you wrote the story.
Before we wrote the story,
Okay.
because I read the transcript and I thought, oh yeah, this is like your bags are always sliding off your
That's
shoulders
funny.
when you go to the green market. Anyway, and she said it would take a minimum of 8 months to bring this back to the U.S., and it would involve something like getting a mold maker in China, because there are barely any left here in the US, to design the mold and bring it back and forth, you know, the designers would be here, the mold maker in China, back and forth, sent it back and forth for adjustments, right? And finally, once you had the mold, you still have to import the resin, the plastic resin from China. And you'd probably, she said, I'd have to find a factory that had a high degree of automation, you know, so that kind of beats the whole idea of like job creation, you know, for the tariffs. So yeah, it just seems like some of these, the small businesses really have a hard time and right now trying to figure out what's next.
So net, would it be possible for any of these companies that you came across in the casting call to actually do this in the US?
Right now, they said that at the level of tariffs they were facing, and let's be clear, 2 weeks ago when we were talking to them, no, it's not worth it for them. I mean, we could be talking to them if we were to go back to them, who knows, after August 1st, perhaps. Although I would suspect some of them would just be out of business.
One thing that we've been talking about quite a bit over the last few months is, okay, who eats these tariffs? And the picture that we've gotten from talking to different CEOs is sort of like, well, everybody in the supply chain. So our earnings will take a hit. We'll absorb some of them. Maybe we'll raise prices. Consumers might pay a little more. That's for big companies. What about for these tiny companies that are watching every cent?
Well, I mean, there's one woman, the founder of Click and Carry, she was saying that, you know, she actually had taken out a loan and sold out a bunch of stocks in the fall because she had been selling online, and she was actually starting to sell through retailers. And she's saying, well, I approached all these companies with a certain price. This is what I told them, like, I can provide this to you for this price. But now, like, you know, with tariffs, I'm going to have to go back to them, you know, and quote them another price. And she's scared, you know, that some of them will drop her product because they've only started carrying it a few months ago. And some of them she hasn't even gotten in. I mean, she has enough, I think, to supply everyone, you know, all the contracts that she has through, like, you know, early summer. But yeah, a lot of companies were talking about how the uncertainty towards the back end of the year when, like, you know, they're having to restock.
Yeah, like we spoke to Levi's on Friday and the company's CFO, and they said this in earnings too, that about roughly half of their inventory for the remainder of the year is already in the US.
Right.
So that's kind of free and clear at this point.
Oh, most definitely. But I know you mentioned earlier, you were talking about a company that you said they were wanting to pass on some of the tariff impact toward the customer, but customers are just unwilling to pay.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a young business and you have your foot in the door with some of these retailers, you know, and you don't have a long relationship, you're going to be really scared to do that. So mostly we heard the story sounded like it was going to be the importers eating the tariffs. I mean, I think there's a misconception, largely because of the way the White House talks about this, that it's the exporters eating the tariffs. And, you know, we did hear stories at the beginning of Walmart pressuring Chinese suppliers to lower their prices in order to compensate for the tariffs. But even there, we heard that many of them were saying no. I mean, a small company just does not have that kind of leverage, really. So
what are people, I mean, you cover the economy more broadly. So just outside of this story, if we were to just bring in a broader context, what are people saying about the impact of tariffs on the U.S. economy?
You know, we haven't seen it in inflation yet, although I think we have a print this week, which
tomorrow,
which may throw some light on all of this. I think it could be, a lot of people say, because of this dynamic in which many people knew tariffs of some level were coming right after Trump was elected, right? And there was this big bump, you know, the surge in imports. We haven't seen costs go up because of that, because people are selling down the inventory they already have. I do think there's still a lot of question marks. And also there's been, I mean, this kind of whack-a-mole effect where there's just sort of like, okay, it's going to be 145, but now we're going to suspend it. Now we're going to throw it to August. I'm personally really interested in looking at investment figures at some point. I suspect that this year may be one of the lowest, may show a big fall off of corporate investment around the world.
Which is the Not exactly, like the opposite of what Trump, the president,
Well,
wants to see.
he'd
He
like
wants
to
see
see
it
more
that
investment in the
US.
U.S., but I think the uncertainty is just leaving companies kind of probably
Scrambled.
saying, I'm going to sit it out.
So that's what I wanted to talk about. You mentioned the whack-a-mole. Is it going to be 145%? Is it going to be what was on Liberation Day? Do you have to wait and see what the letter says on True Social to understand what the effect of tariffs is going to be on the country that you manufacture in? Does it mean that there's sort of a stasis here with these small companies that you talk to, or are they plowing ahead and moving forward?
One of them is fortunate and has suppliers in many different countries, and they sound like, you know, and they were lucky. I think it was, you know, Turkey was their main supplier, and that wasn't one of the countries that had, you know, the thing is, we're going by what Liberation Day, you know, like the charts, you know, and Turkey wasn't, you know, very severely affected, you know, so, but you never know. You never know. I mean, because now we're seeing duties used for purposes other than just delivering trade deals, you know, in the case of Brazil.
Yeah.
And Bolsonaro and you know, Trump's friendship with Bolsonaro. Like, you know, so that's been an issue where, you know, we're seeing tariffs.
Yeah, just to clarify that, he basically said that this was not about the trade deficit because we have a trade surplus with Brazil.
Yeah.
Instead, this is a punishment for the way that Bolsonaro is being treated and
the former
prosecuted
president. Right.
by the current president.
So the story talks about the fact that some founders are saying that they'd like to get some sort of notice,
Yes,
even a
yes.
90-day notice. Talk to me about that. What are they thinking?
That was
and
interesting. I hadn't
what
heard
format?
that before. People were talking about getting an advance notice about when tariffs. One person said just like an advance notice and when tariffs are going to go up. Another one said can get an advance notice if like there's a group A of countries, you know, those tariffs will go up and these will go down. You can't really wage a trade war like that, though. I don't think, you know. So, well, we're certainly maybe you can, but certainly not how it's being waged now. I just think it's just like a difficult time for people to make decisions, and what came through is they wish they had more wherewithal, you know, to like adjust. And also, you know, you're talking about small businesses sometimes with like, I mean, some of the people we talked to had less than 3 people full-time staff, you know?
Yeah, they're shipping one container of something at a time.
Right, exactly.
Which is a tiny portion of what you see on a cargo ship.
Yeah, I mean, we had one person who we didn't end up, you know, choosing for the package, who had to go back to her old job, you know? So, yeah.
Well, it's a great piece, Christina. I encourage everybody to check it out. It is in Bloomberg Business Week. Christina Lindblad is the editor of it. She's global economics editor for Bloomberg Business Week. She's also the brains behind the idea for it. So everything Shark Tank, address those questions to Christina Lindblad.
Okay, I got to tune in.
You got to tune in, or you just got to read everything in Bloomberg Business Week, and then you can get the update. Hey, stocks finished the day higher, but not by much. The S&P 500 up more than 0.1%. The Dow up 0.2%. The Nasdaq up 0.3%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we're talking drugs.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher. We've got NASDAQ at a record, up 54 points today, 20,640 on the NASDAQ Composite Index, up by about 0.3%. S&P higher by 8, 62.68, up by 0.1%. Closing near a record, the Dow up 88, up by about 0.2%. Traders send stocks higher after parsing President Trump's latest tariff remarks, with the market gearing up for results from big banks tomorrow morning. Also, a key report, CPI on inflation. So the 10-year yield today, 4.43%. The 2-year, 3.90%. Gold down $12 the ounce, down 0.4%, 33.42. West Texas Intermediate crude at 66.92 a barrel, down 2.2%. And Bitcoin up 0.9%, 120,190 on Bitcoin. As for investor sentiment, Brooke May is managing partner at Evans May Wealth, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
The hope is that when tariffs are imposed, they're going to be less than stated. And ideally, manufacturers, retailers, and consumers are all going to be able to share in that burden. Companies are trying to get more efficient to be able to absorb some of those additional costs. Time will tell, though. We don't know right now what the full ramification of tariffs are going to be. However, we think that they won't necessarily be as bad as stated and be completely destructive to the economy.
Brooke May of Evans May Wealth, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. General Motors and LG Energy Solutions plan to add more battery production lines at their joint venture part in Tennessee to make lower cost cells starting in late 2027. GM today down 0.1%. Recapping stocks higher, NASDAQ at a record, S&P up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie. The global biotech industry is experiencing a tectonic shift. I'm Nora Melinda, in for Carol Masser, here with Tim Stenovec. So China's drug makers have come a long way from their copycat days and are now challenging Western dominance on innovation. Bloomberg News health reporter Damien Gardet joins us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio to discuss the Bloomberg Business Week story on how Chinese drug makers are disrupting the global biotech power dynamic. Damien, how much of a player has China historically been in the pharmaceutical space?
Not much, or at least not in the quest to invent new novel treatments for serious diseases. For many years in the pharma world, China, probably much like the role it played in other industries, was kind of a source of cost arbitrage. You could get cheaper labor, cheaper raw materials there, but it wasn't a place where Western countries and Western drug makers looked for innovation, as it were. And then over the past 10 years, you would read articles like, look out, China's coming, they're building this up. And like many things, I think, with respect to China, it was gradually and then all at once. And then we kind of woke up, and as a result of a series of policy changes, as you point out in this story, it's pointed out that China now accounts for the second most novel drugs in development of any region in the world, surpassing the European Union, which for many years had been second to the United States, and China is now very close behind the United States on that measure.
When you think about the countries or regions and the equivalent of the FDA approval process in Europe, the European Medicines Agency, these are two of the strictest governing bodies when it comes to approval of medicines, no? Mm-hmm. How do these regulatory agencies view drugs from China?
I would say, for one, the FDA is established as kind of the gold standard, and countries around the world seek to emulate the FDA.
Which we'll talk about a little later because it's going through a lot of changes under RFK Jr.
Right. The gold could be arguably being varnished. But in the meantime, the FDA's approach has been that they have granted a lot of breakthrough designations or other kind of statuses upon Chinese invented drugs that suggest that they're better than what's out there. So that's kind of a laurel on Chinese science. However, the FDA has taken, I think, an understandable tack, which is that they will not approve a medicine for people in the United States if its clinical trials were done solely in China or solely in any other country, for reasons of, honestly, equity is one of them, but even just like scientific validity. People from different parts of the world have different genetics. And so if I study a cancer drug only in, for example, India, can I really say that the benefits I see in that trial will apply to everyone in the United States?
So if you're a developer in China of a medicine, wouldn't you then do a randomized clinical trial or randomized controlled trial in a way that then would get acceptance from the European Medicines Agencies and the FDA.
You would if you wanted. That would be the next step, I think, with this nascent Chinese biotech industry. Because what we've seen so far is that Chinese companies are very good at inventing these novel drugs. But when it comes time to do the kind of trials you're describing in the United States and in Europe, they will often seek to partner with a Pfizer, a Merck, a Sanofi, who will foot the cost in that and also will have the expertise of running a global clinical trial that a Chinese startup may not necessarily have. What we may see in time, and well, almost certainly we'll see in time, is one of these Chinese biotech companies growing into a Pfizer-like entity unto its own, where it would not only just compete for research spending, but compete with Merck, with Pfizer, the way that Johnson & Johnson might.
Mm-hmm. Damien, the story talks about the fact that China's biotech firms have an advantage conducting research cheaper and faster. Why is that?
I mean, for one thing, everything's just a little cheaper in China, but in terms of the speed of it, that dates back to a 2015 effort that the Chinese government instituted, where they wanted to bring about in the future the present that we see today. So they enacted regulatory reforms that made it easier to recruit clinical trials. China has a nationwide network of hospitals that makes it faster and more convenient to do this kind of thing. And then they allowed, I don't want to say cut corners, but perhaps a more streamlined approach than the FDA and the EMA have had traditionally. And as a result, Chinese companies were able to catch up far more quickly than I think a lot of people assumed.
Have you guys heard that they call Diet Coke fridge cigarettes? Have you heard this?
I don't think
I've never heard this.
Yeah, I heard this recently, but I'm kind of an old, so I don't know if the youngs are saying that. Freezer cigarettes, ice cream, at least in my house, that's kind of how it is.
Interesting.
So it's Crypto Week in Washington, but it's also Ice Cream Day in Washington today?
At least at Health and Human Services, yes. So RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the head of Health and Human Services, today had an event in which they announced that a group of 40 ice cream producers in the United States have voluntarily agreed to remove a series of artificial dyes from their products, I believe by the end of 2027, in keeping with the sort of broader RFK, Make America Healthy Again effort, which has really zeroed in on certain dyes, food dyes in the United States.
You know, I have to tell you, when I think about food dye, I did not think about ice cream, Nora.
At all. I mean, I'm
eating
a
the wrong
cookies and
ice
cream
or
girl.
or is this stuff just so present in everything that we eat
that we just don't
it's
even
just
notice?
Not even our radar?
I would say yes. Yeah, it is kind of like trying to teach a fish what water is.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
We in the United States are kind of swimming in processed foods.
So ice cream is ice cream. So this is the many big food companies, including ConAgra, Nestle, Kraft Heinz, and General Mills, have pledged to remove synthetic dyes from large swaths of their food. This is going to take a long time. What do these commitments mean? Does it mean that we're going to start seeing different looking ice cream in the stores?
In theory, well,
Or not different tasting.
I was going to
'cause
say,
food
I guess
dyes.
a lot of ice cream is sold in clear containers at this point, so it would be visible to you. In theory, the thing that I and many others have kind of made a note of is that all of these agreements today are voluntary. Manufacturers have said they will do this, not to disparage the word of America's proud corporate entities, but they don't always follow through on things, and they think in the long term, and this administration is a temporary proposal. RFK's leadership of HHS is a temporary proposal. So I will be interested to see, let's say in 2028, how many of the great big sweeping promises from food companies and beyond that were made in the first year of RFK's HHS actually hold through in the years to come.
It's so funny because when I think about ice cream, right, I feel like you kind of already know what you're getting yourself into. I mean, I didn't know there were dyes in ice cream really until today, but it makes sense. But I just feel like you already know that's the junk food that you're going for. So curious if it's going to change the taste at all. That's my curiosity.
It shouldn't, but I think it's a good point though. Like I haven't done a Cochrane review of like safety statistics, but like, are these dyes in isolation that much more or even incrementally more unhealthy than the stuff that we all already know
Consuming.
is in ice cream and that we are deliberately consuming when we buy it
and reaching for?
Ben and Jerry's, Haagen-Dazs. What's your flavor? What's your pick?
I like Van Leeuwen. Is that how you
Oh
pronounce it?
yeah, of course. That's very New York.
Fire.
Okay.
So good.
Okay.
I
Very
almost never
bougie.
buy ice
Very
cream.
bougie.
Very bourgeois.
I do like. I would prefer a Van Leeuwen. I think Ben and Jerry's.
I know. I didn't even
things
choose
being
one of your
laden with
options.
ingredients. I always think like, what is this? Did you?
I'll go Haagen-Dazs if I had to choose between the two.
I like this.
Dolce de leche.
All right, high class ice cream taste here. Damien Gardet, Bloomberg News health reporter. Also, Nora Melinda in for Carol Massar. Coming up next, stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Nora Melinda. She is in for Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenovec. S&P 500 up 0.1% today. The Dow up 0.2%. The NASDAQ up close to 0.3%. A lot happening this week. We're going to get a read on inflation with CPI tomorrow. And then we've got a host of companies, including
Earnings
the big banks,
galore.
reporting earnings.
It's nonstop. It's going to be like a flood, that will follow. But
It's like our quarterly Super Bowl.
exactly. I'm always looking forward to it.
Hey, I'm Tim Stenovec along with Nora Melinda in for Carol Massar. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We're joined right now by Christine Aquino. What do you have on your radar?
Well, Tim, let's take a look at water, shall we? Biggest decliner on the S&P 500, ticker WAT, shares down more than 13% at the close. It's the worst performer, as mentioned, on the S&P 500, and that is because it said that it will merge with Becton Dickinson's Biosciences and Diagnostic Solutions in a reverse Morris Trust transaction. That's a mouthful,
Excuse me?
Right.
That's essentially a tax optimization strategy that they often use in M&A deals, just to make it simple. But yeah, that was a deal valued at about $17.5 billion. And, Water is reporting a bunch of synergies, a bunch of cost synergies and revenue synergies because of this deal. But then the word on the street is that, investors aren't necessarily expected to view this positively in the short term, just because there's a bit of dilution. It will take time to implement these strategies. But, Waters is saying that they are expecting about $345 million in annualized EBITDA synergies by 2030. So let's see if investors is willing to give it the benefit of doubt eventually.
I had to talk about that transaction on the closing bell. Such a mouthful.
It is. So
But
many
I-
words.
So many words to put together. But I was looking at what the analysts were saying as well about the stock. Jefferies was saying that they expect the stock to trade down due to deal size and variables added to a clean replacement cycle story. Shares are down, about 18% year to date?
At one point, yeah. And 13% of that just today. So
Right.
yeah, not positively received at first blush by investors.
What else are you looking at?
Looking at Autodesk, so one of the outperformers on the S&P 500 today. So ticker ADSK, shares are up more than 5%. And so this is kind of a reverse of what we saw with Waters. So this company saying that it is no longer pursuing an acquisition of PTC. That is according to people familiar with the matter. And so that would have ranked as one of the year's largest deals so far. But investors weren't necessarily happy about this. So the shares have fallen more than 10% since the 8th of July. So that was the day before Bloomberg News reported it was considering an acquisition of PTC. And so now that they're no longer doing that, investors are taking that as a positive sign. Potentially, maybe they just didn't like the sound of this deal.
This one was interesting from last week because we saw both companies decline after the deal was announced. Typically, you don't see that when it comes to an acquisition. So there was something that investors didn't love about this.
Yeah, exactly. And so now they're happy that is no longer happening, evidently, from the share move today.
Okay, PLTR is the ticker. Palantir is what we're talking about.
Palantir.
This is a $352 billion market cap company. Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's been on a tear today, Tim. So we did see shares hitting record highs. They're up about 5% at the close. We've seen a few positives for Palantir, right? The most recent one would be President Donald Trump apparently is set to announce a $70 billion investment in artificial intelligence and energy in Pennsylvania on Tuesday. So that's tomorrow. That's going to be part of the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit, and executives from Palantir are expected to attend. So potentially we could see some tie-ins there. And then, other things going on that are positive for Palantir. We've seen 13F filings, Gateway Investment Advisors boosting its stake in Palantir for the 30th June quarter. And Wedbush analyst Dan Ives last week raising the target to $160 from $140 and maintaining the outperform rating. So we've just seen that stock really kind of steadily tick higher over the past week.
It's interesting. I mean, for an investor that hopped in on this trade 5 years ago, stock is up 1,957%. That's insane.
I didn't even know it was public back then.
Right? It's
You
just
could have
now-
bought and held. You could have bought and held, Tim.
It's up 97%
year to date.
so far this year.
It's on a tear.
It's on a
as
tear.
you said.
Yeah.
Just nonstop through the wind.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. Christina Kino with today's Stock Movers. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. As we mentioned, it is a big week when it comes to economic data. We've got CPI before the bell tomorrow. Right. Tune into Bloomberg Radio for the latest numbers there. CPI month over month expected to come in 0.3%. Same with the core CPI as well. Year over year, we're expecting to see 2.6%. And excluding food and energy, we're supposed to see that come up 2.9%.
And, we get PPI the following day as well. I know CPI is what we really care about, but PPI is coming through as well. There's going to be a lot to follow this week. Retail sales later in the week as well. And as you mentioned, just a slew of earnings. So it's going to be a lot for Wall Street to parse as we're going through the coming days.
So there's also big bank earnings tomorrow. JP Morgan, we get Bank of America on Wednesday. We got Netflix this week as well. So yeah, no shortage of things to talk about.
No shortage at all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for hanging out with us again. That was a lot of fun. You'll be back again this week.
I'll be here Thursday.
Okay, she'll be back on Thursday. That's Norma Melinda. She is Bloomberg News equities reporter. She's in for Carol Massar this afternoon. Check out all of her reporting and the entire equities team's reporting at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal. I'm Tim Stenovec for Norma Melinda. Balance of Power starts right now.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, President Trump teams up with NATO allies to ramp up pressure on Vladimir Putin.
Very unhappy I am with Russia. We're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. This is billions of dollars worth of military equipment is going to be purchased from the United States, going to NATO, et cetera. And that's going to be quickly distributed to the battlefield.
President Trump's new sanctions threats coming as a bipartisan group of 85 senators prepares to vote on legislation that would impose even more devastating economic restrictions on Russia, as well as the countries they say indirectly finance Putin's war efforts. We'll discuss with one of the bill's co-sponsors, the ranking Democrat on the Senate's Foreign Relations Committee, Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, and later with Evelyn Farkas, executive director of the McCain Institute, with more analysis on the potential impacts of all these actions against Russia.
And President Trump threatens the EU with 30% tariffs, but says he's still willing to talk as European trade ministers meet to strategize ahead of the new August 1st deadline.
We can be tough if the White House wants us to be tough.
The USA is taking a risk of the countermeasures, and the tolls cannot be one-sided.
The Commission should be more adamant, should be more efficient, should be more assertive in making sure that the European interests prevail.
We'll have more when Libby Cantrell, Managing Director and Head of Public Policy at PIMCO, joins us.
Plus, Bitcoin touching another record high today as the House kicks off what they're calling Crypto Week on Capitol Hill. Why there's little sign investor enthusiasm is slowing as lawmakers increase the pressure to pass key crypto regulation legislation.
All of that is ahead, but we begin tonight with President Trump's announcements on Ukraine and Russia from earlier today. And for more, we turn to Bloomberg's Kate Sullivan. So, Kate, obviously there were kind of two parts. One being the weaponry Ukraine is about to receive indirectly from the U.S. It's really NATO that will be coordinating it. The other is the threat of these higher secondary tariffs. Talk to us about what a secondary tariff actually might entail.
That is a great question. And there was some confusion today over what Trump was actually talking about, because he said tariffs and then There were some questions about whether he meant sanctions. Howard Lutnick seemed to suggest that he meant sanctions, but then walked that back. We did get an answer from Matt Whitaker, so Trump's ambassador to NATO, who did say that he was talking about secondary sanctions, sanctions on countries that are buying the oil from Russia. So that, of course, then would target India and China as as we're looking at what this actually is going to entail, there could be a huge ripple effect here. This is also coming as the United States is sort of negotiating new trade deals with India and Russia and China as well. And so I think we're still trying to get a sense of what exactly this is going to look like. I would say that there's also a long runway here. So he was talking about 50 days from now that these would go into effect if there is no deal. That gives Russia a lot of time. I think a lot can be done on the battlefield in that time. And so I guess we're still waiting to see how this is going to play out.
A lot of civilians could die in that time based on what we've been seeing with Russia targeting residential neighborhoods. The weapons component of the announcement today with the Secretary General of NATO is interesting. We're going to talk to Senator Shaheen about this in a moment. The idea that you'll still be getting American weapons, but NATO will pay for them. How's this going to work?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I think that this gives Trump a lot of political cover because his base is not so into the idea of the United States getting directly involved in this war, providing weapons directly to Ukraine. And Trump on the campaign trail talked a lot about how he did not want to do that. He talked a lot about how the United States was too involved in this war. So the way he laid it out today, the United States, NATO would buy weapons from the United States. There are still a lot of questions about how exactly this would get paid for, how Europe would pay for this, but then those weapons would get distributed to Ukraine as needed. And so it's a very interesting pay structure. It's not a typical, the way that under the Biden administration had been doing it was more just providing weapons that Congress had authorized these weapon sales, weapons to Ukraine. And so I think under, Trump so far, they were allowing those that had been previously authorized to go through, but not approving new weapon sales. So definitely very significant. Like I said, 50 days is a long time. But what Trump was talking about today is that these weapons could get there within a few days. Now, we'll see if that actually happens, but that's what he was talking about, a quick time frame when it comes to these weapons.
Possibly weapons coming out of European stockpiles right now. Kate, thank you so much for your great reporting today. Kate Sullivan helps to cover the White House for us here at Bloomberg. And during the announcement with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte this morning at the White House, President Trump was asked about Senate Republicans' plans for additional Russian sanctions. Here's what he said.
The Republicans are moving very strongly in the Senate, giving us total control of it, but I'm not sure we need it, but it's certainly good that they're doing it. They've actually crafted a pretty good piece of legislation. It's probably going to pass very easily, and that includes Democrats. And there's some little tweaks, but I don't want to say I don't need it because I don't want them to waste their time. It could be very useful. We'll have to see.
Joining us now with more on all of this in reaction to President Trump's announcement today, the Senate's plan for additional Russian sanctions. We turn to Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, who's ranking member on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, it's good to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. We've got a lot of questions about what we heard today in the Oval Office, and I suspect that you may have some questions as well. When it comes to the idea of sanctions, whether it's coming from the Senate or something, I guess, that would be announced from the White House itself, what do you make of the president's decision to give this another 50 days? Is this the right move right now?
I think what we have seen is that Vladimir Putin is not going to come to the table to negotiate in any real serious way unless he is feeling a lot more pressure than he has to date from the Trump administration. So I think we need to take up and pass the Graham-Blumenthal legislation that has 85 co-sponsors in the Senate. It's bipartisan. It would send a very strong message to Putin and the Russians and all of those who continue to do business with Russia, buying Russian oil, that the United States is serious and we are paying attention to what's going on. I think the announcement that NATO is going to provide weapons, particularly those Patriot missile defense systems that Ukraine so desperately needs as they are under nightly attack from Russia against Kyiv and civilian populations all across the country, is welcome news, and we need to do everything we can to see that that moves as quickly as possible.
Senator, President Trump suggested in the Oval Office today that there's no real difference between a 100% secondary tariff on a country like China or India that's buying Russian oil compared to the 500% in the piece of legislation we're discussing. What to you would change the calculus for Russia when we're comparing 100% levy like this to 500%?
Listen, I think if we are serious and if we actually implement those sanctions and follow through and ensure that we police them in ways that prevent India, China, the countries that are buying oil from Russia with a shadow fleet from actually being able to buy that fuel to be able to reimburse Russia for those costs, then we are going to go a long way towards shutting down Russia's war machine because they will not have the funding they need to continue to operate it.
Would love your thoughts on this weapons arrangement that the president rolled out today, Senator, as a key lawmaker who supported the Biden administration's efforts to arm Ukraine. What do you think of this idea as we get to the end of the weapons package that you already approved, having NATO buy American weapons and provide them to Kyiv? Will Ukraine get what it needs? Is this sustainable?
Well, I think it's an important step forward. At the NATO summit, I had a chance to meet with President Zelensky. He talked about the willingness of Ukraine to pay for weapons that they were not expecting a handout. We also talked to a number of European leaders who were talking about how they could continue to provide Ukraine with what they need for weapons and buy some of those weapons from the U.S. Of course, NATO is the best way to do that. And we know that we have seized Russian assets in Europe, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars in those seized assets. There is interest coming in on what's the holdings of those assets that can be used for some of these weapons purchases. So I think however we can make that work is important because the most critical thing is to ensure that Ukraine gets what it needs to continue the conduct of this war, to fight back against Russia, and that we put significant pressure on Vladimir Putin and Russia to get to the negotiating table. The fact is, I'm pleased to see the turnaround in President Trump's language. He finally seems to understand that he's been played by Vladimir Putin for months, and he seems to be getting serious about ensuring that we do something to put pressure on Russia.
Well, if pressure on Russia might necessitate pressure on China, Senator, as we consider this prospect of secondary sanctions or tariffs, however we want to characterize that, knowing China is such an important trading partner of ours, that's why so much focus has been put on the level of tariffs our country and theirs have on each other. Do you worry about the potential economic ramifications here at home?
I don't. And in fact, what we have done today as a minority report from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is to release a report, here it is, on the impact that is happening because of America's retreat across the world and the opening that that gives to China. So I think it's very important for us to take strong action. China has moved in where the United States has shut down foreign assistance programs. They started doing that in days, describing China as the reliable partner and the United States as a partner that was not reliable. So it's important for us to keep the commitment that we make to our allies and partners.
Well, it's important that you bring up this report from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and I wonder your thoughts if, in fact, these sanctions are put into effect, if that would have the impact on China that many suspect. But also, you're referring to the outreach that we've seen here from USAID and the effort to claw back some of the funding in this rescissions package that's before you now in the Senate has raised a lot of questions for Democrats about whether it will be possible to work with Republicans. Will that pass, that rescissions package, to begin with the USAID and NPR, PBS cuts? And if it does, will Democrats join Republicans in crafting a budget for the next fiscal year, or are talks officially off?
Well, we are working, I'm on the Appropriations Committee. We are working on the budget for the upcoming year. We already passed 2 bills out of the Appropriations Committee, Agriculture, where I'm the ranking member, and the programs that fund the operations of the Capitol and the legislative branch here. So I think that's positive progress. And the fact is, our Republican colleagues, in a bipartisan way, Republicans and Democrats, have expressed concern about the threat that China poses to the United States. It's an economic threat, it's a military threat. And if we want to compete with China, as this report shows, then we need to be much more strategic about what our vision is. We need to stop rolling back our diplomatic efforts around the world, the soft power, the foreign assistance that has been the hallmark of America's foreign policy for the last 60 years. We need to stop putting tariffs on our allies and partners who help make us as strong as we are. There are significant national security and economic implications for what this administration has done in terms of rolling back our ability to compete with China.
All right, Senator, we appreciate your time. Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, thank you so much for joining us. And coming up, the Supreme Court lets President Trump resume dismantling the Department of Education. We'll bring you those details. But first, Trump indicates he's open to more trade negotiations, including with the EU. We'll discuss the impact on markets with Libby Cantrell, Managing Director and Head of Public Policy for PIMCO, next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who's doing a fantastic job. He goes on television and he calms the market. I go on television, I rile the market, and I say, we better send him in there, Howard, right? And the markets become so calm and nice, so you're doing a good job.
President Trump earlier today discussing how his words impact markets, how his Treasury Secretary elicits a different response. Maybe you've noticed. For the latest on how Wall Street is reacting to the president's tariff updates over the weekend, we turn now to Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, who's live at World Headquarters in New York. Romaine, we've come a long way. A couple months ago, Saturday, the president announces new tariffs on Mexico and the EU, and we would have been on a roller coaster. Today, we closed modestly higher. What do we make of that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting you would play that clip, a moment of introspection from the president. But the reality is the market, to a certain degree, is starting to look through a lot of his comments. You saw that, of course, with a lot of the tariff headlines that crossed over the last, 3 or 4 days, first with Brazil, then with Canada, Mexico, the EU, and a market looking through that not so much because they don't think there will be follow-through, but they don't necessarily think the follow-through will be as severe as what he initially says. And there's been a pattern, right? The idea that you sort of start high with some of these tariffs, maybe by the time those countries negotiate what they want, you get something a lot lower. The end result is you're still elevated, but it's something that the market can live with. You saw that with the NASDAQ 100 today that traded once again around a record high, an S&P that's not far off of it. And we're heading into both two very consequential things happening over the next few days, Joe and Kayleigh, and that's a CPI report, an inflation report tomorrow, and earnings results that are going to start to trickle in starting tomorrow as well. And no one on Wall Street right now is really expecting the worst. They think the inflation report, while somewhat elevated, will be still relatively benign, and they think that the earnings reports that we're about to get aren't necessarily going to reflect any real material damage to corporate bottom lines as a direct result of tariffs and trade policy.
All right, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick in New York for us. Thank you so much. Now, this morning on Bloomberg, economic analysts were discussing the impact of President Trump's ever-evolving trade policy and tariff deadlines and when consumers might actually start seeing the impact.
It would be best case scenario for everyone involved to find some sort of landing zone in terms of these bilateral negotiations with countries and to see a bunch of deals get inked.
It's very clear that our trading partners abroad are not paying for it. You would typically see their currencies devaluing if that were the case. So it's either companies are going to be paying for it or consumers are going to be paying for it.
It hasn't really started showing up in a way that would really suggest the consumer is truly feeling this. But I expect that to start happening once we get into back to school season and probably Christmas.
So when will the market start caring more if that's about to start happening? We turn now for an answer to that question and others to Libby Cantrell, Managing Director and Head of Public Policy at PIMCO, who's also joining us from New York. And Libby, and your clients, you say you would take the other side of the taco trade on trade matters specifically. Why is the market wrong to be looking through this to such a degree?
Yeah, well, I think also, Kayleigh, it depends on which market you're talking about. I mean, the equity market is absolutely looking through this pretty sanguine at this point, and I think some could argue kind of price for perfection, if you will. The fixed income market, maybe a little bit more nuanced, pricing in more slow growth, partly as a result of those tariffs. But I think just broadly speaking, there is this complacence around tariffs. And I think that the initial conditions here matter, Kayleigh. As a reminder, we started this year with a 3% effective average tariff rate, the tariff rate that we're imposing on all U.S. Imports across the board. It is now around 14%. We could see that go north of 20% should all of these tariffs, plus some of the sector tariffs that the president has threatened, roll on. So the tariff rates are already high right now. So regardless of what happens on August 1st, we think that you will start seeing this economy slowing. The growth will start slowing. We think that the inflation could pick up, probably not in tomorrow's print necessarily, but certainly in that sort of September kind of fall timeframe that was just referred to. So, I think that, again, a lot of these metrics that the market is responding to are backward looking. They are not forward looking. And we still expect that the economy will slow partly as a result of these tariffs.
Well, you just answered, Libby, my question certainly about CPI tomorrow, but I'll tell you, Peter Navarro joined us on Friday here and made a very compelling argument that tariffs do not cause inflation. And you've heard this argument from the administration. The fact of the matter is, though, the U.S. just today is imposing a 17% tariff on tomatoes from Mexico. And just imagine how many products that's going to hit. To your point, it could take months before we see that turn out in the data, right? If it's starting today, when do we feel it at the store?
Yeah, well, so tariffs obviously are a tax, and someone's going to pay that tax, whether it is exporters, and there has been some evidence that manufacturers, producers, exporters are paying for some of it, or it's corporate importers, the corporations that are importing the goods, and or it's the consumer. So one of those sort of stakeholders invariably is going to be paying this tariff, and inevitably, we do think that the consumer will feel it. Now, will they, like back in the 2018, 2019 tariff example with China, that was passed on almost completely to consumers. There is, again, some evidence that that is not happening as of now, but invariably, this will make its way into the economy. And, as we've said, we think it will result into slower growth, maybe not as happening as quickly for a variety of reasons, front loading, again, some of the corporations sort of eating the tariff, but we do think it's more of a question of when and not if at this point.
Well, and that's the very thing that is holding the Federal Reserve back, it seems, Libby, from cutting interest rates, which we know does not leave President Trump very satisfied with the current state of monetary policy, to the extent now that the administration seems to be pursuing very heavily this idea that the chair of the Fed lied to Congress about the renovations to the Eccles and other Fed buildings here in Washington, maybe looking for justification for firing for cause. Would you tell clients to actually be worried about a potential ouster of the Fed chair?
What we've guided our clients to really from the beginning of this administration is that we should expect the president to jawbone Fed Chair Powell, the Fed just broadly. He wants lower rates for good reason, right? I mean, there are lots of reasons why the president would want lower rates, lower interest expense for one reason. But so not surprising. But we do think there's quite a difference between the rhetoric and the reality of firing Powell. We do not anticipate the president doing that. He's indicated he will not do that. And of course, he's going to have some opportunities in a not too distant future to really remake the Fed. Adriana Kugler's term is up in January of 2026. You could see a retirement or resignation of another Fed board governor before then. It's theoretically possible. But then, of course, Powell's term is up in May. So in really short order here, Kayleigh, he's going to actually have a chance to put his own fingerprints on the Fed. And as a result, we do not expect him to fire Powell. The last thing I will just say on this is it could make it much harder for him to get whomever he wants to confirmed at the Fed, especially if he fires Powell, but even if he continues to really politicize the Fed. So that is something we are encouraging our clients to watch. But no, we do not think Powell is going anywhere as of now.
Happy Crypto Week, Libby, if no one said that to you yet. I'm curious your thoughts on $120,000 for Bitcoin today. As Crypto Week gets underway in Washington, we're talking about the Genius Act that's expected to pass. The Clarity Act, not so much, based on your note to clients. And there's been a lot of back and forth between Democrats and Republicans on this. In our remaining moment, when you consider Bitcoin, how it might benefit from the Clarity Act passing, are investors getting a little ahead of themselves here? What do they think they're investing in? Or does this have nothing to do with Washington?
Yeah, I think, we do not necessarily trade actively Bitcoin at PIMCO. But of course, we are monitoring this. This is an important asset class for a lot of our clients. And we do welcome, I think, like many market participants, some sort of regulatory clarity. As you mentioned, though, that the Clarity Act, which is this broad sort of sweeping market structure bill for all digital assets, we don't think that is necessarily going to pass quickly in the Senate, even if it does pass the House. So there's a long road ahead. The stablecoin bill, though, the Genius Act, will likely pass the House and be signed into law. So I do think there will be, that's going to be welcomed by investors for sure.
Great to have you back, Libby. Libby Cantrell, Managing Director, Head of Public Policy at PIMCO. We thank you. Coming up, the Supreme Court letting President Trump continue his purge of the Education Department. We'll have a lot more on that ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today. We are going to be sending them weapons, and they're going to be paying for them. The United States, will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it, and they're going to be paying for it.
President Trump in the Oval Office earlier today sharing U.S. plans now to send a top-of-the-line weapons package to Ukraine, as he described it, pledging that while the U.S., as you just heard, will be making the weapons, NATO will be buying the weapons. And joining us now with some details on this arrangement, Bloomberg's Courtney McBride, who helps to cover the Pentagon for us. Courtney, it's great to have you back on Balance of Power. There was some disappointment among military analysts, those supporting Ukraine, that there weren't more offensive, longer-range missiles that Ukraine could use to take the fight to Russia. But what are they getting in this plan?
Well, right now, we don't have a ton of specifics. We know that Ukraine stands to receive Patriot anti-missile systems and additional interceptors, which President Zelensky has been very clear are really key to defending, especially civilian populations.
And how quickly can Ukraine get Patriots that maybe already are in Europe, and how quickly could the U.S. then replenish those stocks? How much of these, frankly, do we have to go around?
Well, I mean, they're certainly in high demand. There are, interceptors that had already been purchased and were paused in terms of delivery to Ukraine. So those could potentially move faster. But it takes quite some time to manufacture an entire Patriot battery, which involves launchers, radar systems, and, of course, those interceptors.
Yeah, with that in mind, the president suggested that we might be drawing down from European supplies and then backfilling. There could be a couple different scenarios in the way this works, which makes it sound a little more complicated. Is this sustainable for us?
I mean, the urgency, from the European perspective is certainly there. And so I think certain allies are a little bit more willing, perhaps, to transfer weapons with the expectation of backfilling.
Well, I was just, again, wondering the question of timing there. But quickly, Courtney, before we let you go, it is highly likely Ukraine has its hands on these weapons in some form before we get to that 50-day deadline the president said exists to reach a ceasefire deal with Russia.
That's certainly the hope. The German Defense Minister, Boris Pistorius, is in Washington today and is hoping to get 2 additional batteries to Ukraine as soon as possible.
All right. Bloomberg's Courtney McBride covering the Pentagon for us. Thank you so much. And joining us now for more analysis is Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of Arizona State University's McCain Institute. She's also the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia and Ukraine under the Obama administration. Evelyn, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's always great to have you. When we consider the kind of dual announcements the president made today, one on these Patriot and other weapon systems, the other being, of course, a threat of 100% secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil if there's no ceasefire agreement in 50 days, which provides greater incentive to Vladimir Putin to reach some kind of agreement? Do either?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Haley, they're both really important. So clearly we want to make sure that Ukraine has the weapons that it needs to defend itself. Obviously, it would be even better if Ukraine could use some of the weapons to strategically essentially deliver blows to Russia that are decisive. So some of these long-range weapons, maybe they could do that. The other part, though, is economic. Putin can't go forever with this war, and certainly those people around him, his elites, have to be watching the impact on them. So the sanctions could be significant. I think they're sanctions and not tariffs that the president was referring to. My understanding is that the White House cleared that up. But either way, economic pressure is also important. But I would say the military pressure is more important because that comes faster.
Well, when we consider the military needs right now, Evelyn, we also consider the number of forces working against Ukraine right now. Helping to animate this on the early edition of Balance of Power was retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, who talked to us about who Ukraine is really fighting in this war with Russia or many others. Take a listen.
Ukraine is fighting 4 countries: Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China. And in fact, Russia today is firing more artillery from North Korea than their own. In other words, the majority of the artillery being used by Russia is North Korean. All three of these countries, as axis of authoritarians, are supporting the fourth, Russia, in this fight. And that's who Ukraine's been going against. So that's probably why it's appropriate for the United States and Europe to assist with at least with equipment, but not forces.
An incredible threat, Evelyn, as you well know. And I'm wondering, considering the constraints on capacity that we've been talking so much about, once again, the lack of a defense industrial base that can actually begin to crank out more shells and more missile interceptors. Is it too late to turn the tide?
So it's never too late. I think that some good equipment, and a lot of equipment, and again, speed is important. We heard not just my good friend, the Admiral Montgomery, talk about speed of delivery, but also the NATO Secretary General sitting next to President Trump talked about the need for speed. We can ramp up our military production, but we need to make some political decisions in order to do so. And I think it is high time that we did it. We have to demonstrate, as Admiral Montgomery said, this is a fight that we're fighting not just against Russia to benefit Ukraine and the international order, but it's a fight that we're fighting to show China that they can't get away with doing something similar, whether it's in the South China Sea or against Taiwan. So we need to ramp up our production. We need to be able to show that we can also deliver quickly.
Well, and so to effectively show that, Evelyn, does Congress also need to get involved here? The president today was suggesting he can take the sanctions action on his own. Unclear if they would need to pass the Lindsey Graham bill in the Senate in order to do this. But if we're talking about greater investments into the defense industrial base, if we're talking about supporting Ukraine potentially in a more robust way for a longer period of time, aren't they going to have to go back to lawmakers?
Yes. I mean, basically, they need the money from Congress. They also need the authority. They need to make sure that they can, do whatever they need to do with regard to procurement and production that Congress will allow. And Congress is ultimately the authority that can loosen and get rid of some of the, red tape that makes all of this so difficult, or loosen the purse strings so that the defense industry can ramp up and know that they will have some certainty of customer down the line. So, there are many things where Congress ultimately has to get involved. The corporate sector will not want just an executive order. Again, it gets back to an understanding that Congress is behind what the administration's doing. And frankly, our adversaries understand enough about our system to know that if you have a bipartisan, piece of legislation sanctioning Russia with overwhelming support from Republicans, Democrats, House and Senate, and the president, then America is speaking with one very strong voice.
Boy, we've come a long way from that Oval Office meeting a few months ago here, Evelyn. But the idea of this Congress approving more money for weapons in Ukraine could be a tall order. What if that's not possible politically in this country? Is the plan with NATO enough?
I think the plan with NATO is enough, Joe, because if NATO, and frankly, there's a large overlap of membership, can go to the European Union and say, look, European Union, we need funds. The European Union has the ability to unfreeze the Russian frozen assets, and there are about 300 billion of them. The United States has authority over some smaller component of that 300 billion, some small fraction of it. And so the Europeans have the ability to pay. Thus far, they've not been willing to unfreeze those funds. But if they did, if there was no U.S. funding forthcoming, then I'm positive they would, because they understand in Europe that they are next if they don't stop Putin in Ukraine.
Well, when we consider a potential stop to this war in Ukraine, the president obviously now has a 50-day deadline in place. Evelyn, it may be an unfair question, but knowing the president and those in his administration, including his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, are also simultaneously trying to push for a ceasefire in Gaza, which do you think has greater likelihood of happening first?
Probably Gaza, because I think that the Israeli government and the Israeli state is in a position now where there is no, serious threat being posed by Hamas. It's really down to a question of whether Prime Minister Netanyahu can make a deal with his opposition, with the members of his coalition who can stomach a deal over the future of the Palestinians. that allows him to essentially turn his back on the far right, which only wants, a Jewish state and not a state for the Palestinians. So I think that the ingredients are there for a deal on Gaza. And unfortunately, I don't see that even providing these weapons to Ukraine right now will turn the tide in the very near future or within 50 days.
Well, I believe we're moving Patriots from the Middle East to provide to Ukraine. Are we able to balance both of these at once, Evelyn?
Yes. I mean, Joe, of course, it's tricky. And if you ask our military, they will always tell you they don't have enough. And fair enough, you always want to be conservative if you're in the military, but we do have enough. And our allies are moving, their Patriots as well, and not just the Middle Eastern allies, of course, but the European allies. They're leaving themselves somewhat more vulnerable, relatively speaking. But again, the understanding is that if Russia's not defeated in Ukraine, Russia will, use its military elsewhere. And the number one target, is NATO. And of course, those NATO members that used to be part of the Soviet Union. So we don't want war with Russia. The best way to prevent that, frankly, is to stop them in Ukraine.
She speaks from experience. Evelyn Farkas, great to have you back, Evelyn, Executive Director of Arizona State University's McCain Institute, as always, on Bloomberg. Coming up, a divided Supreme Court will let President Trump resume his plans to dismantle the Department of Education. We'll bring you the details coming up when we assemble our political panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us. Here are some of the other stories that we're following this evening in tonight's Power Brief. The Defense Department says 4 U.S. AI developers will each receive contracts of up to $200 million. The deals with Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Elon Musk's xAI are aimed at accelerating the military's adoption of the emerging technology. The contracts are a major revenue stream for the AI companies, which have been looking to expand their reach into the public sector. xAI is the developer of Grok, the chatbot under fire for posting anti-Semitic content on Musk's X social media platform. These agreements would also allow other federal agencies to leverage the AI tools through a partnership with the General Services Administration.
The Supreme Court says the Trump administration can resume its purge of the Department of Education, lifting a lower court's ruling that required the reinstatement of 1,400 workers. In a 6-3 ruling, the court granted an emergency request to put on hold a federal district ruling that found the job cuts would leave the agency unable to operate as required by law. The Supreme Court order will apply while the case continues on appeal.
And former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says he will stay in the New York City mayoral race and run as an independent. He joins New York City's current Democratic mayor, Eric Adams, also running for re-election as an independent. Cuomo lost the Democratic primary last month to Zohran Mamdani by 12 points. A source tells Bloomberg Cuomo intends to drop out of the race in early September if he isn't the highest polling opponent against Mamdani. We should point out former Mayor Michael R. Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg News parent company Bloomberg LP, endorsed Cuomo in the primary and has contributed to his PAC.
And joining us now with reaction to this story and more is this evening's political panel. Annalise Keller is with us, partner at 7letter and Republican strategist, alongside Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, who's a senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Welcome to you both. Jeannie, there's a lot we want to discuss tonight, but just your reaction to Andrew Cuomo actually making it official that he's going to stay in this mayoral race as an independent. You're up in New York. How potentially disruptive of a force could that be? Does that guarantee Mamdani becomes the next mayor?
You know, I think that's what there's a lot of concern about. I mean, one thing we've talked about up here is that when you have a former Governor Cuomo in the race and you also have the current mayor in the race, they can split the black vote, ushering Mamdani in. That is one big concern. I think it's important that former Governor Cuomo has said he will drop out if he's not the highest polling in September. And it will be curious to hear, I don't suspect we will, if Mayor Adams would say the same. That would narrow the field a bit and give voters a chance to choose one or the other as opposed to split their vote.
Annalise, you licking your chops over this? Donald Trump says Mamdani cannot run the city of New York, but he wants him as a political foil, does he not? Doesn't the whole party?
Yes, I think he is sort of a symbol of what Republicans are showing, that this is what Democrats are wanting to become. And it is sort of everything that Donald Trump has said that Democrats are heading towards when it comes to, things like rent control and other policies that Republicans feel like they can really take on head on. I think there is a lot that he will potentially give the Republicans to work with there. Absolutely.
When we consider what Republicans are currently working on, if not with, at least on Capitol Hill, they're facing a deadline this week, Annalise, of Friday, to pass a rescissions package, $9.4 billion in cuts to funding for PBS, NPR, and USAID. It is obviously something that isn't sitting well with all Republicans, even as President Trump suggests they need to vote for this legislation or risk losing his support. How ultimately do you see this going down?
I think it will pass. Remember, they can.
As is?
Well, the Senate's going to change it. I mean, so it's already passed the House, so it's with the Senate. You're right, they have until July 18th. Or the money returns, or it has to be spent, rather. So these clawbacks, they can lose 3 in the Senate. What I anticipate will happen is that Senator Susan Collins will provide pretty significant changes. I think they're working out the details of what she would like to see and what the White House can agree to now, and then that will move to the Senate floor. They can lose 3 there. I think the people to watch are McConnell, Tillis, Murkowski, and Collins. They'll have to strike some type of deal. I really don't think they get Collins either way, frankly. So they have to get something that, softens it. And then they're going to jam the House, which is what they did with reconciliation. And the House will have to swallow it.
We spoke with a senator earlier this hour about this, a Democratic senator, Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, about this rescissions package and the budget that would then have to be crafted for the next fiscal year. Take a listen.
We are working on the budget for the upcoming year. We already passed 2 bills out of the Appropriations Committee, Agriculture, where I'm the ranking member, and the programs that fund the operations of the Capitol and the legislative branch here. So I think that's positive progress. And the fact is, our Republican colleagues, in a bipartisan way, Republicans and Democrats, have expressed concern about the threat that China poses to the United States.
Referring to the cutting of or rescission of USAID funding. Jeannie, if this is correct here, if Annalise is correct, and this bill passes, are senators like Jeanne Shaheen out in the cold when it comes to writing a budget for next fiscal year? Nobody's going to get along or trust each other after that, right?
Yeah, what's new, Joe Matthew? Nobody trusts each other on Capitol Hill anyway, but I do think this is deeply disturbing because what we're seeing in so many areas, and it's so clear in this case, is that Congress is giving up its power. It is allocating funding, and then it is allowing the White House to come back and claw that funding back. And so how can the Democrats be expected to say, let's work with you to pass a budget for next year when they're expecting that the minute that budget is passed and it goes to the White House and is signed into law, somebody's going to come back and claw that money back. This is no way to budget. It is no way to run a government. And it really does undermine the power of the first branch of government. And while the Supreme Court is so active in making decisions on EOs, I wish it would also take a look at the clawbacks and the rescissions as a violation of separation of powers. That is just my view.
Well, when we consider the bipartisan budget and appropriations process, this is, of course, coming off of a partisan budget reconciliation effort that was hard fought, even though the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is now, of course, law. The chair of the House Budget Committee, Jody Arrington, sat down with our colleague David Gura in New York today and suggested to him he's trying to do a second budget reconciliation bill by the end of the year. And you're already laughing, Annalise. There's no chance, right?
I don't think so. There is a sort of really interesting conversation going on about trying to use reconciliation for a budget process. It's really wonky, and I won't get into it. I don't think it's viable. They would have to go through the authorizing committee.
To pass a fiscal year budget through reconciliation?
There is some chatter about doing that. I don't think that will happen. What I think is more likely is this reconciliation 2.0 has become everything to everybody because it's a way to get your vote now and make a promise that, hey, we're going to do this again a second and a third time. And then you're going to get the thing that you really want that you didn't get, that we weren't able to pass in the beginning. That's what I think is more likely. But, you know, keep an eye on some additional conversation around maybe some folks trying to.
What are you going to do with that, Jeannie? A second reconciliation move to actually pass a budget, then presumably without Democrats. You have no reason to show up till the midterms in that world, right?
Absolutely. And more important than as for Democrats, let's talk about for the American people and good budgeting and good governance. What happened to regular order, folks? This is no way to run a government. I can't say it enough. And yes, I agree with Annalise. They will try to do this, and I don't think it'll pass. But this is not just Republicans, Democrats as well. We need a Congress that functions in the way Congress as a democracy should. And it is not in this way, and it's not via CR either. It is regular order.
Jeannie, while we're on the subject of Democrats, I do want to ask you about the man who was leading the Democratic Party up until, I guess, January technically, but really July of last year when he left his re-election effort. President Biden sat down for an interview with the New York Times, admitting in part to using AutoPen to sign mass clemency orders and pardon orders that he didn't necessarily review one by one. Is now the right time for him to be reinserting himself into the news cycle like this?
Not if you ask Democrats, Kayleigh. There is not a Democrat in the world who thought this was the day, this was the week. Donald Trump is having a pretty rough time of it between Epstein, Russia, Ukraine. I mean, you name it. And up pops Joe Biden again, where nobody wanted him, talking to the New York Times. By the way, the first interview he's done with the New York Times, he didn't even do one as president. So no, not good timing. And yes, we do need to revisit this way of pardoning. It is not the way it should be done. It should not be done as categories via this auto pen. It should be done individually. That's the way our justice system works. And by the way, Donald Trump, we need to think about how he did the J6 people as well.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because this idea of pardoning hundreds of people, in the case of Joe Biden, thousands, I think it was 4,000 in one lot, categorical pardons. So you set the parameters, Annalise, you let somebody else put the names in there. How big of a problem is this going to be for Democrats?
I think it's a pretty big problem. Republicans are going to want to talk about this. They don't want to talk about the Epstein files.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Well, some Republicans do.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Donald Trump does not want to talk about the Epstein files, and nor does Pam Bondi. So I think it is a really easy pivot for them to start talking about continued investigations.
He didn't look at each January 6th case, though, did he? I mean, that's something that you can compare these two presidents with.
Yeah, you can, but you know, I think that it's going to. I frankly don't think that that's gonna be coming up. I think what he's gonna say is this is another reason that Republicans need to continue investigating Biden, the way that staff were running the office, the way that he was not making decisions, and I mean, this article made it pretty clear that the staff were making the decisions there.
We only have 30 seconds left, Annalise, but on the Epstein thing, is this division within the MAGA base over Epstein a real thing, or you think it blows over?
I think it's a real thing right now. It's a little too early to say if it blows over. What I can't really figure out is how he navigates out of this. I don't really feel like a firing ends this conversation. There sort of has to be something to kind of turn the corner, and maybe that's a news cycle. We'll see.
We will see. This isn't going away anytime soon. Annalise Keller, Jeannie Shanzano, many thanks for the great panel and great conversation. In the meantime, check out the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online.
And we'll see you back here tomorrow on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Businessweek, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people on Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
Whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. And these guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it. But will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far-out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And you know, whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius, tell us about that moment.
You know, I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius like actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and, I guess, use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, timing, communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and that's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, you know? What does it mean? What would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right, right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like, those days are gone, okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood, you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and my father was just very abusive. At the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom, and my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story, sharing yourself.
Thank you, brother.
Truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee. But She considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person-to-person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition. Like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off. And it's like more tangible competition as opposed to the more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. Think you've heard of him?
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like I'm a genius. I have to be a genius. I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people like some of the scammers and stuff should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere, pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience or maybe working for NASA or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I've never thought, how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make? I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zaila, you're going to cross the bridge. You're going to have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risks betrayal, authenticity risks rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk. Then the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're going to try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk. We're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk and then how they talk about that risk changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But As you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone, and Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included, but there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that's the outcome can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 in order to open up a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk and you sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they've never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do it for closure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at, every time I'd see Wall Street Bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. And I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But but then I can be at peace. Right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve DuVally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve DuVally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay,
is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple of minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken,
okay,
personally and professionally.
Sure.
But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally, everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship Dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think, like, should I just keep the lid on? Should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she who intoxicates.
Yeah.
Which blew me away when I read it, because months before, you stopped drinking. You stopped drinking. Why did you quit?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January of 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock, and I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, I mean, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
They stay there.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean, and they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery, don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out, you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got like these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book with clarity, investment bankers were quiet. I was so surprised by that. What can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're accusing investment bankers writ large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly
that is exactly
way.
as you said it. No. I'm hoping that you'll...
You're not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
Well, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about male privilege. Coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation, which I'm sure, as I'm also keenly aware, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly, because not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed this.
Thanks for having me, Max.
If the names RZA, GZA, and Old Dirty Bastard mean anything to you, or if you've ever been moved by the music of A Tribe Called Quest or D'Angelo, then you owe a debt of thanks to Sophia Chang. As an artist manager and as a music label executive, she helped shape the landscape of a golden age of New York City rap in the 1990s in a way that would be totally under-celebrated if it weren't for her own book, which is called The Baddest Bitch in the Room. It's a book about the music business, but it's also a book about taking risks, some that work out and some that don't. We've talked tonight about personal risks. We've talked about professional risks. We've talked about financial risks. Sophia's story is a story about what happens when those things come together. Sophia Chang, welcome to the show.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You manage Old Dirty Bastard without any experience as a manager. You ran RZA's record label without any experience running a record label. I think you say in the book that risk is in my DNA.
Did I?
You do.
I wonder if I plagiarized that from somebody. That's really clever.
Risk-taking was in my DNA. Sophia, why is that?
I would say certainly my parents' stories have a lot to do with that. My mother, Tungsuk Chang, born in 1932, she escaped North Korea when she was 14. She was one of 10 siblings. That was a huge risk. It was a very risky boat ride. My father, he was, God rest his soul, he was estranged from his father, and he took a risk when he studied mathematics in Vancouver. They went to Canada to build a better life for their family. So none of that was explicit in my head as a child, but I think that that's probably the model. And I think the other thing that really supported my journey and my risk taking was that my parents, every move that I made, they encouraged me. After I moved to New York, I didn't have a job, I didn't have a place. Their peers would say, "Your daughter, what's she doing? Get her back."
They would have had a good answer, because when you moved to New York, I think one of the first jobs you had was working for Paul Simon.
Yeah.
Paul Simon had a personal assistant who I think was a Korean American woman.
That's right.
And I think she taught you almost explicitly that it was important for you to take up space in a room. How is, not just confidence, but something like unapologetic confidence, how is that a risk?
I think when you take an intersectional view of this, right? When you think about the fact that I am a woman and I am Asian, and I mostly navigated, Max, very male-dominated milieu. And yes, I remember, her name is Sonia Che, God rest her soul, and I remember watching her move and I thought, wow, and she was smaller than me. She would just burst into a room and you could just feel her. She didn't have to yell, she didn't have to do any of that, but her energy just emanated off of her. And I really took that lesson from her.
But, it occurs to me that you talk about losing the fear of embarrassing yourself.
Yes.
I think when you're at like Atlantic Records in an early job.
Yeah.
People have a fear of embarrassing themselves for a reason, because it's self-protected. It's a kind of shield.
Yeah.
So it occurs to me to ask, maybe the question I really want to know is why is it so risky to be yourself?
I think that in general, we as humans operate out of fear. Just in general. So if we're in a meeting and there are 10 people sitting around the table, and maybe I'm junior and I have an idea, my fear, and even if I think it's so smart, my fear is I open my mouth and everybody goes, and it's like the record scratch, rewind, and then everybody looks. I think we all live with a real fear of humiliation, embarrassment, excommunication, reprisal.
Right.
So I have gotten to the point where I just don't care. I mean, it's so incredibly liberating not to care what other people think. It doesn't mean that I don't get my feelings hurt. For me to be out here speaking as openly and fearlessly as I do, I know from people who come up to me that I'm setting an example.
One way of thinking about risk is that it's a kind of bet on the unknown.
Yes, of course.
It's a way of endorsing one kind of future over another. What are the risks, or maybe a single risk, that you still want to take?
I feel like I take risks all the time. I feel like my life is full of risk, and that does feel reckless. But, I just turned 58, and I want to fall in love again. And that's really scary for a woman that's scary for a woman over 35. Never mind a woman over 40, over 50, close to 60. And what does that mean for a woman of a certain age to want to fall in love again? Well, that means you've got to put yourself out there. That's a risk because of patriarchy, because of ageism, because of all of those things.
Well, I wish you love, and I wish you many happy risks.
Thank you.
Sophia Chang, seriously, I loved having you here.
And I love being here. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Tonight, our three guests, with three very different careers, showed us that you can take just about any risk you want at work and outside of work if you've got the risk appetite and you're in the market for it. You can create a mechanism for other people to take all sorts of outlandish bets on stocks and options. You can reintroduce yourself at your very fancy job without a guarantee that your colleagues are going to appreciate the change. You can take a job in a big business that you're not really qualified for, and then if you don't like it, you can leave. What you can't do, according to these three interviews, is know for certain what the payoff's going to be before you take the risk. The best you can do is think carefully about the risks you want to take, think about why you want to take them, reconsider the risks you've taken already, and wonder about the risks that are still to come. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
The biggest and most consistent lie that I've told in the workplace is telling my clients and or members of Wu-Tang Clan what time the lobby call is or what time the flight is and making it an hour earlier than it actually is. But they all figured that one out a long time ago. So you just have to keep moving it back.
In terms of what causes me the most anxiety, it's when a news story I worked on didn't quite turn out like I planned. That's when you can get into trouble, when people have an unexpected negative surprise.
What's the worst thing that I've ever done professionally? Oh man, these existential questions. What is bad? There's nothing that I can recall that was not moral or not ethical. Mistakes, on the other hand, I've made plenty of those, but all of those have been good, right? They were all stepstones to succeeding, to being able to creating, to be able to actually fulfilling stuff.
I wouldn't say that I've had one sweeping gesture of generosity, you know, and you got a car, you got a car, you got a car. I've never been in that position. What I do that manifests generosity is telling people they're doing a great job and always giving them credit when it's due. And it costs nothing.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. When my colleagues and I thought about what kind of themes of the magazine we want to turn into episodes of the show, we spoke about envy, failure, feuds, family, heists, generosity, legends, risk, rivals, and then we had a really far out idea. Moonshots. We reached out to many different kinds of people, including like actual real NASA astronauts. The first person that we talked to is a billionaire who is spending $100 million to try to cure a rare kind of muscular dystrophy that he has called FSHD by the year 2027. His name is Chip Wilson. He's the founder of Lululemon, and that is one of the most valuable apparel brands in the world today. But when we heard about his life and his career and his feelings about honesty and one extremely serious example of dishonesty, we decided to shoot for the moon. So, tonight's episode is built around one interview and built around the moonshots of one person who doesn't totally think they're really moonshots at all. Here is Chip Wilson. Chip, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me, Max.
You've written about feeling kind of disgusted in business and in life by, I think, what you call mediocrity. You know, and that's like complaining or caution or like wallowing in embarrassment, wallowing in shame. What you want instead is, I think, what you describe as a kind of like radical, a radical greatness. What has the idea of moonshots meant to you and to your career?
I never really thought of moonshots ever. Like, so, I mean, you're bringing this up, and I guess Peter Diamandis from Singularity University and fame in the X Prize would have been kind of the master of this kind of idea about having an idea that could make $1 billion, affect 1 billion people in the world. And so what is that? And how do you exponentially set your company or yourself on that trajectory to get there? And of course, the big ways are setting a firm goal with a buy-win date and conditions for satisfaction, and then putting action in place in order to get there.
Am I right though, even if you're not thinking about it as moonshots, am I thinking that sort of maybe your life has been built around this idea of really kind of loathing like an acceptance of mediocrity, and that what you want instead is to put yourself in a position to make kind of the impossible possible, which is, I guess, how I think about moonshots?
Yeah, I think more like I almost feel sorry for people that get to near the end of their life and they go, oh my God, my life is over and I really didn't go for it. And something that we'll talk about maybe later is this thing about looking at life from the stands rather than playing on the court.
By the year 2030, I think you've said you'll be unable to walk by yourself. You're about 18 months now into, I think there's a 5-year window for the $100 million US dollar goal.
Right.
How is this new moonshot, if that's a fair word for it, how is it going?
I would say it's phenomenal. Before 2018, when we really started thinking about this Solve FSHD model that we have right now, myself and a man named Neil Camarda, who was the ex-CEO of Shell Oil in Canada, who family also has this, we belong to a firm out of the Netherlands called Fascio, and it was like the only thing dealing with FSHD in the world, and we went through about 6 or 7 years of it and $30–40 million, and nothing really came out of it. I got to the point where my muscular dystrophy was telling me like, oh my God, like I can't pretend like it's not going to happen anymore. Like it's really starting to affect me. So I went, okay, I've got to put some action in place to make this happen. And I had been studying Peter Diamandis' model about how to set up a $100 million prize and then what that does. And what it does is it brings everybody out of the woodwork. One, you get a lot of publicity for it. There's funding there, and people go, you know, I have an idea that I think can be attributed and help FSHD or maybe even cure it. But there was a lot of steps that had to get there to do that. So hopefully that gave you the foundation of where it came from.
You were diagnosed when you were, I think, like 32.
Right.
Which before Lululemon. I'm wondering if maybe an idea that there was something wrong going on, if that subconsciously put a kind of internal pressure to sort of be great in the years ahead, and that even if you weren't thinking about it, somehow it pressured you to do something like kind of extraordinary.
I would never compare myself to Steve Jobs, but I often thought about Steve, like whether internally he knew something was going on and he had to make things happen. I don't think that was necessarily it for me. I think I got diagnosed with it. I think I'm a very lucky person in that I have a very slow-moving one. There's thousands of children in wheelchairs who have it. I mean, and then I go, well, why was I so lucky to have a slow-moving one? I was always an athlete. I mean, like 3 or 4 hours a day my whole life. And so I think I was lucky to have this part of it kind of repress I guess the inflammation that occurs in the expression of the epigenetics of the expression of the DNA. So I feel like I feel I've been very lucky to have been born with the athletic love, but on the other hand, I have this problem, and
I know that you consider yourself lucky, and I know that you like to think about yourself as a player on the field, and that you were a triathlete and you swam and you worked out, I think, like 2 or 3 times a day.
Sure.
Sounds very stressful to me. But I'd like to try to channel, if it's true, the feelings that, I don't know, the feelings that I live with, you know, for no particular reason. Feelings of like self-pity and anger or regret. You know, the common sort of ugliness of life. Have you gotten in touch with some of those things over the last couple of years?
Oh yeah, I definitely lived that life a lot till I was 40. And I think that I did a couple of things. I mean, I went through that period of like self-reflection at the age of 40. Read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, The Psychology of Achievement by Tracy. I took the Landmark Forum course, read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, and these things kind of formed a new Chip Wilson, so to speak, and it reframed who I was and how I was going to move forward. So I was able to like very easily now flex this muscle called amnesia. And amnesia is something where it's like waking up in the morning and I have no past. And if you have no past, then interestingly enough, you have no future.
Sing a slightly different tune in the memoir. You are very clear that you're really future oriented, and you describe kind of beautifully like this way of like, you do kind of talk about like living in the future. And I associate, that's one reason why I think about you in Moonshots. I'm curious to ask about the way in which you can put yourself in the future and the way in which, you know, I guess your success has afforded you an ability to try to change your future. So I'm wondering if you still feel as future oriented as you used to.
Oh, I'm definitely there. I think the best way to affect life in the present is to determine what my future is going to be. So I set goals for 1, 5, 10 years out. I have a 30-year vision of what my life wants to, you know, I want it to look like. And I work back from that 30-year vision to set my 10, 5, and 1-year goals. And I put actions in place in order to get there, and I get the life that I want to live.
Do you feel that you've ever been disappointed that the present doesn't turn out to be what you thought the future would hold?
I don't mind failing 50% of the time at my goals. I think failing is a muscle that very few people are used to now. And people talk about stress and mental illness. No, it's just a failure, and it's a failure to be dealt with. And I think people that learn how to deal with failure learn how to reset goals, reset conditions of satisfaction, new dates, and get on with life.
What's the connection to stress and mental illness? Do you think that sometimes people misinterpret what's really same?
Well, I mean, we've all heard of this thing called helicopter parents that have taken care of kids and doing everything for them. never let them fail, never let them have any adversity. You know, I think that that's the worst thing parents can do, and I think we're going through an epidemic right now.
All right, but you know, that's ironic though, because it was your dad who told you, I think at a swimming pool, that instead of saving your energy in a race for like later on, the final laps, that you should go all out. Will you tell us more about the poolside theory that your dad gave you? And I'm pretty sure that it's important to your life.
Yeah. It's really critical. Everybody in that era, it seemed like in the 60s or 70s, it was kind of like, there was always this thing about looking good at the end of the race, like sprinting the last 100 meters in a running race, or in the swim race, going to the end and hitting the wall and going, but nobody really like went full out at the beginning. And of course, it's very common now in Olympics. You can see everybody doing it. But at the time, it was rare. And so to actually like decide to go full out and fully commit, you know, had me get a Canadian record. I think it was the #2 time in the world at the time. And I went, wow, you know, like what? So now I became actually fearful, which is kind of an interesting way of being, of going through life and doing things and not committing 100%. I never wanted to get to my deathbed and go, I only gave that idea 97%. If I would have done 3% more, would I have done it, and would life have shown up differently? I never want to be on my deathbed regretting a thing.
Chip, CEOs are not known for saying what they really think, and they're not known for being willing to be themselves. You printed your own manifesto of sayings on the actual Lululemon bag.
Right.
You know, it included one, I think, that people ended up getting upset about. It's about children of the orgasm of life, I think. Right. You wrote in your memoir that I think you said something along the lines of like, I'd rather see a child have a job than just waste away.
Right.
And then in an interview with a colleague here, you said, I think, some women's bodies just actually don't work for Lululemon pants. What is the point for you of talking like so brashly?
Well, I think it was the culture of Lululemon to be totally open and undefended, and to have every discussion was out on the table. I think especially when you are dressing people and you're looking at all the different types of bodies and the different personalities that want different colors, different shapes, different everything. I mean, there's 1 billion nuances that have to occur and things like that. But really, it's the psychology of like looking at people and determining who the muse is, who's actually going to buy your product, but almost as importantly, who do you not want to have buying your product? And can a brand be everything to everybody? Does that become the Gap? Well, I never wanted to become the Gap, and I certainly didn't want to become like most failed, quite frankly, American apparel companies. I wanted to be distinct. I wanted my market was a very healthy person that was interested in fun and longevity and community, and that's who my market was.
We do not need to relitigate the comment about pants, but I mean, I guess that I could sort of imagine that maybe you've learned that like it, you know, just like hurt people's feelings, that people felt left out, and they felt left out because of things they can't control. Maybe you wouldn't say the same thing nowadays.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, like let's face it here. I probably had done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and said thousands and thousands of things. It's just the roll of the dice, the odds that I would say something that was very truthful that is going to affects how some people think. Now, let's put it in context. I mean, that type of thing was in 2013, just at the start of social media. Nobody really understood social media or the power of it. Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and that was the third most sold book in the world is The Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling's. Okay, there's
the Harry Potter.
There's the Bible, then Mao, and then it's fascinating when you think about that. 14% of people gave it a 1 star and said it was the worst book they'd ever written. So if you kind of think about any subject or any line that anybody says about anything, you can assume at the very minimum you're going to get 14%. Now, that was a great book. So let's say the average is 22 to 23% of people are going to be vehemently opposed to anything that anybody says about anything.
Listen, I don't think, though, that we should first of all, I don't want to harp on this too much, but saying something about, yoga pants and writing Harry Potter are different. That if 14% of people who read Harry Potter don't like it, that may be the case. But I guess to make it a little bit bigger, I'm betting that you must have a sense that you're taking a risk. You're making a bet that by saying kind of what you want about bodies or the children line on the bag or child labor, a bet that you're just going to be yourself and you're going to say what you want and you don't really care what's going to happen. I'm sort of assuming that must be like a conscious gamble in your mind, or at least it was then, maybe.
I don't think so. I think it's, it was 2013 was the entering of the stage of the world where people couldn't have an opinion anymore. Or I could have an opinion, but it didn't mean that people couldn't vehemently oppose to it verbally on a platform that would go global. I mean, before that, people said ideas all the time. What it is to be an entrepreneur is to have ideas that nobody else has.
Is there anything, I know that you really orient yourself to the future. Is there anything about the past that you wish now that you could change? Something that you did or something that you didn't do, something that you said or something that you didn't say?
No, I'd say my only regret was I had total control of Lululemon 100%. It was a cash cow making a lot of money. I had 3 kids under the age of 2, and I wanted to be a family man. So I sold to private equity and didn't really realize after selling to private equity that, that people would, I was a very trusting type of person. And, it'll take us 5 years to go public. Well, it went public in a year. Everything that, they had promised me kind of flew out the window. And what really happened is I lost control of the board. And I didn't have A and B class shares, which I could have, easily asked for, and didn't know I didn't have the right advice, which is my fault. And so by not controlling the board, I lost the culture of Lululemon and the growth of where I think it should be.
So your big professional regret is selling to private equity guys and losing control of your board of directors.
No, my regret would more be like I didn't spend time developing relationships with advisors or calling people that had gone through the process before and really understanding, what it is I needed to do. I think I also had surrounded myself with advisors that were also very nice, trusting Canadians, and I think, it's just that private equity isn't set up to, you know, to tell you the whole truth about what's going to happen 3 or 4 years down the road.
You felt you were naive.
Oh, very naive.
What do you want to say to people who are working retail jobs, maybe a job as a barista, a job with a boss, and they really crave doing their own thing, but feel like they don't have the resources or the capacity to actually try? What do you want to tell them?
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been talking about already. Like, do you want to be on your deathbed and go, I wonder if I would have done that or not? What's the point of living a life like that? I'm going to have 2 kids. I'm going to live in suburbia. At 60, I'm going to retire, become a road cyclist, and I'm going to die. It was great because then I'd lived an entire life. If I would have lived the life I'd already envisioned and then I died, that would be boring.
Wait, Chip, where does this idea of the horror of a kind of basic life come from? I mean, you asked what's the point of that? I mean, I can think of some reasons to do it. You know, just decency, you know, comfort, family, spending time with people you love and enjoy, you know. I guess that's a low stakes life, but I don't think it sounds as bad to me. It sounds like it kind of horrifies you.
Well, it is interesting that I think everybody makes the life basically in reaction to something that happened when they were in their childhood.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about is a type of person who maybe had a very rough childhood and very chaotic childhood. And in reaction to that, they want a very normal, safe, predictable life. Now, you could say I had a very chaotic childhood and everything, but I think my parents loved me, and I think that I was a firstborn child, and I was kind of, whatever my genetic makeup is or anything, I wasn't ever going to be happy with a normal life.
There are those of us who have a boss and a boss's boss, and sometimes a boss for that boss as well. But you know, we appreciate our paychecks, and we like the stability of it, you know, a sense of certainty that it offers. Can you sell us on the idea of living life your way?
Well, a leader is someone who creates a future that would otherwise not have happened. And a leader can be anybody. It can be the person, the maintenance person sweeping the floors, and it can be the CEO and everybody in between. I think you can have that life that you want to live, but it's important to be a leader to yourself. And so what does that leader do? He inspires and loves other people and makes everyone around them attain their very, very best.
Is it possible to have that life, a life of generosity and love, but without being a successful entrepreneur, just having a kind of stable job, maybe even in some ways what might look to the outside world like a mediocre job? Could it be possible to sort of be successful in your book like that?
A truly happy person is living in choice. So choice means not deciding. So deciding to do something is kind of like suicide. You're cutting off choices, where choice is really about coming up with 4 or 5 different possibilities for how life is lived, or almost how every moment is lived. And that's really only possible by, again, having that amnesia and letting the past go and creating the present from an unknown future. So I think as long as somebody is choosing the life that they're living and not doing it in reaction to their past, then they're living a fulfilled life.
We're going to leave it there. Chip Wilson, really enjoyed having you here.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max. Okay, very good.
You just watched an interview with a billionaire who goes from one very far out challenge to the next, kind of reshaping his present by reconceptualizing his future. But it turns out he has mixed feelings about the word moonshot. If you're the kind of person who aims extremely high professionally, maybe you do too. Maybe you just do what you do. However, no matter how you feel about the word, when you take a moonshot, things do not go as planned. In fact, as you are about to see in the closing moments of our interview, things go to places that no one could have predicted. Take a look. We'll see you soon.
Yes, I can remember the last time I was dishonest, and it actually makes me quite sick. I was being interviewed by the SEC, and I think I had to say what wasn't true in order to how can I say this? If I would have said what was true, then I would have spent 3 or 4 years in court, flying back and forth from Vancouver to who knows where in the United States. And I probably will have lost $1 billion in stock value. But more so, I just had 3 kids at a very young age, and I wasn't willing to be away from them. And that took more precedence over telling the truth.
Will you just give viewers context of, like, you know, I was here at the time and they were asking about X. The viewers are going to be like, holy what is he talking about? Will you just add in full sentences, like, just help orient viewers so they're not completely flummoxed by that?
No, I won't.
You're just going to leave it mysterious?
Yeah.
All right, well, I honestly want to know more.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Ambition and success are similar, but they are not the same. You can be ambitious and a total failure. You can be a success with no ambition at all. If you call someone ambitious, you might not even mean it as a compliment. You might be trying to say they're more of a schemer than a dreamer. The truth is, ambition can be a little embarrassing. The coolest kind of success doesn't seem effortful. It's less manifested than destined. Total ambition about everything, like no ambition about anything, isn't always so ideal. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about the Google billionaire Sergey Brin, who has spent years backing a secret mission to build giant airships. The rumors he spent more than like $250 million. Now, people don't really know what he's up to, and that can be kind of intriguing, but also kind of scary. And yet, he presses on. So how much ambition is the right amount? And who is to say? Let's be ambitious. We're gonna try to figure it out together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, ambition. The guest who's sitting at this table with me right now has been called the most exciting Black American scholar ever. And that's because the ambitious work that Dr. Cornel West does as an activist, as a philosopher, as an intellectual, as a teacher who quit Harvard not once, but twice, combines the Baptist Church with Chekhov, with Marx, with John Coltrane, with Toni Morrison, and he makes a criticism of American power and money that is bold and italicized. And now he's doing something more ambitious than ever. He is trying to put himself in the most important position in this world, and he aims for nothing less than disrupting and interrupting the landscape of power as we know it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you for being here.
It's a blessing to sit here with you, man.
It's so good to have you here.
Definitely.
Ambition is a complicated subject, but it's a deep one. When is ambition something to be ashamed of, and when is it something to revel in and celebrate?
As long as ambition has a spiritual and moral dimension to it, it's a beautiful thing. Tolstoy was ambitious. Toni Morrison was ambitious. John Coltrane was ambitious. Stephen Sondheim was ambitious. All of these folk who were ambitious really were people who had a profound vocation. See, a vocation is not the same as profession. If you're in a profession and you don't have a vocation, you're going to get caught up in the dominant forces. And what are the dominant forces of our day? Markets, buying, selling, spectacle, image, celebrity.
Let's go back.
Too much narcissism and hedonism, but not enough caring and nurturing of others as well as self. But it's always been that way. See, I'm not an alarmist about that.
No? Doesn't alarm you?
Oh, no. Every moment of human history, it's been a history that's pretty ugly, man. You know, the challenge has always been the self-destructive tendencies of the species.
I want to mention something about Donald Trump, which is that a year before the 2016 election, I sat with him. I reported on his corporate bankruptcies. There were many things that surprised me about being in his presence and talking to him. But one of them back then was he had never had any kind of representative role before in his life. He went from not representing anyone politically to being president. I think it's essentially fair to say the same thing about you. Tell us about why you're qualified in a way that he wasn't in this life you've had, where you've done many things, but being a political leader in the regular sense is not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, one is that anytime you engage in high quality service to others, no matter what the context, you have to come with a spirit of humility. You learn and listen. So I'd have to have some high quality folk around me who have spent time in the machinations of the system. But you're right, never holding office. So I'd have to come in with a spirit of humility. But most importantly, you see, we're at the edge of a cliff when it comes to the United States. It's a very, very sad moment because the worst of any country, just like the worst of any human being, is allow that hatred and greed, especially when it's organized, institutionalized, and routinized. It's almost subversive to try to have integrity, honesty, and decency in a lot of our context. So for me, my role is to reintroduce America to the best of itself. So we've had some great figures and traditions in the United States. We really have.
have a financial question. You
Yes.
mentioned the word accountability. You know,
Yeah.
there are reports that you have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars
Absolutely.
in federal taxes, and then a
Absolutely.
smaller amount, I think tens of thousands of dollars in child support.
That was the one that was a lie. I've never actually had any child back payment in that sense, though.
Let's talk about
But the taxes.
taxes.
Very much. Oh, yes.
It's fair to hold candidates to really high standards.
I agree.
What happened so that you didn't pay, whatever was owed?
Well, one, I've always been broke as the Ten Commandments financially. I've had heavy debts and obligations, both with family as well as getting behind. You see, I had student loans when I first came out, and I got behind way back in the 80s. And there was a time when I had multiple audits. I had knocks on the door to get a subpoena Christmas Eve. And I said, dang, could you all wait for another day? I know I'm behind. But the good news has always been that I set up installment plans. And I've always done that because it's true, and I think that people are right to raise these questions, that money's never really meant that much to me. It really, as long as I can keep my money flow, I live from paycheck to paycheck. And that's true for 63% of my fellow citizens in the country. Richest nation in the history of the world. You got CEOs running around here multi-million dollars every year. And these precious citizens barely making it. I do, in fact, recognize my checks are bigger, but my debts are bigger. And I've always been chasing that next check in order to make it, but I've always been open about that.
Is it something that you're going to work on, I guess, now but before the election? To try
Well,
to
it's the
clear
same
away?
because I've always had the installment plans in place. But you see, the important thing is, the great Melville, our greatest novelist, he used to say that truth is a ragged edge. He said, if you're really committed to truth, it means you're not just speaking truth to powerless, you're also speaking truth to yourself. See, and that's Socratic, isn't it?
It's not easy.
Self-examination, that's self-scrutiny. And it takes a certain kind of courage to do that. Not just in private, but in public.
Are there things that you've found when you look inside that you don't like?
For myself? Oh, absolutely. I'm a human being. I'm a cracked vessel, my brother. I got revolutionary potential. I got thuggish proclivities. And I'm wrestling with this every day. Kendrick Lamar has the same wrestling. I like that. Any decent human being does. Michael Hurley does.
Michael Hurley.
Oh, yes, those valley of tears that he finds himself in, stealing the right to live. Tell the truth, Brother Michael, about yourself. But he bounced back. Tupac bounces back. I attempt to bounce back, but it's human, all the way down, Brother Max.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. It's a beautiful thing. What you have to do is to make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results. In my campaign, I'm calling for an abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of workers, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed at the top. You see, so in that sense, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about anything.
You're not?
Very important. Oh, no.
You seem like an optimist to me.
Oh, no, I'm a blues man. There's no optimism in the blues.
I want to ask you not about what other people think, but about what you would think and how you would self-examine if the day came when, as Republicans, I think, ambitiously hope in their own way, you peel off votes from Biden, Trump wins. How will it square with your values and your internal voice? What would happen on that day if that day came?
I think we have to be, even in the political context, even though we're aware of strategic and tactical considerations, you do have to be honest about what's inside of you. And let me give you an example of this. 40% of U.S. citizens don't vote at all, and that's what I'm targeting. And 62% of those who vote third party, either libertarian or green, say they would never, ever, ever vote for Democrats or Republicans. So we're only talking about a small slice. But I can tell you this, the flip side is, if I remain silent, or if I begin talking about how wonderful Biden is when I don't believe it, that's a violation of my integrity. So that I do understand, you know, that kind of finger pointing, you are the cause of fascism in America because you got 4% and so and so and so. Yes, that's something that I wrestle with. That's part of that Civil War, the battlefield of my soul, too.
What I'm learning is that your real ambition is to be a kind of transcendent existential pressure inside the country to provide something that you think is not there.
Well, it's a beautiful way of putting it, but I wouldn't use the word transcendent. See, I'm a funk master. It's not transcendent. It's immanent. It's grounded in the culture and lived experiences of ordinary people, of those Sly Stone call everyday people. And that's true for all of the social movements. They have transcendent visions because it embraces everybody, no matter what color and gender and so forth. But it is in the funk. And the problem of America is it tends to deodorize its funk. When you're playing your guitar, you know where the funky notes are, you see.
The only wrong thing you said is that I don't think I'm a very funky guitar player.
Well, you sound good to me.
Okay,
So I'm telling you that.
I'll take it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really enjoyed it.
This was wonderful, though, brother.
It was wonderful for me. Coming up next, a director, a model, an activist. But is she ambitious? Stay tuned. What do you call it when high-end American fashion all but leaves out the faces of black women? You call it high-end American fashion. The guest who's sitting with me at this table didn't just reshape what beauty looks like on TV, in magazines, and on runways. She helped debunk the myth that the imagery of black beauty does not sell. Beth Ann Hardison's ambition as a model agency owner, and as an advocate wasn't just to thrive, which she did, it was to blaze paths for other people to follow. And now, at 81, she is the co-director and the subject of an ambitious new film called Invisible Beauty. Beth Ann Hardison, so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Can we talk about just like the very specific word ambition? There's something I think maybe sometimes it's like has a little glow of nastiness maybe, you know, like ambition sounds a little bit meaner than like drive or determination. To me, you're such an interesting and ambitious person. What does how do you even feel about the word?
It's not like I don't like the word. I just don't think that I really am the one who really demonstrates it in the way that I think it's meant. Ambition to me is someone who actually plans to actually do something and do it in such a way that they work towards it, like becoming a doctor, a singer, a musician. The ambition has to be there. The passion has to be there. I come along like a troubleshooter, but it's not a plan before that until I see the problem. To me, that's just like someone who's a house cleaner. You know, they're domestic. They just go, oh, there's dust on the thing. Oh, let me just wipe that off.
And that's you.
That's me to me.
I want to ask you about your son, though, because when you modeled, you always kept a second job. And one reason why is that you were raising, sort of semi-secretly from the industry, a kid. You had a child.
Yeah.
You've said, my son and I needed to cross the line, the winning line. He became an actor. He played Dwayne Wayne on A Different World. How did you encourage a sense of ambition in him? And tell us about the toll that it took on your relationship.
I think what it really was is that, you know, I got pregnant when I was a young girl, and I think it was a fear of just failing. I got lucky that it worked out another way, and I wound up being successful in my own way, you know. But I think the reason why I was had to give Kadeem something to do is because he never knew what he wanted to be.
I love the story that you gave him a scene to be a boy with a missing dog. You know, you turned him on to acting. You encouraged it. But look, I mean, it was your idea, not his. Do you have you thought yourself, or have you talked to him about the way that instilling ambition in other people can sometimes be a little dangerous?
I don't think it's, and I like that you're stuck on this word ambition. Because because you and I should go out on a date. We can argue this point.
Thank you so much. It's the first time I've been asked out on this television show. Thank you, Beth Ann.
Because I tell you, I didn't think I was trying to impose ambition. That's for you to do on your own. I think what I was doing is really basically giving him an opportunity to grasp something. Ambition, you can't, I don't think you can really teach people ambition.
Let's talk about you and your drive and your career. So in 1980, you became an agent at Click Models. I think you represented a very young Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Then you start your own agency.
Yeah.
It's Beth Ann Management.
Yeah.
And you discover Veronica Webb.
Yeah.
Then you discover Tyson Beckford,
Yeah.
whose contract with Ralph Lauren was, I think, also
Yeah, that was major.
What did it feel like to channel your drive, your ambition, if you want, through other people to help them succeed? It was no longer about you as a model. You were channeling other people. How did that feel?
I didn't want to have a model agency. The last thing I wanted was a model agency, but they made me do it. Most things that I'm doing, someone made me do it. It's never my ambition to say, oh, I'm going to do this.
Will you let me try to be ambitious myself and push back on something?
Go ahead.
Okay. We talk about your extremely ambitious career, and you're like, no, I wasn't really that ambitious. We talk about your son, who you push into acting, and you were like, well, no, I wasn't really doing that. And we talk about you starting a modeling agency, and you say, oh, I didn't want to start a modeling agency.
It's true.
But Beth Ann, is it possible that that there's something about you and the way that you look at your career where you undersell the challenges that you faced instead of doing what most people do, which is oversell them?
Yeah, I'll even get better. I didn't have a career. What I have is many different things I do. You know, I used to have people who stand behind me, and I used to say, this is my backup band. They can explain me better than I can. And people would step in front of me when I would be introduced to someone. They say, oh, please, she's so modest. Let me tell you what she's done. I don't take it on so well. I see that.
Why do you think that is?
I think because I don't think that much of it in the act of doing it. I think that it's something that just had to be done. Someone had to do it.
Be a little less rosy now. Okay. So in 96, you closed your agency.
Yeah.
You moved to Mexico. You said, I had no idea what I'd do next because I had no ambition. I had no ambition. If you have no ambition, you don't know what you're going to do. You just make sure you don't sink. Well said.
I got some good quotes. Those things, oh my gosh.
How did that feel? Take me back to Mexico when it was like you had nothing doing after this decades of action.
I basically knew that I was having a nice downtime. It was good. And I didn't have to worry about doing too much. I still had to work a little bit because I still had Tyson. And then I started getting those calls. I think when I left the industry, New York Times had written an article on me saying who was going to do the work that I had been doing and how important it was. And I was like, oh, please, I'm out of here. You know, don't put that on me. Someone else can pick it up. And then when I started getting those calls about the models had disappeared and all, and I was getting these calls from Naomi, and you got to come back, you got to come back. And I wasn't going that long. It was like 3-4 months or something.
Just to expand on what you're saying that Naomi Campbell was calling you to say the black models are disappearing.
Yes, yeah.
And I want to give a little bit more context. You had started an advocacy group called Black Girls Coalition.
Yes.
And that was an advocacy group for models with Aman, with Naomi Campbell.
Yeah, but it was when it first started, just to be clear, when it first started, it was just to celebrate the girls, to introduce them to each other, because so many of them were working, you know, doing editorial, which had never happened before, but they don't know that. They're the first ones on the scene. I've been around. I've known this is the first time. Then eventually, in about 4 years later, 3 or 4 years later, I decided to go up against the advertising industry.
Right.
Because they were not reflecting their consumer.
And you tell me you're not ambitious.
No, that's not Hey, can I get a...
because this is serious stuff. I mean, look, the reality is you played a really important role in getting black faces onto runways and into magazines. But then lo and behold, what happens? The faces start disappearing. Things, the diversity, as it so often does in corporate America, especially, it makes progress and then it comes back.
Yeah.
What was it like to see failure following progress, and what did you do about it?
Well, that's the thing. You always say, you know, you go 3 steps forward and you fall 4 steps back or something like that. And it took me 4 years before I can really get back on that horse. I'm coming back and okay. That wasn't so much like ambition to me. That's more like, once again, like revolutionary. That I live with very well. I believe I am. I know I am.
I want to bring up something else you said, and it's about change. You said, I always know, because I've lived life long enough, you can change things. You might need to be foot against your pedal, but you can change things.
Yeah.
There are so many forms of like being driven, you know, but I feel like it's so rare for people to aim to make things better for other people instead of themselves.
I think when I leave here, I'm going to feel different. I think you're really convincing me. I'm going to go out of here with my head held high and a big head, too. I'm going to swell this head up, and I'm going to try and get through that door.
Well, then I'll walk out with a swollen head, too, if that's what you're saying. I think I want to end, if you don't mind, but then at the end of your film, you talk about dying, going home.
Yeah.
A good end to a good life? I mean, that seems like the most beautiful ambition that I could think of, I think. If you don't mind talking about it, what would you like it to feel like?
When I leave this earth? Not so painful. I want people to celebrate, have a good time. I know I'm going to be buried upstate New York in a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cemetery. And I just hope that I just cruise right along and that something is left behind that remembers. One thing I would like to do, and this is requiring ambition.
Okay.
I want to do a one-woman show.
Are you going to do it? What's stopping you?
Yeah, I got to finish this film. The film keeps going on. And also, I just need to finish this book. And, you know, fear stops me, you know, because that's scary. The one-woman show is not like a stand-up comedian. I'm going to do it interactively with the audience. I'm just going to tell stories. But I always wanted to do that.
Will it be okay if I or if the world remembers you as an ambitious woman?
Yeah, you can do anything you want once I'm gone.
It's a deal. Beth Ann Hardison, thank you so much for being here.
I'm happy I came. I learned a lot about me this time.
So did I.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. It was extremely ambitious to think that we could learn about ambition, how much of it is enough, how much of it is too much, by just asking ambitious people to tell us. As it turns out, sometimes we can easily recognize the ambition inside of us, and then sometimes we totally rebel against the very concept. Maybe the lesson is that ambition is something to recognize inside of ourselves and something to be proud of, as long as it's wielded wisely. Maybe the most ambitious form of ambition is the kind that's generous and humble. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you'll join us next time. It is very easy to get a bad reputation. It's very difficult to win a good reputation, and it's hard, but not impossible, to turn a bad reputation into a good one. But if reputation is what other people think about you, then what does it even matter? More importantly, when do you ever have control over other people's thoughts and feelings? I read in Business Week about crypto, which has had a terrible reputation for scams. The journalist Zeke Fox, who has a reputation for very funny writing, also very serious reporting, looked into the coin Tether. And what he found was a crypto-powered human trafficking ring in Cambodia. Sometimes reality turns out to be much worse than reputation, and sometimes reputation turns out to be a lot worse than reality. How are you supposed to sort out which is which? We're gonna try to do it together tonight. Welcome to the Business Week show. Tonight, reputation. In the NBA, everybody has a reputation. The stars, the rookies, the fans, the coaches, the refs, even the lowly reporters. But few figures have a more complicated reputation than sports agents, and few sports agents have a more interesting reputation than the man who is at the table with me right now. You may know that Rich Paul is one of the most influential figures in the business. You may know he works with his friend LeBron James. You might even know his partner is Adele, but you do not know his full story. In a gripping new memoir called Lucky Me, he talks about growing up with a loving mom who was addicted to drugs. He writes about selling them, and he writes about getting on the road to becoming someone else. We're really glad he's here. Mr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
The part of your reputation that I'm personally and professionally most drawn to has to do with your role in the NBA movement that's called player empowerment. So I think broadly speaking, it's a shift in influence away from owners, who are mostly white, I think by far, to players, stars, who are mostly black. At this moment, what don't fans understand about who wields the power in the business of basketball?
When you talk about player empowerment, I like to use a different E word, because sometimes when you say empower, it gives off this perception that the players can do whatever they want. And that's not true. It's still a business. And I like to talk about the education of it, because I think players being educated allows them to understand that they have options. What those options are, well, that's to be negotiated, but also it's to be understood. And a lot of guys don't really have a perspective of the business. It's been something they've been doing all their life. And you can be taken advantage of just playing the game.
I want to ask you about LeBron, because he's performed at such a legendary level for so long, under such close examination.
He's a GOAT.
What have you learned from him about how to be?
As he became more and more successful, the person in him became better. But also, just like everything I've done has been earned. Nobody gave me anything per se. I sacrificed to put myself in a better position because I didn't want to be dependent of LeBron. And so when I see people say, oh, yeah, lucky you, you met somebody in the airport and happened to be LeBron, and if it wasn't for LeBron, you wouldn't do this or that. I would have been successful at anything.
What would you want to be?
The commissioner of the NBA.
I believe it.
I'm going to manifest that. Yeah.
You could be.
Yeah.
Your ecosystem, it's much bigger than LeBron. I mean, you have had these really, really important clients, but it's hard not to think about him just because he's starting. I think it's his 21st season.
Yes.
And I think he's like the 6th person to do that.
Yes.
It's very, very unusual. So I'm wondering what you want your life in the NBA and also outside the NBA to look like in a post LeBron world one day when he's ready.
It's going to look the same. That's why I built it. Today in meetings, it's there, but we don't go in pitching LeBron. We go in pitching clutch. And here's the thing. People say, oh, well, LeBron gave you an opportunity, lucky you did this. But you don't talk about, I think Donald Trump's dad gave him a loan. right? James Dolan dad gave him a business. Somebody gave Mark Zuckerberg a loan. What's the difference?
Yep.
Because it wasn't my dad, and you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody has to have an opportunity from somewhere, especially me coming from a place where if you had any entrepreneurial aspirations, who's gonna look at your business? Who's gonna help you do a business plan?
Right. Here's an equity investment.
Right. And then who has the experience and the know-how and the resources and the relationships to help you even navigate to a place to where you're doing it properly.
My favorite character in this book is your father. He lived with another family, but
Yes.
he helped raise you.
And my brother and sister, yeah.
You mentioned his business, R&J Confectionery.
Yeah.
You write, Dad was the type of guy that everybody wanted to know, 5'7" tall with a 6'5" reputation.
Yes.
He got to work every day, I think 6 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
What did he teach you about how the business world works?
Oh man, I mean, he just taught me the importance of consistency, you know, getting up every day, rain, sleet, hail, snow. There was no holidays. I watched how he treated people. I watched how he went about his day. I watched the things, the detail of it. And he can see things in people that they probably couldn't see in themselves, and he took the time out to have a conversation with you. I watched how he treated other business owners around him. So I'm learning this business every day. And so it got to the point to where my dad could just sit in the chair and me, my brother, or my sisters could actually run the store.
Your dad is my favorite character in the book, but I would like to talk for a second about your mom because, you know, your depiction of your mom in the book is like it's not cliche though. It's not corny. You describe your mom as like not a bad person, just a person who was addicted to drugs for a long time.
Yeah.
But then your dad dies.
Yeah.
And after watching the impact of addiction on your mom, you make a decision whose context is like, you know, people should read the book to understand what's happening in your life at the time.
Yeah.
But you make a decision to sell. You don't do it for that long. It's like a part of the it's a part of the
my
book.
toe in the water. Yeah.
Will you talk about like I was impressed that you spoke about watching addiction and making a choice to deal drugs. Like I found I found it like among other things just like very honest. Were you worried that it would somehow like impact your reputation or?
No, I mean, how many people in high positions actually are users today, still right now? You know, and that's not a decision out of survival. That's something that they choose to do every day because they enjoy it. So you can't judge, right? I was a kid trying to survive. And so Yeah, my mom was great though. My mom, she had an issue, no different than the issues right now with fentanyl in our communities. But I can honestly say, going through those things, watching my mom, watching other people's moms, watching other people's dad, I was lucky enough to have my dad. And I was also lucky enough for my dad to explain to us at a very young age what was actually happening. And so I never lost the respect for my mom. And my mom had so much respect for us that today I understand why she was absent, because she never wanted us to have a visual of that. And so the book, it was important for it to be real. Like I don't fake anything. There's no gray, there's black and there's white. And again, I'm blessed to be in the position I am today, but I'm also thankful for what I went through as a kid, because it's really, it was my assembly line. It really was, and it molded me.
It makes me think, before we end, that reputation, like if it lives long enough,
changes.
It turns into something else. Yes, and then it becomes like your legacy.
Becomes legacy.
Reputation
becomes legacy.
What do you want yours to be?
You know, I think my reputation is pretty solid across America. You know, when I walk around in any neighborhood, people know, you know, that guy is a stand-up guy. My dad wouldn't want it no other way. But the difference is today, you know, I just want to be a great example. I want to continue being a great example, and not just making it about me, not just look what I did type of thing, but I want to build things, continue to be a builder. Today when I go to work, I have 80 employees, 75 employees, right? And they're young, between the ages of 21 and 55 probably. But continue that, you know, that opening different verticals of the ecosystem of sport and building things to where I can provide opportunity, if that makes sense.
You know what comes into my head as my final question when you talk about that? Building something, ownership.
Yeah.
May I ask?
I have no interest in owning the team. I don't. I know, you know, my competitors are trying to puch that narrative out there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
They're trying to
they
save
tell
the
families that all the time. Oh, don't go with him. When LeBron retires, he's gonna go and own a team.
Mhm.
Like, but first, I don't have enough money to own a team, first of all, so let's just get that out the way. And then secondly, I think owning a team would hinder me. I'm a creative at heart, so I have to have a lot of different irons in the fire. Because one thing people don't realize, those owners, they built something. So they don't own a team all day, every day. They go to work. They run Aries, they run, you know, Blackstone, they run, you know, so many different businesses that they have. You know, Carnival Cruise, all these different things that the owners have. They don't just own a team all day. So you think I'm gonna go sit on my couch and own a team? No, I don't want to do that.
I could definitely imagine you like starting you mentioned Aries, like a private equity fund. Would that appeal to you?
Yeah, it would, yeah. And I just might.
What would you call it?
I got the name, but I can't give it to you.
All right, we better end there.
I'll give it to you off the air.
I'll hold you to it.
I got it.
What a pleasure. What a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Great, man. Thank you.
I enjoyed it very
Appreciate
much.
you.
All
Yep.
right, you take care. Coming up next, more Reputation. This guest has a reputation for being able to do a lot of things better than many people, me included. She is a visionary about collective activism. She is funny. She speaks truth to power. She gets results. She is clear about the ways that she is limitless, and she is clear about the ways that she is limited. For example, she needs some help doing things that sometimes many people take for granted, like breathing or walking or talking. And Alice Wong, the author of Year of the Tiger, is also one of the most influential disability advocates in this country. It is a joy, as in like an actual joy, for me to have her here. Alice, welcome.
Hi, Max. Thanks so much for having me. It's a delight to be here talking with you.
Honestly, it's a delight for me to have you here. Let's get into the questions. So much of the reputation that disabled people have is built by non-disabled people, and it's built around ideas of misfortune, sadness, embarrassment, burden. What have you learned about the ways that reputations, even ones that are old and stale, what have you learned about the ways that like reputations can actually sometimes begin to change?
On reputation and reputation building specifically, so much of it is dependent on culture. Part of why I am a writer and activist is to help push the culture forward, but ableism is such an ingrained part of our society that change happens at a glacial pace, and it takes a collective effort, not just me or a handful of disabled people. Until non-disabled people reflect and confront their implicit bias about disability and do the work on unlearning their ableism, will disabled people be able to truly play a larger role in constructing their reputation? There will always be people in power who want to maintain the status quo and the ability to distort and erase disabled people's sense of self and their reputations because it serves them. I myself try not to care too much about what people think of me and continue to do work that gives me joy. And if that helps others see that there's more to life than a good reputation, that can be a positive step in the right direction.
Speaking of the work that you do that brings you joy, your work, your body of work, Alice, is so wide and it's so deep. You're the founder of the Disability Visibility Project. You're a co-partner on the political group that's called Crip the Vote. You served on the National Council of Disability. You've edited anthologies of work by disabled writers, and you've done much more. What's the reputation, though, that Alice, that you want to have?
If I wrote my own reputation, it would be that I am someone who shows up, is thoughtful, accountable, and collaborative. That I am someone who welcomes critique and change, and that I want to learn and grow from my mistakes and do cool things with cool people. That's a mouthful, but that's how I would like people to perceive me, whether they are acquainted with me or not.
Alice, a lot of companies in this country and around the world, but not all of them, have a reputation for paying lip service to inclusion and diversity. I'm thinking about workers who are disabled, but also Black or queer or trans or Asian or indigenous, beyond. But the reputation is that they don't actually then do the real work of reshaping their own cultures after talking about it. What are a few examples, if you can name some, of companies and their leaders who really are, in your mind, really actually doing it right?
I think most companies say they want to do the right thing and fail from the top all the way down. It's not enough to have a disability-specific employee resource group, a day committee, an annual speaker or a consultant or certain metrics. There has to be a long-term commitment that is strategic, systemic, and sustainable.
felt so incredibly tempted to tell you about my brother, Tommy, who has, just like real magic and humor and love as a person. It's really shaped who I am as a person. I'm sure it's shaped me as a journalist and shaped my sister Anna and our parents as well. But I'm going to resist because I feel like so much of the conversation around disabled people is often like very personal and fuzzy and kind of sweet and very, very rarely like about political things or very rarely systemic. Why is that, Alice?
People are still averse to complex conversations about ableism because it makes them uncomfortable. We all have internalized or implicit ableism, and it is up to all of us to actually name it and unlearn things that have been designed to marginalize and dehumanize disabled people. For example, people may see me as a somewhat successful published author and editor, but if they took a closer look at my activism and writing, they will see that I openly talk about how because of Medicaid income and asset limits, I am unable to have more than $2,000 in my personal bank account. This has been the case since I turned 18, and I bet most of your audience cannot fathom what it's like to subsist on that amount. Later on, I do want to hear about your brother Tommy, because I am sure you have some hilarious stories. I am fortunate to have a tight-knit family, and much of the reason it is so tight-knit is because they have all supported me throughout my life, and what we experience as a family in the face of such an absurd, inaccessible, and discriminatory society is something that we just have to laugh if not cry about.
I want to share with our audience that I accommodated your needs by sharing questions for this interview with you a few days ago. And that's so that you could use your text-to-voice technology to answer them. And it reminds me that your muscles have weakened with time. You haven't always used this technology. And people, by the way, including me, I'm about to turn 40, people have very, very strange and complicated feelings about change and about their bodies changing and weakening. What have you learned about how you want to face those changes in ways that feel right to you?
Congratulations on hitting 40 soon. Can you believe this, but I'm turning 50 next year? Change is freaky and scary, but it's unstoppable and out of our control no matter how hard we try. Doctors told my parents that I wouldn't live to adulthood, so I grew up without an image of myself in the future. I couldn't see it, and while I have progressively become weaker and faced changes in my body and life circumstances, it is a freaking privilege and achievement to be this age, and not just surviving but thriving. A few months ago, I moved into my own place for the first time. I finally have a home office rather than working from a small desk in my bedroom for decades. I adopted 2 cats named Bert and Ernie, who are my chosen family. I know people pity me and cannot imagine living like me, but what I have achieved and lost made me who I am, and I don't take anything for granted. Every moment with friends and family is a treasure, and I find joy amidst all the struggles and pain.
Alice, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think it makes much sense to ask disabled people to help non-disabled people to just like be better. And yet I'm also wondering, like, if you were just completely like the queen of the world, what you would demand from your subjects.
Talking specifically about disabled people in the United States, there is still a bias in Medicaid funding for institutional settings, where community-based services are optional for states while institutional settings are not. Many people think skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes are safer because a person can get 24-hour care, but no one should be separated from society and hidden from the public. And by the way, institutions are not necessarily safe. In fact, they're rife with abuse and neglect, especially ones that are for profit owned by private equity companies. I would like to see a world where no one goes hungry and has housing, education, and healthcare, a world where bodily autonomy is respected, a world where communities and neighborhoods take care of one another, a world where disabled people aren't siloed by diagnosis, a world where we can rest, dream, and create. Those are a few things I hope to see in the future.
I want you to know, Alice, how grateful I am. How grateful I am that you've joined us here. I'm hoping our paths will cross again one day. I'm grateful for your time, grateful for your energy, I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks a bunch for this opportunity, Max.
The pleasure is mine. Almost everyone has a reputation, almost everyone has an inner life, and very few people see themselves the way their bosses or the market see them. When you sit down and talk to other people, as I did tonight, about who they are and what they've been through and how they see the world, the chances are good you're going to hear something new and interesting, and that's a good thing because it's nice to actually be surprised. When you want to figure out which reputations are better or worse than reality, it helps to start by asking questions. Our guests tonight were honest about themselves and their reputations, and maybe that will encourage you to ask other people about theirs. Or you can start by telling other people about you. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
I think the most important lesson you've learned in business is it's never personal. It's always business.
My current vice is watching a ton of TV. When I was able to eat, I loved eating salty and fattening food. Things like French fries, tempura, donuts, and pastries.
What's the most expensive thing I've wasted the most money on? I would probably say a car because it's a depreciating asset.
What kind of car was it?
All of them.
If you get to work and you find it's really hard to do your job with imagination, do not worry. Imagination is still really new. Dreaming is more than 100 million years old, but being able to imagine things on purpose began only like 70,000 years ago, and even then the reviews were mixed. Plato thought that imagination was kind of suspicious, and the Bible does sort of suggest that it is evil. I read in the Heist issue of Business Week about a certain kind of imagination creative thieves. Their recent hauls include 200,000 Cadbury cream eggs, $37,000 worth of cadaver parts, 1,240 cases of crab, a 4-meter-long whale skull, and 1 catalytic converter from the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. How are you supposed to bring imagination to work, and how do you protect it from the pressures of the marketplace? We are going to try to imagine it together tonight. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, imagination. There are some wonderful people who do the same thing over and over again, and that can be interesting or imaginative. This guest is not one of them. Theaster Gates is interested in cities, space, land, planning, preservation, place, pragmatism, value, desire, development, capital, collecting, blackness, agency, and the art world itself. And that is a very long way of saying that this sculptor and performance artist and painter and scholar is one of the most imaginative people working today. Theaster Gates, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
You have this beautiful phrase that I think of as a kind of metaphor for imagination. You talk about the possibility of life within things. How do you find that life?
Well, it's interesting. So often the life is right up under our noses. And what I've learned from Shintoism is that there's a power. There's power, there's life within things. Wood, trees, water, a rock, right? If you respect that life, maybe it means that you have to work to care and to protect and preserve that life. I feel like there are moments, like with the Stony Island Arts Bank or other projects that I've done, where when it's dead, it's a reminder of the failures of culture to invest in a thing. But when it's alive, it's like a testament to what's possible when collective people believe in the power of regeneration.
The work that you do on the south side of Chicago has been to find, I think, the meat on the bones, that you have transformed spaces that were underinvested into spaces for artists to live and artists to show, and places to watch movies and places to listen to music and places to show collections. Did you find that your imagination was listened to and respected by others? Did people disbelieve that you could remake these spaces this way?
Well, let's look at this over a course of years. When I moved to my neighborhood in 2006, to the Grand Crossing neighborhood, things were interesting. It was a normal neighborhood adjacent to the University of Chicago where I had just taken a job. In 2008, the market crashed.
Yep.
And the real estate values and the kind of speculators that existed on the South Side, they were no longer interested in the speculative land. I slowly started trying to figure out, if no one else is going to buy and protect these buildings and make sure that people on the South Side have opportunity, and in my case, that culture continues to live, is there something that I could do to try to acquire some of these buildings on my block? So one at a time, with my mom's help, with friends' help, with my own sweat, we would acquire the building next to the building that we own and then renovate them best we could. And until we found ourselves owning, over the last decade, a lot of buildings.
Have they had to make a new kind of language for, you're a developer, you're an urban planner, you're an artist. Are you inventing your own words so that you can explain what you've done and what you are trying to do?
Definitely. I'm definitely always both inventing words and trying to resist certain labels. But there were times where I had real translation issues. So I would go to the Department of Planning, City of Chicago, and I would walk in and I would say, I'm an artist. And I would go to my alderman and I would say, oh, I'm a local artist in your neighborhood. And that did not get me the traction that I wanted. So I had to put on my shirt and tie, change my language a little bit and say, hey, I'm a developer. I've invested $10 million in this neighborhood. I'm interested in doing another $100 million of investment in this neighborhood, and I'd like the attention of my alderman and the commissioner of planning.
I don't think imagination has to be generative or productive to be worth something. But when I think about your work, and I think about the cafe, and I think about your mill, you know, you created like actual jobs.
Yeah.
I think that falls under the rubric of like economic development. Can economic development be something that's imaginative instead of like destructive?
Yeah, you know, dear friends of mine talk about, instead of talking about money, they talk about energy. What can I do to create varying kinds of good energy? And most of the time I start with, what do I want? And I want to be able to get a good cup of tea in the morning. I want to be able to hear great live music. I want to see amazing films. I want my friends who make films to feel supported in the production of their films. I want to listen to house music and I want to jack all night. You know, I just locked in to my neighborhood and I'm like, oh, those things that I would normally try to find in another place, why don't I bring them here? I'm going to build the amenity. And if I build it for myself, it means 500 people, 1,000, 5,000 people could also benefit. And it also means that the model for neighborhood transformation, economic development, if you will, that model is playing itself out in real time. Then, you know, and this is where I feel now as my hair whitens, that there's a way in which the work that's been accumulating, there are now other people who can grab the baton and do bigger, greater works.
Without at all taking away from the beautiful energy that you're describing, you know, there is something that a little voice in my head that scares me about what you're describing, because it reminds me of a very old lineage. Neighborhoods without resources, artists move in because the rents are affordable. Then developers come in because now the neighborhoods are a little bit cooler. Then rents go up, they're gentrified. What can you do, and what have you done on the South Side to make sure that the work that you're doing and the imagination that you're bringing is going to include your neighbors and not, you know, eventually, I guess, like exile them?
Yeah. Well, right now, I feel like I'm in the middle of living this playbook that I'll eventually share with others. But a big part of it was the acquisition of land and then protecting that land so that it was always available for mission-based activity. You know, wildlife happens, you know, and change happens in cities that will have 500,000 square feet worth of residential space 2 million square feet of commercial and cultural space.
Two million?
That will protect, when this thing is over.
Yeah, sir. If you're talking on a scale of millions of square feet, I feel so sure that there have to be capitalists listening to this who are going to be calling you up and trying to say, like, these nonprofit investments you're making, you're a fool. You should be making money from this. Do you get calls like that?
Well, I would go back to this issue of like the life and things. I think that one way of reading death is when a neighborhood has been underinvested in. Another way of reading death is when the fabric of the neighborhood has been forgotten and it's been replaced with gross reinvestment and redevelopment. The death of cities is not just the problem of gangs and violence. The death of cities is also when we become monotonous versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I think that wealth has to develop more sophisticated tools for measuring health and life and be willing to invest in ways that are more about what humans need than just about the bottom line.
I really like connecting the life of things with the death of imagination.
Yeah.
How have you learned to protect your imagination, the life of your imagination, and to keep it going? Imagination dies too, creativity. How do you protect it and give it life?
When I was young and my dad would make me paint the baseboards of apartments that he was renting, and it was time to turn the apartments over because someone had moved out, and he was like, whatever you do, don't get paint on my floor. And so I learned to tape, and I learned to use a paintbrush so that I could fan white paint and make sure that I wouldn't mess up his walnut floors. In a way, my dad was inventing creativity in me, inventing a deeper imagination by telling me to paint the baseboards. The way that I protect my imagination now is by continuing to work. That everything I do, I'm trying to find good solutions for complicated problems.
What are you going to do next? I mean, what are your dreams, and what does your imagination tell you about what the future holds, and why, what's stopping you from doing it right now?
Well, maybe this goes back to Buddhism. I'm thinking about how to, it's been about 15, 20 years of building, and I feel like right now I'm preoccupied with how to give it all away, how to let go of this tight hold that I've had on development and imagine it as like a kind of long-term durational performance. That I've been involved in a 15 to 20 year performance of neighborhood transformation. And at the end of the performance, the audience gets all the props back. So I'm learning a lot from people who are actively trying to say, I've been given too much, I've figured out some things, and I made a lot.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Do you have an instinct about how you're going to start? How are you going to start saying goodbye?
With gifts.
Do you know yet who you want to give your first gifts to?
Artists.
Are there any journalists you know you'd like to give some of your records to? No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe I'll keep the records. We can swap records. We can swap records.
Yeah. That was a pure joke. Yasser Gates, it's a pleasure for me to listen to you.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed that. Up until just a few decades ago, the systems of American art had practically no room for women. Museums, galleries, auctions, schools, and mass media gave the distinct impression that men had a monopoly on imagination itself. The guest who's sitting with me at this table played a key role in changing that. Judy Chicago's painting, sculpture, photography, needlework, much more, has helped alter the shape of art itself. And at 84, she is getting her first major museum survey here in New York at a new museum show that's just brimming with color and generosity and imagination. It's really nice to have her here. Judy Chicago.
Thank you.
The art world has become a big business in the way that it wasn't when you were starting. So I'm curious to ask, like, what have you learned about big business and about how big business works and how it looks that you couldn't have foreseen back then?
Well, first of all, you know, I've been asked a lot about, oh, well, aren't you upset that this recognition has been so delayed and blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'm not. You know why? Because I had 5 decades of working in my studio without ever thinking about the market. So you have to really understand how outside of that I've been, because I had my own vision of what art can be, should be. I believe art is an act of generosity, and that I feel really bad for young artists because, you know, they get swallowed up, spit out like stocks on the stock exchange. But, you know, you can stand up to that. You don't have to do it.
Your work is willing to imagine something that, you know, I have a hard time with, which is, you know, not just the death of the world, which is something the art does deal with, but your own death. I was really moved by, I think it's called a mortality relief. It's this bronze piece in the exhibit, and it looks almost like a death mask in advance, but you clearly are able to imagine your end. What do you think about when you think about it?
I wanted to be able to face the end of my life with grace and courage, because it really isn't good to have an adversarial relationship to aging. I started out exploring, you know, I start with research, so I started looking at attitudes towards death going back in time. And of course discovered that, you know, we are an aberration in terms of the way we shroud death, hide death, try to have battles with death. You know, when they write about cancer, after a battle, give me a break. You know, nature's gonna win.
Hearing you talk now reminds me that, you know, I have a relatively romantic idea of imagination, especially when I'm sitting with a wonderful artist who makes work that I admire. You know, I guess I'm tempted to think of imagination as this very beautiful thing that could take you to very beautiful places, but you are also willing to imagine horror and grotesquerie, and I think that maybe people are uncomfortable doing that.
There are a lot of people who are concerned about what's happening in our world, and they need to be encouraged to look at it, to think about it. We are encouraging people to participate in this digital quilt that I created with Dementi, the Web3 company, and Nadja, one of the founders of Pussy Riot. And so there are a series of questions that I believe we need to answer, like if patriarchy were dismantled, would women and men be equal? Would men have permission to be gentle and vulnerable? Would women have permission to be strong? Would there be equal parenting? Would the earth be protected? I think there are questions that we need to come together and answer. I mean, we are so polarized now. But if we don't answer those questions, we're going to drive the world to destruction.
Judy, what you're describing when you talk about this work is the ability that an artist has to use her skills and to use her imagination to pose these difficult questions to people and make them think about it. But, you know, it's like, Judy, I'm no artist. You know, I don't have these skills. Is there something that non-artists can take from you where, like you, they can use what they're good at to make other people think in new ways? But for most of us, you know, we're not able to paint and draw the way you can.
Of course, what we're looking at now is the pushback and the effort to push back all the gains that started in the 70s. It will take millions of people putting down their phones and going in the streets. I don't understand why there were not millions of people in the street after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Not protests, because just a protest doesn't work anymore. What is required is the same thing that propelled the social change movements of the 70s, which has to do with organization, all the things that aren't fun to do. You know, developing leadership, developing organizations that can take the protests and turn it into actual civil change. I want to tell you something. It's worth it to feel like you've made a contribution, to have the satisfaction of that. I don't care what the New York Times said over the course of my career.
I live right by the Brooklyn Museum, where the dinner party is the heart of this beautiful collection of feminist art. The center is named for a member of the family behind Purdue Pharma and OxyContin. Apart from just what everyone else says about philanthropy and money and naming, I'm just curious how you feel about that.
First of all, I'm going to answer you with a counter question. Elizabeth Sackler's establishment of the Center for Feminist Art has allowed dozens of unknown women and feminist artists to be exhibited. Does she get any points for that? Or does her name disqualify everything she has done? Patronage is complicated, and so is history. It's like when everybody wanted to just knock down the Confederates' statues and sort of erase our past. I'm like, what if we let Black people, African Americans, come and write their stories on the statues so that we would see multiple points of view simultaneously, the point of view of the oppressor, the point of view of the oppressed.
I want to end, Judy, with the future. I'm curious if you imagine, you know, what art will look like. We're living in this strange time of artificial intelligence. You know, I'm wondering if you imagine that AI will demand room for itself in the art world. I'm wondering if the opposite will happen and the infinite possibilities of computerized art will teach us to embrace craft and imperfection.
My answer is going to be really short.
Okay.
Many, many years ago, Bruce Nauman and I had a conversation about, we were in our 40s, about how art schools were getting rid of drawing. And we agreed that when you're a young artist full of bravado and energy, you can go a long way in your career. But when you get into your 40s and your ideas get more complex, if you can't draw, you come to a standstill. And I am somebody who believes in the hand. And I believe in the connection between the hand and the heart. And that's my answer.
Well, your hand and your heart and your imagination have changed other people's hearts and their imaginations. I'm really glad you've been here to talk to me about it. Really, really enjoyed it. Judy, Chicago.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
You so
You're
much.
very smart.
Imagine this. You've got imagination, you've got a job to do, but you're not sure how to bring one to the other. These two guests tonight have used their imagination successfully in completely different ways. One of them has used his to transform his neighborhood inside Chicago. The other one has used hers to transform herself into a Chicago and to transform art history itself. Maybe you use your imagination inside the market. Maybe you use it despite the market. Either way, you can steal the tools of these two artists. Patience, practice, collaboration, voice, and fight. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
When all else fails, one must scream. Well, as we look at what's happened to our world, it makes me angry that more people aren't screaming.
There have been times in the workplace when I've said that things were good when they weren't good. Sometimes because I was trying to maintain staff morale. Sometimes I was trying to be optimistic, like this is gonna be good, even though it's not good today. And then there have been other times where I've known that the person I was talking to had such a fragile ego, and you gotta be sensitive when you work with other creatives.
That's enough already, guys. Now, come on. Come on. I know.
This story did come around as something that's a bit different. There is a dark side to it.
It's hard to even talk to people about these chemicals and tell them, look, there's a chemical that's in you that's not found anywhere in nature.
This is the shadow fleet. To actually see clandestine behaviour, that makes you think, well, what else is going on?
Can you always tell a fake image from an authentic one? Deepfakes are undoubtedly one of the most challenging risks posed by artificial intelligence. These are the images, audio recordings, and increasingly videos, which look convincing enough to fool all but the sharpest amongst us.
What's really interesting is that fake images, even the convincing ones, aren't new inventions.
No, like that Loch Ness Monster picture. Or one of those creepy double exposure photos of a sad-looking Victorian ghost.
Right, but their sophistication is rapidly advancing. And many experts say that political disinformation campaigns using deepfakes are not only happening, but set to become a far bigger problem.
So, on this episode of AI IRL, we're going to hear things like this.
How do you have a society? How do you have a democracy if you can't agree on basic facts? We can disagree on what to do with the facts, but we should not disagree on actual facts.
And this.
Should it be an independent body? It depends. Who gets to be in that independent group? Are they appropriately speaking for what, everybody in the world?
As we try and answer the questions, what's next for AI and disinformation?
And is it about to get a lot worse? Annie Farid, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for
So you're a
having me.
professor at the University of California at Berkeley, and you've been specializing in digital forensics for quite a while.
Yeah.
So the analysis of deepfake detection, for example, for many years.
Yeah.
Set the scene today.
Yeah.
What is the state of disinformation pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT?
Good. So first, I think it's important to understand that disinformation is not fundamentally new. It is being amplified and powered by AI today, but we've had disinformation well before there was AI, well before there was an internet, well before there was computers. So this is part of a continuum, but I think it's an important part because it is about democratizing access to technology that is typically we used to be in the hands of the few and now are in the hands of the many. And the one thing we know that when you take a powerful tool and you put it in the hands of the many, the threat vector changes. Okay, so where are we today? So the average person can now go to a website and generate an image of a person who doesn't exist and create fake profiles online to perpetuate everything from crypto scams to romance scams to all kinds of fraudulent material. And those are trivial to do. You don't have to know no technical skills. Go to a website, type something in, you get an image of a fake person. Okay. We also have the ability to go to a website or a service and type in, give me an image of, and describe what you want. Joe Biden having a meeting with fill in the blank, and it will generate that image for you. And the images are very, very realistic. We have services where you can upload 2 minutes of audio of your voice, or my voice, and clone that voice, and then type, and then have you or me say anything you want me to say. Okay, cloning voices. Solve problem. Okay? We have lots of services where we can now take videos. So for example, you could take this video that you're recording right now with that camera and replace my face with another face.
We're not going to
do that. Well, first of all, the viewers have got to start wondering, how do they know that it's me and not one of my grad students because I was too lazy to come over the bay in the morning. But we can do that.
So on the one hand, more people have access to these tools for fun purposes, like
yes,
pulling a practical joke on Nate.
Yes.
But it's also used from a more nefarious perspective to stoke unrest.
Yeah, or create non-consensual sexual imagery, or commit fraud, or push disinformation campaigns. And so I do think you make a good point, though, is that there's an upside to the social media. Is that when this stuff gets out there, there's a lot of eyeballs on it. But here's the thing you have to understand about social media. The half-life of a social media post is measured in minutes, which means half of views happen within the first 1 or 2 minutes. And by the time the fact checkers come around and fix the record, the vast majority of people have moved on, number one. But number two, and this is the important part, is that social media and human beings have made it so that even when we come in and fact check and say, nope, this is fake, people say, I don't care what you say. This conforms to my worldview. This does not conform to my worldview. I will believe it. I will not believe it. And why is that? So why are we living in that world where reality seems to be so hard to grip? It's because our politicians, our media outlets, the internet have stoked distrust of governments, media, and experts. You're the media and I'm the expert. And that, what I think is what is really disconcerting to me, is we've created these filter bubbles, these alternate realities. And here's the question you got to ask yourself is, how do you have a society? How do you have a democracy if you can't agree on basic facts? We can disagree on what to do with the facts, but I don't think we should be able to, we should not disagree on actual facts of what happened and where did it happen.
Are there some recent examples of like viral deepfakes that have given you real cause for alarm?
So there are two that I can think of in recent memory, and they've given me alarm for different reasons. So one was the Pope in the puffy coat.
Yeah.
And if you saw this image, it was just brilliant.
I was fooled.
Were you really?
I think so.
That's exactly why I was worried, is because journalists fell for it. And journalists who are smart and who are savvy and who are fundamentally skeptical about things.
Thanks.
He knows you.
They fell for it. That's right. So that's what the photo was completely innocuous. It was fine. I don't care about the photo, but a lot of journalists fell for it. And that's when I thought, we have crossed through, there's a tipping point here where the images have become so good that really smart people who are by design critical are falling for it. That was number one. But here's the other one that really scared me. It was a fake image of the Pentagon being bombed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a particularly good image, by the way, but it got posted onto Twitter on a verified account. Thank you, Elon Musk. It went viral because it looked like a news organization, got retweeted, reshared. The stock market dropped $500 billion in 2 minutes from a crappy fake image.
How do you square off that we can move so quickly on the technology that can create deep fakes, but we're so slow to create the technology to combat it? Who's leading which camp, and should it be that way?
Well, you can make a lot more money from the creation of it, right?
Follow the money.
Like
that's all it is. Defense doesn't pay. Offense does. Creating fake stuff is good. You can make a lot of money. It's creative. You can make things more efficient. There's not a lot of money in creating defenses, right? Think about the people creating malware and spam.
Here's a scary factoid for you. VC funds invested $180 million in this deepfake detection technology last year. And that was up from only $1 million in 2017. This year, it's at about $50 million. How much is it going to take?
And by the way, compare that to how many billions are going into the generative side of things from ChatGPT, OpenAI, and all these other companies. So I think that's right. I would say it's about 1 to 2 orders of magnitude difference. And by the way, you raise a really good point, is that follow the money. Where the VCs are putting money is where people are going to invest their efforts. And so the VCs are looking at this and saying, well, we can make money here. We don't think we can make money here. I think they're wrong, by the way. I do think that we are quickly entering this age where people are getting frustrated, not having the ability to believe what they see. And I think that is going to start to become the way privacy became an issue, right? Pre-Cambridge Analytica, everybody thought, whatever, privacy. And then Cambridge Analytica hit and we thought, oh man, this is bad. And we started to see a real shift in the way we as consumers, but also the corporations thought about privacy. I think we're going to see the same thing about trust and integrity and provenance and authentication. But I think that is going to take a little bit.
it's not just about detecting what is fake, but also believing when it's actually real.
Yeah. This is called the liar's dividend, right? When you enter a world where anything can be fake, anything you read, hear, or see, well, then you can deny reality. Let me give you an example of this. 2016 rather, then candidate Trump gets caught on the Access Hollywood tape saying some pretty bad things about women, okay? And what happened is he apologized. He said, I'm sorry, it was not appropriate, and tried to excuse it away, right? Now, fast forward 2 years. Deepfakes are on the rise, generative AI is on the rise, and he's asked about that, and he says, it's fake. Why'd you apologize in the first place? Doesn't matter. It's easy to deny reality when something can be fake. And arguably, I think that is the bigger threat here. I'm worried about non-consensual sexual imagery. I'm worried about fraud. I'm worried about disinformation campaigns.
Blackmail?
I'm worried about blackmail. I'm worried about the phone calls people are starting to get saying—
robocalls.
Yeah, robocalls in your loved ones' voices. I'm worried about all of those things, but that is nothing. It is nothing to not being able to hold people responsible for their actions. Police violence, fake. Human rights violations, fake. Politicians doing something illegal, fake. Where are we? Where are we if anybody can deny anything? And now we all become tribal. We believe what we believe, and there's no external information that helps us reason about a complex.
So how do we fix that? Because a huge part of that problem is not even to do with AI.
Yeah.
That is to do with people and arguably mass media and the internet and everything else. But that doesn't necessarily mean AI.
Good.
So can you solve it?
Yeah. There's sort of 3 solution bins, and I think we need all of them. So one is technology so that when I take out my phone or a camera and I record police violence or human rights violations or a politician speaking, it should, on the device, authenticate where I am, when I was there, and what I recorded.
Okay,
and
so
the
GPS,
hardware itself. GPS, date and time, potentially my identity if I want to give up my personal information.
They're already adding that into like the EXIF data in a JPEG, right? So
correct. Here's the second bin that's related to it. If you're an OpenAI or a Midjourney or Stable Diffusion or any of these companies that is generating this content from text, image, audio, to video, you should be doing the same thing, which is watermarking and fingerprinting every single piece of content so that when somebody uploads an image of the Pentagon being bombed to Twitter, they will know instantaneously that this is synthetically generated. That's not to say it should be banned. There's nothing wrong with it, but it should be labeled. 2 more things. One is sort of my bread and butter, which is that, as you said, these technologies are not perfect. They will take a while to be deployed. They will get hacked. So now you need the passive techniques. Give me an image. How do I analyze this to determine if it's real or not? And then the 4th one and the final one, and I think we need all of these, is we need regulatory pressure. We need the government to say, there's a carrot if you do this well, and there's a stick if you do not do it well. That is the government's role. Think about product safety, cars, pharmaceuticals, transportation, the food we ingest, and the government says these things have to be safe. Why can't we treat the internet like this? Why don't we treat information the same way? Why don't I put a nutrition label on a piece of information the way I put a nutrition label on every single thing I buy from a store?
Rumaan Chowdhury, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you run a nonprofit called Humane Intelligence, and you also run a consulting firm called Parity, where you help companies like DeepMind, Meta, even governments on responsible AI practices and how to mitigate algorithmic bias. But I kind of want to take it a few years back to when you saw this play out on the inside, when you were director of machine learning ethics, transparency, and accountability at Twitter.
Yes.
So I would love to kind of get into what you learned about the state of misinformation and disinformation while you were there.
I think the biggest thing to understand is that it is a near insurmountable problem. The volume, the number of people inadvertently and purposely sharing mis and disinformation online is such an near impossible task to tackle.
Could you maybe define the differences between misinformation and disinformation for those that don't know the difference?
Right. So on one end, you get misinformation, which is almost like misdirection. So it often has a kernel of truth, but maybe it's shifting people to look at one thing and kind of saying, don't look at this other thing. Disinformation would be purely falsified information, something that's deeply untrue. In general, most of the information online that is false or fake traditionally has had some sort of seed in reality. My concern is that with generative AI, we can make much more convincing pure deepfakes, and anybody can make it. So we will see an increase in the kind of true deepfake technologies that will spread completely falsified information. And the other thing to think about is also the actors online who are sharing it. So of course you can have bots, you can have malicious actors, people who are purposely sharing it, but actually a very big percent of the information online that is fake is often shared by people who didn't know any better.
And we've talked about people. I mean, this is a bit, I suppose it's a bit controversial, but is part of the issue that people are the problem? I mean, I know it's kind of a contrary opinion, but we talk about blaming tech companies for making and spreading this stuff, but should we maybe be doing more to educate people into not believing it in the first place?
I think that is certainly going to be a step we will have to take in a generative AI world. I think we are sufficiently trained to not believe everything we read, right? You know the phrase, don't believe everything you read on the internet. What we are not sufficiently trained to do is look at images and video and listen to audio and have that same level of critical thinking. In general, if we see a video that looks real, for example, a bomb hitting the Pentagon, most of us will believe it and we won't question it. If we were to see a post and someone said, hey, a bomb just hit the Pentagon, we are actually more likely to be skeptical of that because we've been trained more on text than video and images. So I think you're correct. I think there is this level of education that people need.
So talking about some of these companies, and obviously you've worked at one of them, but there are many, so we'll talk in general terms here. Do you think that they actually can control this?
So there are ways in which they could take action. For example, DeepMind have introduced something called SynthID, which is a technical watermarking of any photo. And there's a way to analyze the photo, no matter how it's cropped or changed or altered or filtered, that you can tell if it's deepfake or not.
Even if you take a photo of the photo?
Oh, I'm not sure if you take a photo of the photo.
Because this is one of the issues, right?
Yeah.
You know, like if you take a photo of a photo, it's a brand new photo. So you need to be able to analyze something that survives the route through compression and transmission and everything else and degradation that you get from compression.
Right. That's a great point, because often we think of these very high-tech ways people will break things. But to your point, most of the best hacks are incredibly low-tech. So I think you're spot on. I have no idea if SynthID works if you take a photo of a photo.
So when it comes to flagging things, and even take content moderation, really at the core, that's at the core of controlling what comes online and what doesn't. Should there be an external government agency or just independent body that oversees this rather than it being controlled internally at the company?
And this is the ultimate discussion. And the phrase I've been using for all of this is, the question to answer is who gets to be the arbiter of truth. And it's such a difficult one to answer. Should it be an independent body? It depends. Who gets to be in that independent group? Are they appropriately speaking for what? Everybody in the world? We've not yet achieved that, like a fully representative body that represents everybody in the world that will be able to confidently speak on every issue.
I mean, technically, that's what we have elected officials for, though, to some degree now.
In the U.S., sure, but I think right now we are having a bit of a crisis of democracy where people do feel like they're not being represented in their own governments. The other part I'll add is, do we want this content moderation to inherently be political? Because that's what will happen, right? People will be elected, 2 to 4 years later, new people will be elected. Do we really want the decisions on what content isn't allowed online to be purely political in nature? I know there's accusations that these companies make political decisions. Frankly, companies make capitalistic decisions. They don't actually make purely political decisions. If we move it into the hands of the government, we are literally making them purely political decisions.
Let's lighten the mood a little bit and talk about putting executives in jail, which is a topic I love talking about. But it's really important where I'm from in Britain, because there is a bill in the works that, amongst many other things, does talk about essentially making executives at companies personally liable if their companies help in disseminating what they would call online harms online. It's still all up in the air at the time we speak. But I wonder, do you think threatening executives with potentially being locked up, even if it's an extreme case, is that helpful? Could it be helpful?
I don't know. I think it is what we want as human beings to have a single person to blame. We want there to be a good guy and want there to be a bad guy, frankly, right? Like, just in general, as human beings, we love to have hero culture, and when hero culture means we have villain culture. Frankly, a lot of these people are also larger than life and, comically villainous people. That being said, to what extent is throwing Mark Zuckerberg in jail going to fix the problems of social media writ large? Probably not very much, because Facebook or Meta or Google, they are a giant machine, right? They're massively global companies. There are decisions being made by many, many people. It's part of a company culture. Putting one person in prison may be almost theatrically a pleasing thing to do for some folks, but I don't think it would actually solve a big problem.
It's like it's the nuclear deterrent. It's the equivalent of a nuclear deterrent, right? It's there as a potential threat that forces a different general way of behaving, even if the actual, launch button or the prison sentence never actually happens. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting if we think about it maybe game theoretically, right? So I can't help but be a quantitative social scientist sometimes, and I like to think of things in terms of what are people's incentives. So the question is a social media company incentivized to spread mis and disinformation? Actually, they're not. They don't want that because it makes them look bad.
Let me push back on that a little bit, because I do think the widely held belief, and even with our previous guest, was that social media companies' business models are at the core of why disinformation proliferates, because it puts more of a value on content that's engaging, even if it's not true.
So what I'd say is the cost of identifying misinformation, as I mentioned, is so massively expensive. Balancing that with making sure people have an experience they want is a very difficult thing to do. So is an engagement-based model leading to problems of radicalization, misinformation? Yes. Are social media companies actively trying to sow misinformation? No, they're not. And that's what I'm getting at, versus, let's say, somebody who's actively trying to do a bad thing. So for your prison example, if the CEOs of these companies were actively trying to spread misinformation, then I'd say, yeah, you know what, throw them in jail, they're bad people. I think on the other end, it's recognizing that this is an incredibly difficult problem, and what is the level of transparency and access to these models, or understanding the impact of these models that we may need that is maybe different from what we have today. So I look at the Digital Services Act in the EU, which is really fascinating. So their audit methodology is based on having these companies prove to an independent technical auditor that their models aren't, for example, influencing free and fair elections or violating fundamental human rights online.
So I'm curious about your former team at Twitter, also known as X now, how they feel about going back into content moderation work at other tech companies that are now jumping into AI, where this role is also going to be critical.
Yeah, so to start, Twitter and X are two totally different companies in my head. Companies are driven by the culture and the people who are there. They're two totally different places, but I take your point. Well, I think the people who are drawn to this work, whether it's trust and safety, ethical and responsible AI, which is the work my team did, we're drawn to the mission and we're drawn to the meaning of the work. We understand it's going to be hard. We understand that sometimes we can't solve problems, and frankly, we can't save the world. But I think that there's a fundamental good feeling we have about at least trying our best and being part of the solution. So I found that every single one of them wants to continue work.
What's something that no one's talking about that you think they should be, as far as AI and ethics and your expertise goes?
Yeah, we touched on this a little bit earlier. And the thing I worry about, there's such a rush to governance. There's such a rush to say, let's pass laws, let's regulate companies, let's slap them on the wrist and fine them and throw them in prison. I think we need to take a step back and think about what we are doing with these new laws that may create new paradigms of government overreach into private companies. in an almost abstract sense, right? There's a reason why government and private companies in countries like the United States tend to be very separate. We may not always like the outcomes of that, but let's be clear, the opposite, like the extreme opposite, is a purely state-run economy. So we want to say things like, for example, the government should compel tech companies in the US not to sell to enemy states. Do we really want the government to be able to tell for-profit private companies where they should or shouldn't be selling their goods and products?
I mean, we did sort of see that with the previous US administration and Huawei, and basically saying, you can't buy these companies' products and you can't sell your components to them. And that resulted in that company getting a lot better at developing its own stuff. And there's a risk that maybe backfired in some people's eyes. It's sort of tangential to the conversation about disinformation, but it all supports your argument.
Right. I mean, it all just ties into the sort of let's be careful of where we're shifting this power. Like right now, I think a lot of people feel that tech companies have an oversized amount of power. I think that's a fair thing to feel. Now, I don't want to rush into saying, well, then the government should clearly be taking some of that power away. Well, what about maybe developing a world of independent auditors and independent actors? That's what we do with my nonprofit, Human Intelligence. We're trying to build the independent community of people who are critiquing technology and actually helping drive and shift it towards benefiting human beings, right? So the term fiduciary duty got to mean something to a lot of us at Twitter last year. And I carry that lesson forward when I think about companies who want to do things for good and what it really means.
Facebook and Instagram have about 3 billion and 2 billion users a month, respectively. No single country in the world is home to that many people, and it's why Meta, which owns them both, attracts fierce scrutiny from governments and critics.
And that was before terms like generative AI became commonplace. But for years behind the scenes, Meta's been building a vast network of AI researchers, and it's used what they come up with to show people content and ads it thinks is going to keep people clicking.
That's not always worked out for the best. The company's long been accused of having an outsized influence on the spread of disinformation and social unrest far beyond the shores of its Californian headquarters. And that's led people to question whether switching on even bigger, faster, smarter forms of artificial intelligence is actually good for the world.
Meta says it is. and its boss, Mark Zuckerberg, must know what's at stake if his company gets it wrong.
So, on this episode of AI IRL, we're speaking to Sir Nick Clegg, once a nearly 20-year veteran of British government, now the man Meta's got in charge of convincing the world's public that his employer is doing the right thing for us all. So Nick Clegg, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, the Brits watching will remember you as the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party from your time in government. You were at one point the Deputy Prime Minister here in the UK, but for years you've been at what was Facebook, now Meta. So give us a sense, how is AI changing what you and the company does at the moment?
So in one sense, it's a continuation because AI, of course, I mean, AI is not, I mean, I know the hype almost suggests as if it's just been invented yesterday, but of course it's been talked about since the 1950s. And as far as Facebook, now Meta, is concerned, almost every aspect of what you see on social media is in one way or another affected by, ranked by, sorted by AI, and has been for many years. And we've, as a company, have long had a pretty strong pedigree in cutting-edge AI research, which we then open source. We have open sourced and shared over 1,000 AI databases and models over the last decade or so, and quite a lot of the foundational technology that's used in the industry. PyTorch, for instance, you know, the sort of AI libraries was devised by Facebook researchers. That all being said, I think clearly generative AI, the development of these large language models, and now these image models, is a qualitative step in a new direction. And that, in terms of particularly the work that I do, is of course accompanied by a lot of time and thought is invested into how you can innovate with generative AI in a way that is responsible, that is safe, that is thoughtful, and we do that very openly and collaboratively with researchers, with academics across the industry, and of course governments are trying to grapple with this, and they're trying to work out whether and in what way they should regulate.
Not to ask people about their bosses, but you know, Mark Zuckerberg, like, yeah. How is it changing his priorities? Because for a long time, you know, he seemed very focused on building a metaverse, and now, you know, we tend to just hear about the AI side of things. I mean, I'm just curious to get your sense of how those priorities are shifting. Are they shifting?
You would say they're not incompatible. In fact, they're sort of mutually dependent on each other. You can't really build a sort of metaverse suite of products, namely the idea of moving from a sort of 2D internet where you're looking at something on a flat screen to actually being immersively in an environment where even if the three of us were physically apart, if we were wearing virtual reality headsets, we'd be able to communicate with each other as avatars now, in the future hopefully as holograms, feeling really we're breathing the same air. Now that technology cannot be built without AI. Well, you certainly can't build content for that, for those experiences without AI.
But it certainly seems like the rollout of some of those headsets just hasn't quite caught on at the speed at which it was initially promised. And now you have generative AI just catching wind really quickly since last year. You have new generative AI tools that the company is releasing. How would you rank kind of those two priorities, though, given the headsets just aren't quite catching on at the same speed?
So I don't think we ever actually claimed that the headsets were suddenly going to sweep the board. That would be wholly unrealistic. You don't build Rome in a day. You certainly don't build a new computing platform in a few months either. We've always accepted this as a long-term investment. And by the way these things catch on tend to go in waves. I mean, I've read about ChatGPT exploding, and then particularly when kids started going left at the end of term and went on summer holidays, it subsided in terms of its user base. These things fluctuate. I think, as I said earlier, AI is not new for us, but at the same time, I think